Of the wonders of the world, the Great Wall of China was the only one built to protect us.
What on earth are they fighting here? These people are doomed.
Maybe,
But I'm going to stay and fight.
The Great Wall, rated PG-13.
Oh, no, 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 no!
Gaming doesn't have to be like this. Are those tears? You need a machine that can keep up with you. The new Omen X. All those hours of training are about to pay off. Don't rage quit. Get the Omen X with an Intel Core processor. Dominate the game.
Immortals coming out with the quad tank. Now they come in. Oh, he went for the whole hog, gets hooked back in, gets a shield on him, but quickly just sent back to the respawn queue as Luminosity with a brilliant repush here.
Luminosity with 6 ultimates on the table. They're going to throw
Oh,
the on
goodness,
Ube.
Ube! 4 kills off the rocket barrage from Ube. Now there's going to be, the nano boost and agility's hooking in Spree, shutting the hopes and dreams down on that push. Immortals taking map number 2 here on Temple of Anubis. Grim Reality's out there. He gets 2 straight back in Immortals' favor. The guy is an absolute monster. Grim Reality still going at it.
Oh, that pulse bomb landing already.
Oh, Super Fluke so hurt. The pulse bomb doing just tremendous amounts of damage and 2 kills in for Immortals. They use the Dragon Blade on top of that from Agilities. Look at those beautiful crew necks and the sunglasses on top of it. Styling out there on the stage. But I mean, these guys, they were a team that no one really knew too much about coming into this, and they've certainly made a name for themselves. This whole hog, that's going to press the rest of them back, just eating up all of that sound barrier, looking to send Winghaven off the cliff, did enough damage, gets the hook off as well. The rest of Ghost there to support their Roadhog.
Another Transcendence coming out of Jake.
Good Transcendence from Shake to keep him alive. What a biotic grenade landing in the backline. Baby Bay's able to just clean house on them. Put into the sad zone there is Complexity. They're going to have to regroup. Good hold from Ghost. Now losing Joe Meister, that's going to make things a lot tougher. Nicholas came in and a bit of a discombobulated re-push coming out from Complexity. They'll have the one-player advantage here. If they get a full wipe, they could even send this one into the next checkpoint. Baby Bay using that tac visor. 3 kills for Baby Bay. This might be it. Ghost taking potentially map number 2 as they are just rolling full steam ahead. And they're looking to clean up as well. Michael in the backline takes out Torque. They're just going to stagger kills. He wants Joe Meister as well, but Nicholas shuts him down. They're finding the kills, and there it is. Ghost is going to move into the grand finals to face Immortals tomorrow. Oh, can you believe it? They jump up in excitement.
It's been a great weekend here in San Antonio, Texas. The Winter Premiere Grand Finals are underway here in the PAX Arena here at PAX South. We've got a packed house. This crowd is hyped. They are ready for these games, and so are we. I am so excited for what we have in store for you today, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a wonderful day of Overwatch here. I'm Caleb Simmons, and joining me is David Williams and Anthony Miserandino. Guys, we're finally here. This is the Grand Finals.
Oh man, it's going to be a good day. We have 2 awesome matches coming up, Complexity and Luminosity first, and then Ghost versus Immortals later for the Grand Finals, the granddaddy of them all. It's going to be a good day.
It's going to be quite the day. As you said, Grand Finals coming up, but first, the 3rd place match between Complexity Gaming and Luminosity. These 2 teams able to make the trip, not able to make it into the finals, but will play to round out the top 3 here and have that quality 3rd place finish. So, Luminosity versus Complexity, let's get into it.
I mean, I think both these teams didn't have exactly the performances that they had hoped they would have yesterday. Let's be frank about that. Complexity had some issues with ult management and focus fire. Luminosity just not really performing up to some standards that we've seen them perform at before. So I think both teams going to be looking to make a statement coming back today and bring a much better game.
Yeah, certainly for Luminosity. Spree and Ube weren't necessarily synergizing quite the way that they have in the past, and I think they're going to round that out today. But Complexity should also probably polish up some of the edges, and this is going to be a good match.
It's going to be a great match, and these 2 teams, while, yeah, they didn't have the finishes they were wanting yesterday, they were going up against ridiculous teams in Immortals and Ghosts, and I feel like I was sitting here thinking, like, which team had the harder battle here, and I really don't know. Like, both of the teams they played were so strong.
Yeah, I mean, Ghost and Immortals both played so well yesterday, and I mean, it's not that, even in Complexity's case, it's not like they played particularly bad. It was just that Ghost was playing so well, and it was really tough for them to find any footing. I don't think the scores necessarily did the games justice yesterday because they were still pretty close in general. The fights were close, and it just came down to small mistakes in the end. So, I suspect both these teams went back, took a look at what they did wrong yesterday. They'll be looking to correct those coming into these matches now.
Yeah, one of the fun things about Atlanta is we get to talk to the players. They are here, and we got to catch up with Harblue from Complexity earlier in the week. Let's take a closer look at Complexity.
I live in Stafford, Virginia. It's about 45 minutes away from DC. I don't think there's much of an Overwatch scene. I've actually, it's been pretty interesting, though. Not for Overwatch necessarily, but I've gone in some fast food restaurants wearing my Complexity hoodie, and people have actually noticed the org. And then I'm like, oh yeah, I actually play for that team. That was a pretty neat experience the couple times that's happened. The whole community is really supportive of each other. Everyone wants to help each other out, help everyone grow. I also love just how you have players from all these different games coming into it. You have players from CS, Quake, Team Fortress 2, all competing on the same game, on the same level. and it's cool being able to compete against these people that I've only followed in other games. Being able to compete with them has been really cool. For this event, and not even just the LAN, for the entire thing, we've been playing 6 to 8 hours a day, 6 days a week. Some weeks have been 7. That's just a mix of like scrimming, VOD review, watching the other teams. So it started to pay off in terms of like our scrim results. We're having some really good results versus the other teams. So we're confident that all that practice is end up gonna pay off in a win at this event. I think the big advantage that we have as a team is all of our players have really big hero pools. Both of our DPS, like Nick and Torque, they're both also comfortable playing tank heroes. I've been playing like a bit of Tracer and some of the DPS heroes here and there on the new patch. So the fact that all of us can just play like, not just like 2 or 3, but we can all play like 5 or 6 different heroes comfortably gives us like a lot of different options we can do in terms of strategy. But this game, it's a completely new game. Everyone's starting from the same level. So everyone's trying to evolve at the same pace and trying to grow at the same pace as a player. So it's like an even playing ground for everyone. And then being able to compete against all these different players is just like a really cool experience. Personally, I want to win this tournament just to finally have all like the practice and all the hours that I put into the game finally, come off as a win. We've had a lot of like 3rd and 4th finishes. We've had a lot of like, good placings, but we've yet to have that actual good win at a big event. So to be able to, like, not even for the money, not even for any of that, just like to have all that time and effort pay off finally would be just an awesome result for me.
PAX Arena, give it up for Complexity.
Sure are looking sharp in those uniforms there as well. It's the Complexity squad coming out. Following them up, of course, is their coach, Raptors, as well. But these guys, again, had a bit of a struggle here there yesterday, but still put up a good overall performance against Ghost, though I'm sure not exactly the standards, of course, that they wanted to live up to. But still, they should have, I would say, a pretty good edge overall in this match coming up against Luminosity. So I'm sure they're ready to go as well.
I spoke quite a bit last night with Raptors and Joe Meister, and I feel like they feel that they know exactly the mistakes that they made, some of the changes they should have made earlier, and that they're going to break out a lot of those changes today and actually do things better. They also have a couple little tricks for Luminosity from what they were telling me, but I mean, overall in the past, Complexity has beaten Luminosity all 4 times they've played throughout the Winter Premiere.
Yep.
They always take Nepal, they always take Hollywood, and they even took one map off of Anubis.
Yes,
Luminosity's Anubis, and Luminosity is fantastic on Anubis most of the time. It's 2 to 3 overall in favor of Luminosity.
Yeah, generally that's been a pretty strong one, which is where we're starting today as well, Anubis. So, I mean, we'll have to keep in mind some of those previous matchups. Generally, historically, it's been a good one for Luminosity, but Complexity has taken, as you said, maps from them in the past on Anubis.
Yeah, no, but you do bring up Anubis is where we are starting. We saw Luminosity looking decent yesterday on Anubis, and they've looked great on Anubis throughout the entirety of the tournament. We saw Ube's Pharah play really coming into play, especially on the defensive side. But we'll be able to see a bit more of that. So what does Complexity need to do against this Luminosity roster who likes to play Anubis?
I mean, I think for Complexity in general, not just against the Luminosity roster, but to get themselves back to kind of a winning form. Like I was saying before, they were having trouble with ult management and focus fire. I think for them, if they can just go and clean up targets, which is something that they weren't necessarily doing yesterday. There were times where, I mean, there were players that were really low on health, maybe a 3rd health, something like that, but they never actually ended up getting the final blow. So I think, honestly, for them, if they can just clean that up and go get those final blows and get the kills, they'll have a much better time today.
A lot of the time that was Sombra as well, doing a ton of damage and leaving just a little bit left over, but it can be hard to follow that up, and she's certainly got to translocate when it gets down to a sketchy area. But with Anubis, I think they might run Sombra again, and that's worked for them before, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them win this. But at the same time, this is Anubis. This is a map they can potentially just assume Luminosity is going to get and plan for other things.
Which, speaking of Luminosity, the other team they are playing, Luminosity here. We got to talk to them before we got underway here at PAX Arena, so let's take a little bit of time to meet Luminosity.
I play support for Luminosity, and I'm also the team captain, and I currently reside in our gaming house in Canada, Toronto, Canada. After I got my education, I heard about this game that's coming out called Overwatch, and I thought, why not give it a shot? It was a really tough road to get there because I was working 2 jobs, and I was also trying to find times to scrim and practice. It was kind of a thing I had already given up on, and then Overwatch really provided me with an opportunity to pursue my dream. It's somewhat what I expected. Obviously, you're doing what you love every single day, but at the same time, there's so many more responsibilities and so much more stress than you would have ever imagined because it's such a result-oriented business. So the pressure on you to perform is there every single day, and something you have to live with and learn to embrace. So that's probably the biggest challenge, and something that really keeps you on your toes. We have pretty good chemistry within the team. Everyone's joking around. We all click on a personal level, which is, I think, super important in any team because it helps team chemistry, it helps resolving conflicts, it helps really avoiding conflicts as well, and that's super important. The advantage that I think my teammates have is we do have a lot of veterans who are super solid at LAN. They've proven that they have nerves of steel, like Hidan. He's obviously won major tournaments with Misfits, several of them. We have a ton of talent across the roster. I mean, I think Spree's one of the most talented players that I've ever played with, and then you have really flexible DPS players who are super good in their roles. The fact that everyone's super solid in their role is a huge advantage, and obviously the combination of talent and experience is what gives us the advantage. I want to win this tournament because ever since I've become a professional gamer, I've not had a win under my belt in any major tournament, and I feel like all the hard work I put into the game and that my team puts into the game, it all has to culminate into something of significance. And I feel like this tournament really could be a platform for us to really show what we're made of and put us on a map with the elite teams in the world. The thing that I'm looking forward to the most when it comes to the future of Overwatch, I think, is to see how Overwatch League develops. It's a way to revolutionize esports, to really legitimize it, put it side by side with all the major American sports. I feel like that's a really exciting thing to look forward to, and if I can be part of that, that'll be awesome.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Luminosity.
Luminosity, a squad with a whole lot of diversity in their lineup. It'll be interesting to see them go up against Complexity, another team that has deep hero pools on a lot of their players. So they have that flexibility where they can swap to a lot of different DPS or tanks, and you see a lot of changing throughout the matches, which certainly makes it exciting. So it'll be fun to watch these two go up against each other. Of course, you have Icefeld, who is probably one of the most dynamic on the team. He can play anything from Tracer to Roadhog to Zarya, and then you have Hidan as well. One of my favorite supports, I would say, in the game to watch. Very, very skilled at his Ana play, and then Mineral as well. One of the big shot callers for the team, and as well playing on the Lucio role for them. Spree generally had been playing a lot of Zarya in the past. Very fun to watch him. He can go off on Zarya, gets that high charge and just starts melting people, and that will be fun to keep an eye on as well. And then followed up by their lovely Reinhardt player, Super Pluke, and then you have Ube, who we had said before originally came in for Crew. You had Crew on this roster back during some of the qualifying stages, and then Ube stepped in about halfway through the tournament and has filled those shoes quite well. He's really started to fit in with the team and can also play a lot of different DPS heroes. Very deep hero pool on him.
There's certainly a lot of flexibility in between just Icefeld and Ube, but when you add Spree into the mix, he's definitely known for playing Zarya, and he plays Zarya at a very, very high level, but he can also chime in with a lot of that flexibility, just like the other three. And I think this team has a lot of dive potential if they get comfortable with it, but starting off here on Anubis, it's going to be mostly the Ube show. I thought he was showing up big time yesterday. His far play on both offense and defense is always stand out on Anubis, but in particular his Mei on the second point was just amazing. And if it wasn't for just how incredible Agilities was on Genji yesterday, I think Ube probably would have been able to stop that second point by himself.
Quite the highlight reel there. Ube gonna just knock him down. It was cool. I hadn't actually seen the POV of the ult from yesterday. Yeah, that was cool. But another big part we saw yesterday, fantastic Ana plays. Ana is someone that is critical to the way that Overwatch works right now, but oftentimes goes unlauded. We don't see their plays, and we saw some fantastic sleep darts, some fantastic biotic grenades. Ana was, or Hidan here was a huge part of that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there was the one. I mean, we've seen the Ana plays across all these teams. I mean, there was one
on Agilities.
Yeah,
on
and
the second point. Yeah.
Yes, and I mean that biotic grenade is so strong. Sleep darts too. huge in the course of these games, especially Biotics, to deny healing for the enemy team. I mean, that can be some easy picks as long as your team is there to follow up on those players that have the Biotic on them as well.
Absolutely. Well, we are going to get into game number 1. Temple of Anubis is where it will all start. Get up and get loud. It's game day, folks. We've got Complexity versus Luminosity.
Here are Temple of Anubis, map number 1 in this best of 5. Should be a good one. As we said before, both of these teams have some pretty, a lot of deep hero pools here, a lot of diversity that can be brought out, and this map is generally one that's Luminosity has certainly enjoyed in the past. Anubis, it's been oftentimes one of the maps that they'll go to. If they have a chance to pick a map, they love putting themselves on Anubis, which is a bit odd. Most teams do not tend to go into the 2CP maps, but Luminosity loves it.
I think that's the logic behind it. If you can take other teams out of their comfort zone, you're certainly increasing your chance to win if you spend any amount of time practicing it. It's worked out for Luminosity quite a bit in the past. Really, their kryptonite on Anubis has mostly been Immortals, so unfortunately for them yesterday, that was their opponent, and that ended up mattering quite a bit for them, losing that map as well. But against Complexity, in particular, they are 2 out of 3. So far, doing pretty well. I believe it's the last one that they played that Complexity took off of them, breaking out Sombra again, if I remember correctly. But while we have a moment here before this starts, how many Complexity fans we have here in the audience?
Oh, come on. All right, maybe not a Complexity
I guess it's all Luminosity fans.
Yeah, it's all Luminosity, but all right, here we go. We'll get to watch Complexity first. On our offensive side, it looks as though they are going to be running a pretty heavy dive composition, 3 DPS, plus a Winston, and of course, Lucio and Ana on top of that, but they are certainly bringing out the dive, and Luminosity will also be running Ube on Genji, but he's already going up. Right onto Winghaven, but they've pressed Luminosity back onto the point for now. Complexity just looking for their footing, see if they can catch one of these Luminosity players off that's maybe a bit separated from the rest of the team now. As Nicholas dives in, Torque's already managed to find Mineral in this fight, so they have that 1-player advantage. They'll be looking to capitalize off of that. Ube returns with 1 kill, but Winghaven is there to clean up on all of this damage onto Icefeld. He did. Luminosity still keeping themselves in the fight, though. 2 kills right back, and they have managed to at least find their footing here, not letting Complexity come too far in, and they'll be content to just back up and regroup for now.
Yeah, interesting change for Luminosity, changing Ube over to Genji from Pharah, which is what they've usually run him on here, but I guess that might have a little bit to do with the expectation of a dive coming out of Complexity, perhaps to help handle Nicholas a little bit, dashing into the air, quite effective, but right now, Nicholas still finding a few targets there in the back.
Harblue's gonna land that Pulse Bomb right onto Super Pluke, and that's always a good kill. One of the more important picks, being able to take the enemy Reinhardt out of the fight. So with the long respawn that Luminosity has, Complexity's looking very good, and Harblue is just going through cleaning up, and he runs right into Heat and Sleep Dart. So he'll be taking a bit of a snooze right by the choke point there, but it doesn't matter. Complexity is all over this point. They will take point number 1. And they'll have a good bit of time to work with moving into this second checkpoint. 6 minutes and 10 seconds left to work with. We've seen a lot of time, though, previously left on the clock. And it can certainly eat up all 6 minutes trying to get point number 2, which can be quite difficult.
Definitely, and right now, Complexity not exactly stacked on the ultimate economy. They do have a Sound Barrier and Genji's Dragon Blade, but compared to Luminosity, that is an uphill battle. Luminosity online with basically 5. The Graviton already coming out from the side of Luminosity.
Graviton falls in, Joe Meister, Shake, all going down. I mean, Complexity responds with a few, but at this point, they're just trying to, I think, maybe even up the economy a little bit. Actually are continuing to get kills here, as Torque and Hardblue have just been going to town. Now Ube's going to use that Dragon Blade. See maybe if he can bring Luminosity back into this fight. Ube already with 2, and 2 off of the Dragon Blade. 3 kills in total on this fight, and he's going to be looking to clean up maybe on Hardblue as well if he can, but doesn't want to press his luck. So the rest of Complexity going to come back and reassess this situation. And Torque actually making a switch over to Tracer as well from the Genji. Thinks that might be a bit more effective for them pushing this last point.
Yeah, now that Harblue's come off Tracer from the first point back onto Roadhog, Torque's going to take that over. Complexity building up a number of the ultimates. They're going to need to make a second attempt here, but so far Ube has just been all over them.
It seems as though they want to be moving up this right-hand side. Complexity, they're gonna, or Luminosity's right-hand side, that is. Complexity, it's their left, and they take out Icefeld right out of the gate. And now Sound Barrier coming out from Complexity as well. They have that player advantage, but need to capitalize quickly. That respawn is so close for Luminosity, and if they don't string together kills quickly and start getting time down on the point, they won't actually be able to do anything. Harblue going off with 3 kills on the Roadhog, and now that's given them a pretty big window. Hedan is very, very close to dying as well, so they definitely want to go through and clean up on him if they can. And it's still Harblue and Torque going off, and they're continuing to get kills. Luminosity do respond back with a few. Winghaven's going to use that Primal Rage, just trying to knock bodies off of the point. It's been the Harblue show on this last point on the Roadhog. They've managed to get 2 kills, and he will get a hook and take out Icefeld, but Ube with the Dragon Blade is going to be looking to keep Luminosity here in the fight, and they do clean up the rest of Complexity, but they get two ticks on the point.
Ube back-to-back, very big on that defense, stalling it out for quite a long time in the beginning. Even though a lot of his teammates did go down, he's able to pretty much shut out Nicholas a lot of the time, focusing it on him and just keeping it very difficult for him to find space. But Nicholas with a barrage up, doesn't matter whether he's being harassed or not, as long as he can get that barrage out in the right place, it's going to matter quite a bit. Ube actually changing over to Pharah after that last engagement. Spree getting very close to a Graviton. Icefelt with a Pulse Bomb. We're looking at a number of combinations here for Luminosity that are going to make it very difficult for Complexity. More difficult than the second point already is.
That Pulse Bomb looks like it was already used, and you do have Harblue actually flanking around as he got the hook onto Spree and did quite a bit of damage. Couldn't quite convert on the kill. Now Graviton comes out from Spree over on that side, and they do find Harblue in it, but it's a 1-for-1 trade so far. Torque doing a good job of finding that Pulse Bomb. Takes out Super Fluke, and it will be Nicholas that gets the nano boost. Used his barrage, was able to find a frag with it, and they're going to continue to see maybe if they can end this one. 1 air shots from Nicholas takes out Ube, crushing him, in Complexity will pick up this final point. Beautiful Pharah play, and that is definitely the start Complexity was looking for. It took him a little while to get that final point, but still a respectable amount of time left in that time bank, just under 3 minutes.
That beginning of the last engagement looked like a disaster for Complexity.
Yeah.
Coming in somewhat haphazardly, half the team forward, just Harblue and one more. The barrage coming over, not necessarily working out, but after that, I mean, he did pick up Icefelt, but after that, it's really just how many shots he was able to land so effectively.
Yeah, he was definitely going off on that final point, especially right here. Gotta love the air shots. See you later, Ube. But both players very, very strong at Pharah. I love playing it on Anubis, too, of all the maps, whether it be offense or defense. Both teams really enjoy using or utilizing Pharah in this on this map in particular, but we do see it from time to time on other maps. Now we're going to see a change in sides. Luminosity this time will be putting themselves on the offensive end. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see them run some sort of a dive comp as well. I mean, we've seen that from them quite a bit in the past, right?
Absolutely. Especially Super Fluke playing Winston a lot lately. We were talking to them. They were going to say he's doing that. Caleb, you're pointing out Hedan on Junkrat. I do not think that's going to stay. I mean, it did say he's his favorite player, but come on now.
Hedan wants to attack the objective quite a bit as well.
Oh, that's
so,
what you go for.
Yeah,
I gotcha.
Yeah, that's always been the thing that I chuckled at every time throughout the entire qualifiers. Hedan loves doing it to me. But it will be just about 20 seconds or so. They'll be coming out. It definitely looks like a pretty much full-on dive comp here. We'll be seeing Hedan switch.
Either Ana or
Ana.
Zen makes sense in this instance. Hedon's so great with
Zen,
Ana that he doesn't necessarily need to worry about having the great accuracy that a lot of other people worry about, which is why they'll take Zen just to have the harmony. But Discord is also super effective. And there it is, Hedon. I'll give you your moment to go back to Tommy.
There was Tommy the Cat there as well. That was shown for a moment. If you've been following the Winter Premiere, Tommy the Cat has been a mainstay on some of these maps. But yes, it is Hedan, as you were pointing out. Zenyatta, very good with these dive compositions, able to get that Discord out, and they'll be looking to focus down the player with that Discord. And it's already Joe Meister coming in and finding Super Fluke out of the gate. So Luminosity down 1 player in a big part of the dive comp as well. And Ube now falling to shake. It might be just backup time, regroup for them, and Super Fluke actually making a quick switch over to Reinhardt rather than the Winston, as they do have a 76 out on the field, which could make things very difficult, and that it seems like a pretty good switch for Luminosity.
As much as I love Luminosity running that previous setup, I feel like it caters to a lot of their strengths and individual tendencies. What Complexity is running is just such a great counter to it that Luminosity absolutely has to change up a little bit. So Super Fluke going over to Reinhardt here. As long as Spree is still on Zarya, there's hope.
Now they're going to be moving up the complexity left-hand side. If you're on Luminosity, it's moving up the right-hand side all the way up to that high ground. Harblue is looking to get a flank, maybe come around, but Luminosity can tend to just sit up top on this high ground for now, but Harblue is waiting for his flank opportunity. I think they may have a clue that he's there and he's trying to get back in time as Luminosity turns around, seeing maybe if they can find Harblue caught out, but he was keen to it, so he was ready, but now Spree completely separated. That's not a good look if you're on the side of Luminosity. Now they lose 3 players as Torx managed to pick up a couple of kills. He's just been going off on the 76 there. Harblue helping him out. And there should be Heat-En getting cleaned up pretty late as well. So a bit of a messy push coming through there from Luminosity. It just seemed as though they took the high ground and then got very separated. Didn't really know what the game plan was, it seemed.
And we spoke a lot to Raptors last night. He seemed very confident that he understood how Luminosity was going to play and how they were going to handle it. We're seeing that so far. Right now, only 2 minutes left on the clock for Luminosity to even take the first point here.
Now they're starting to engage. They do have time down. Harblue just waiting there for the hook, and he'll even pop that whole hog. See maybe if he can just send Super Pluke right back to the respawn queue. Earthshatter comes out from Winghaven as well as it's 3-4 kills for Complexity. Luminosity just can't quite seem to find their footing on this point. Maybe almost finding Heat-On late there, but Luminosity now with only 1 minute and 30 left on the clock. They're going to have to kick it into high gear and quickly to get this point. If they're able to get it, they'll get a lot of time into to work with on the second point, but
Luminosity will be rolling in with a Graviton and a Nano Blade, though, and if anything's can open up this point, Ube with a Nano Blade is going to be able to do it, but Nicholas right now lying in wait, getting very, very close to a barrage. That Dragon Blade coming out in the background.
Got a very good opportunity for a barrage. Nicholas able to find 2 with it. Ube, who would use his Dragon Blade, got a couple of kills for Luminosity. It's a 3v3 fight at the moment on the point, but Harblue and Torque are still there, and that's bad news for Luminosity because they've been able to get a couple more kills. Luminosity won't have enough gusto to push this point. Just waiting for respawns. 50 seconds left. They're going to have to make it happen here on probably this next push. Only one more real solid attempt for them left.
That was a much better exchange for Complexity overall, but Luminosity still holding onto a lot of ultimate weaponry to come into this final point and still take it. I've got hope.
Joe Meister getting a bit separated, and Spree was just able to focus him down easily. Using that Graviton up on the high ground. Is the follow-up there? Indeed it is. They use Sound Barrier, and that's enough to take the point. A good Graviton opening things up right out of the gate by taking down Joe Meister as he was a bit separated from the rest of the team. Luminosity capitalizing on that opportunity. They'll take point number 1 and look to move into last here. They'll get a whole lot of time left as well. 4 minutes and 11 seconds.
Not a great time on the first point. Obviously, a lot of teams rolling into the second point with somewhere between 6 and 7 minutes more often than not. But Luminosity also burning a lot of ultimates just to get here. Is going to be in rough shape trying to take this point.
They're getting ready to work their way in. Do have that pulse bomb. That's about all they're going to have, though. They had to invest quite a bit in that last fight to make sure that they were able to secure it. So Icefelt, probably for Luminosity, is going to be looking for maybe a pulse bomb to kick things off. Yes, he's looking for this pulse bomb coming through main. The rest of the Luminosity squad working up this right-hand side and looking to find their entrance. There is going to be a nano boost used onto Winghaven. He's got a biotic on himself, but he's just swinging away. Complexity already with 3 kills, so certainly no way for Luminosity really to get themselves back into this fight. They'll just go ahead and reset. Icefelt still on there, and he's taken down in the end. So now down to 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Luminosity, they don't want to dilly-dally too long here. They're already going to be down in the time game. But, you know, for them, it's all about just even getting the second point.
So far, Complexity not really budging here on the second point. I don't see that changing over the next minute or two. Unless Luminosity basically loads up on a whole lot of ultimates again, it just powers it in. I don't think they're going to be able to get past what Complexity is doing.
Oh, Harblue a bit caught out here. He's separated, does get a bubble just in time, and is going to use the whole hog to ensure that he survives, but it doesn't matter. He ends up dying in the end. Luminosity again pushing this right-hand side, and Icefelt's over on the flank on the opposite side. Now a Nano Blade out from Ube, looking to send this one home for Luminosity and get themselves back into the game. Earthshatter to the ground, but Luminosity is still very much coming on top of this fight. Super Pluke is on the point. Torque is there. They're continuing to find kills, and Super Pluke getting a couple of those as well, as there was a Graviton used by Spree just for an insurance policy, and it is still Luminosity all over this point. Just about to be up on 2 ticks, and now a Diva coming out to just really try and stall for Complexity. They want to waste as much time as they can of Luminosities. Now an Earthshatter coming out. There will be a Rocket Barrage. Only finds one. That was a very nice Earthshatter out from Super Pluke, and it's looking like all Luminosity now, but they need to keep stringing these kills together. Just keep making it happen. It looks as though they've been able to do that. Luminosity will finally cap things off with 1:49 left in the time bank, so not too shabby. They get it done in the end, and that's taking the small victory there, Luminosity.
A full minute faster on the second point, the complexity, a full 2 minutes slower on the first.
Yeah, well, in the end, they get it done. That's Luminosity is happy to get that. If they can get a good offense coming around now, that's really what matters for them. Just getting good offense. But this was one of the initial pushes, or right as they were actually starting to start their great final cap and managing ultimates well on that last fight. And make sure they didn't invest too much, because that's the thing. When you're pushing last point of Anubis, you have to manage the ultimates that you have well. You pretty much have to win 2 or even 3 team fights in a row to actually be able to cap that entire point. So you really need to manage the ults that you have effectively and make sure that you always have something for that wave of respawns that are coming out.
Yeah, Luminosity certainly taking advantage of the squandered Earthshatter out of complexity. That Earthshatter could have been the difference there on the second point, but Luminosity able to get around it. Ube just absolutely tearing everybody up on Genji. I've actually got to raise the question of why he changed off Genji on that second point defense. He was shutting down Nicholas completely. If Nicholas lets a barrage go and it gets deflected, that's a completely different ball game. And I think maybe we're going to see Luminosity stick to that, or Mei, whose Ube has also been deadly on.
Yeah, I mean, that can certainly be effective here as well. Maybe not as much necessarily first point, but can certainly become a big factor on the second point as well. So let's keep an eye on it. But for now, pretty standard setups. Luminosity is going to be attacking first. They don't have too much time, so it's pretty much two really solid attempts at a team fight for the first point for Luminosity. That's all they're really going to have. They don't want to wait too long here. Nicholas looking for an opportunity, will disperse them off the high ground. That's exactly what you want if you're Complexity. Get them down onto the low ground and get an opportunity to move in onto them. Winghaven the first to fall, though, and that's not good news for Complexity. They strike back with 2 kills, so we're still looking at a 4 versus 4 fight as they duke it out on this first point. We're now down to 1 minute left for Luminosity. They're staying strong here. Joe Meister's still in, just trying to delay things for Complexity, maybe see if some of those respawns can get back, but it doesn't look like they'll be able to actually do that. As Shake is still in, desperately trying to make himself back to his second point with the rest of his teammates. They do get point number 1. They get a little bit of time added on, 1 minute and 10 now to try and get second.
A big improvement for Luminosity on the first point here. Now running into the second one. They do have a good amount of the ultimate economy right now, but so does Complexity. Right now, 1-to-1 exchange.
A big Earthshatter coming through from Winghaven. That should solidify it for Complexity, at least on this fight. You do have some Luminosity players still around, but being 3 players down, all those respawns from Complexity will get back to the fight much faster. So for them, it's best to just be efficient with the time, back up and regroup, get all your teammates back, and that's exactly what Luminosity's doing. They will have some ultimates to work with coming into what will probably be the last fight.
They're on borderline 6. Actually, right now, Harblu changing over to Mei for the side of Complexity. That can certainly throw a wrench into this ultimate game. Even a number of those ultimates being completely shut down by a well-placed wall. Complexity, however, they have a toolkit of their own to roll into this, or to defend this second point here. Luminosity going to be looking to lead a lot of this off, probably with a nano boost to get some distraction, maybe with Ice Belt and then follow it up. But here we go, a barrage already coming in. Ube's going to get the hook.
Goodness, Ube shutting down that barrage attempt from Nicholas, but it's all Complexity in the kill feed for the most part. Ube has managed to find 2, and now with the Graviton coming out, that might be enough for them. Ube has been doing so much work on this final point for Luminosity, but they need to continue to find these kills. Ube takes out Harblu as well. Those respawns from Luminosity are coming out, but Ube is in dire straits at the moment. Will be trying to heal up. He's just sitting behind that point, but we are into overtime now, so Luminosity needs to stay strong. Ube finds yet another one off the hook, and it is all Luminosity in the kill feed. They used a sound barrier to make sure that they would have enough to fight this with, and taking out Harblu very quickly is huge there. Will prevent them from getting too much stall time, and Luminosity getting both points with not a whole lot to work with. Off the start of that, they make it happen, getting both points. Now Complexity are the ones on the back foot a bit as they move to the offensive side.
That is huge. Capping the second point once in an Anubis fight is a big deal, let alone twice.
Yeah, that is really well done by Luminosity. That is a tough thing to do, as you're saying. with the amount of time that they had, too, that is really tough to get both points. Ube shutting that down, which was huge. I mean, and they even lost 2 off the start of this initial fight. They went down 3 players. Ube, I mean, it was really the Ube show there. He came back, really gave Luminosity a fighting chance in that final fight, was able to stall enough, taking out Hard Blue there, which is always great to get May on that last point because she can stall for so long. But, I mean, Ube doing tremendous things for Luminosity right there, giving them a fighting chance. And Complexity are going to have to come up big on this offense, just under 3 minutes for them to work with.
Ube's definitely been a standout player over the past few days. Been very excited to watch him play. Perhaps some of the other people that usually stand out for Luminosity, not necessarily shining as bright as Ube does. We mentioned before he plays from Finland. He does have ping issues when he was playing on the online portion, but now he's here, he's on equal footing, and it's certainly changing the game for how he's been playing so far. It's going to be Luminosity's turn to defend here as Complexity goes in. They're going to have to cap it all the way to tie this up.
Now they will have, looks as though it's going to be pretty much dive comp coming out yet again for Complexity. As they do have Pharah, Genji, they have Winghaven on that. Winston looking to take point number 1 very quickly. That will be crucial to Complexity's push here, is to getting that first point right off the start, just as Luminosity did on their offense. They don't want to waste too much time here because you need as much time as you can possibly get to take that second point. So jumping in right away as Winghaven gets bubbled as he jumps in. They focus down Icefeld right off the start. That's a good start for Complexity, trading 1 for 1 as Winghaven goes down. Super Pluke is in there, but he's in dire straits. Ends up getting taken out by Nicholas, who's going to have to do a whole lot more work here to get Complexity back into this fight. And there is a lot of clustered Luminosity players over by this staircase. And if, I mean, Nicholas can just sit here, Ube with yet another hook, couldn't convert onto Nicholas, actually ends up getting taken out by Spree. So Complexity are continuing to lose players here. They don't want to, I mean, you don't want to sit in here and make this fight last too long and keep trickling onto the point if you're Complexity, because you're just going to waste time and never actually get anywhere in the fight. And it looks like they are now starting to back themselves up, which is smart because they only have 1 minute and 35 to work with.
And every second matters here, but right now, Luminosity holding strong here on the first point. Complexity, never mind, Dragon Blade already on the field.
Oh, it's a Nano Blade in for Torque, I believe that was. He's still slicing and dicing away. He's gotten 2 kills off of that one, 3 in total for Complexity on this fight. Torque doing tremendous things for Complexity. They should be able to take this first point quite easily, so they won't have too much time to work into second with. They're going to need a very similar push to what Luminosity had. It most likely will come down to some sort of an overtime situation, and they won't have a whole lot to work with here either in terms of ultimates. Luminosity has quite a bit in the bank, but Complexity looking a bit peckish here, but they will go in and use that grab baton. Complexity doesn't want to invest too much here, really just trying to reset this economy. And it will be all Luminosity in the kill feed. Complexity will have maybe at a max 2 more fights left in them to get second.
Oh, Complexity getting sent back there on that one. That's going to burn a certain amount of time, about 30 seconds for them probably as they reassemble. They do have chances to have maybe 2 more fights on this point, but the second one is going to have to be a long drag-out fight in overtime. Right now, Luminosity holding on to an Earth Shatter. That's going to come into play big time here if Super Blue can find the right targets. That could be the game ender.
They are starting to work through this right-hand side. Torque making his way straight up main, and he's looking to try and add some pressure to Super Pluke, who charges in, and Nicholas was able to find Ube, but Ube took out Shake, and that is a big player to lose for Complexity. You don't want to lose your Ana at this point in the fight, and they've already lost 2 players, and now losing yet another one. So really for them, it's regroup time. They have one last push left, about 20 seconds, and it's going to be tough to get a really good coherent push with how much little time they have. They're just going to have to rush straight onto the point.
You can't get 3 speed boosts back-to-back to get there, so it's going to be really, really close. Torque working pretty close on a Dragon Blade. So far, he hasn't been able to find the same kind of success that Ube was finding.
They will send in the Graviton, looking to follow up on that one. Winghaven doing a good job of keeping his shield up so the rest of his teammates stay safe, but Ube gets a nano boost, and he's going to be dangerous, looking to finish off Shake now as the Dragon Blade comes out from Torque. This is the last attempt for Complexity. We're in overtime. They need to continue stringing these kills, and they are doing quite a good job at it so far, finding all these kills between Hardblue and Nicholas. They are going to town on this point. Only Super Pluke has respawn. He's going to charge in. Oh, it's just a hair away from being capped. Super Fluke goes down, and Complexity will cap it out there. And oh my goodness, they keep themselves in it and manage to tie up the map, and that'll actually be a draw in total on map number 1 here of Anubis. So Complexity with just seconds left, get it done. And that's about as close as you can get in a map.
That was well done there by Luminosity and Complexity, both able to push that one all the way through. Take a look at the play of the game here from Ube, or not. We'll just go away from that one.
No.
It was. We probably already seen it. We
didn't like it.
No, it wasn't like it. But Ube on not just Farah, but also Genji. Well, there you go.
Yeah, it is. See, Winghaven here was keeping his shield up at least to protect his team, because most of them had gone over to the left-hand side, and then Ube, I mean, was getting some stuff done here, certainly, but that Dragon Blade from Torque was really big as well. They were able to combine on some kills and getting it done. Both teams getting both checkpoints in a very small amount of time to work with. You do not see that too often on Anubis.
So both teams getting their first rounds on the board in the finals, but neither team has still taken a map.
Yeah. Very. That's how draws work. So we'll go to map 2 and we'll see what it's like. But man, I loved watching Ube, not just on Farah, not just on Genji, but also on Roadhog on that final push, able to stall out the point long enough, get the kills they needed to be able to cap that second point in overtime.
It's the thing we were saying. Ube has that deep hero pool. He did so good on Roadhog for Luminosity. He was crucial for them to winning that last point. And I mean, he just did tremendous things for them. But also on the Farah and Genji, Icefelt also a big part of that team as well, whether it be on Trace or what have you. He certainly made the plays for Luminosity throughout that match. So I mean, I'm thinking we might be in for a long one here if these teams keep things as close as they have so far. It's been fun to watch.
They certainly have, and we saw both teams using a lot of flanks, going through the side halls on point number 2, going up on the high ground on point number 1. It seemed like it was working better for Complexity, but in the end, I was going to make that point. I was like, oh, they're doing this, but then they managed to pull off the draw, and neither team really won.
That's the thing. I mean, both teams had excellent offensive pushes on their second attempt at the offense, and I mean, there was definitely some breakdowns, I think, on the defensive end. But in regards to point number 1 on Anubis, it's incredibly difficult to really hold point 1 for a long period of time. Like, if you see a full hold on Anubis first, that's pretty much like a miracle. That does not happen very often. So it's normally where second point you need to get the big defense, and that can be very tough to push. But you know, neither team was able to hold the other on that final point. I'm surprised we didn't see more Mei Diva coming out for the defense, because I mean, if you can get both of them on there on the final point of Anubis, it's like you stall City.
It takes forever, absolutely.
Yeah, Tracer as well.
You know, Complexity did a pretty good job on their defense. I think the biggest thing was that whenever Ube hooked in Nicholas as he was trying to get the barrage, that opened up a lot of options. But when Luminosity was on their first and second defense, Ube breaking out Farah and both times being capped while playing Farah. While he's playing Genji, nobody was really getting by him. It got a little bit close, 1 tick or so, but he was shutting down Nicholas's Farah for the most part. But other than that, I just didn't see his Mei out, and usually when he plays Mei, it lasts a long time.
Well, that was going to do it for game number 1. Game number 2 will be up just a moment, but first, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back in 90 seconds. Don't go anywhere.
Of the wonders of the world, the Great Wall of China was the only one built to protect us.
What on earth are they fighting here? These people are doomed. Maybe, but I'm going to stay and fight.
The Great Wall, rated PG-13.
Oh, no!
Gaming doesn't have to be like this. Are those tears? You need a machine that can keep up with you. The new Omen X. All those hours of training are about to pay off. Don't rage quit. Get the Omen X with an Intel Core processor. Dominate the game.
Map number 1 was about as close as it could be, ladies and gentlemen. Map number 2 is going to be on Lijiang Tower. Let's get ready for map number 2 of Luminosity versus Complexity.
Yeah, well, we had a draw on map number 1 in Anubis. It was a very back and forth affair, both teams putting on quite the show in the final seconds of the match. So we will be heading into Lijiang Tower here in just a moment, and that should be a pretty exciting one to see. I'm seeing if these guys have played on Lijiang before, and I don't believe they have. But in terms of control point maps, I mean, it seems as though Complexity has taken many of the control point maps that they played each other on. They played each other 4 times in total, just throughout the Winter Premiere, and it was Complexity that took Nepal in their first matchup. They took Nepal again in the second time they played, and Nepal in the third time as well. So in terms of control point maps, it seems as though Complexity has the upper hand, but that was just Nepal. Lijiang is definitely a different story.
And certainly Nepal fit their playstyle quite a bit. I remember Nicholas playing Mei a lot, but mostly Torque playing Tracer was such a deadly force. But at the same time, that was also true for Luminosity. And right now, we're seeing Ube completely dominate anytime he's playing Genji. So if we're getting even further into that, and you have Spree on Zarya and you let Icefelt play Tracer, which it looks like they might be doing, this could very well be Luminosity's map to take.
Certainly could be. I mean, we've seen Icefelt just go off on Tracer and do some wicked stuff, so definitely be keeping an eye out on him and Spree as well. I mean, of course, Ube, he can also do some pretty wacky stuff on Genji, but Spree is a very fun Zarya to watch. He's once that man gets some high charge, he can just start melting through people left and right. So definitely want to keep an eye on him. And now Complexity, they will have Harblu on that Tracer as well. As you heard in his interview, it's been something that he's been playing a bit more recently. They will be running triple DPS on this, it seems. Complexity will at least. Luminosity's still running the double DPS, but a triple DPS composition for Complexity. We'll see if this one pays off. Now with that new patch coming through, teams have definitely been trying some different things. Harblu doing a good job already of getting on to Hedon a bit, and 2 kills going away, 3 now actually for Luminosity, and they only lose 1 in the process. It's been all Luminosity here. Icefelt a big part of that, just keeping the pressure on them in the back line and really just dishing out damage, and that will be Luminosity taking the point first here on Lijiang.
And so far, so good for Luminosity. Complexity's triple DPS does have potential, but right there, Harblu, while being a problem, was easily ignored by Luminosity, out-healed the kind of damage he was doing. They need to find somebody else, in particular probably Nicholas, to try and combine with him there, but right now, Complexity, they're trying to take it to Luminosity, but Luminosity's coming out on top big time. That's 4 down, 5 down.
Oh, and Joe Meister getting
all
sent
6
back as well. All 6. There's the team wipe horn being played, and Luminosity looking incredibly strong here off the start of Lijiang, and Complexity is still running with this composition. That they have this triple DPS setup. As you said before, Harblu, I mean, he was behind Luminosity, but was really just harassing. But hold that thought, Ube goes in with a Nano Blade, 3 kills off of that, and that will certainly put Complexity through on another team wipe. Luminosity is just very strong at the moment. 55% and counting for them. They did lose Hedon in the end, but they're going to have to work back in quick, Complexity. They might have an opportunity here.
It's possible. Mineral may have also gone back to escort him back, depending on their own timing. They've been pretty good about that in that pass. That Gravazon coming out, catching all of Complexity inside it, but the shield is staying up, so Complexity's going to dust that off, and no real big come-ups here for Luminosity. In fact, it's turning on them. They've got 2 down already. Spree's moments away. Spree falls as well.
Yeah, there was no opportunity for anybody to follow up on that Graviton. It's all Complexity now, as they've done a good job of working back in. Torque, a big part of that, as he gets 3 kills, so Complexity will finally put themselves on the map here on Lijiang, get some time ticking down on the point, but Luminosity had done really a fantastic job of managing their ultimates. You know, they saved good combinations. It was just that last Graviton. There was no one in a position to follow up on it, and they're looking to re-push onto this point as they move through that right-hand side back around the point, but actually faking it now, looking to come back maybe towards main as Super Pluke is there, but he'll be trying to get back. He's very low on health, and honestly needs to get some heals, and they're on the point. They're just a hair from capping it back. Luminosity, they had players there. Complexity just managing to stay in it. Nicholas is the first to fall now, 2 kills, 3 kills going the way of Luminosity, and it's a bit of trouble for Complexity at the moment as they've once again essentially been team wiped. Hardblue is stuck behind the point, he'll go down, that is a wipe coming out. Now they'll have one last attempt at getting back here as Luminosity's at 90%.
Luminosity, I feel like they just sent a pretty big message to Complexity there. A little bit of a misstep. We squandered a Graviton, but it's okay. We're going to take this point back because we want it. But another Dragon Blade coming out of Ube. He's already found one. He's looking for more.
Oh, he wants to go in with the rest of it. He's just slicing and dicing. Torque was one that fell. Super Fluke as well, so it's a 1-for-1 trade, but he's still in there doing his thing, and he does have a Winston to deal with, so he's gonna want to get out of dodge here, but Winghaven really just needs to stall for Complexity if he can, but there's nobody around to touch this point. Torque desperately trying to make his way in, did touch it, but still there is no one there for Complexity to follow up on that. Luminosity looking very strong on Lijiang here. They'll take stage 1.
Very dominant performance from Luminosity. This is absolutely playing to their strengths. Ice Felt on Tracer, Ube on Genji, Spree on Zarya, of course Hedon on whatever support he wants to play, but particularly Ana. This is a deadly team to be playing against, and I'm not necessarily sure what Complexity can do to try and come back from this. Perhaps they're going to even invest further, it looks like. Perhaps going into a hyper dive, bringing out Winghaven onto Winston. We'll see how that pays out, because right now they certainly need an answer to shut down what Ube is doing, and Winston might be it.
Yeah, they have been looking so solid so far. Luminosity, I think a big part of that for them, I touched on it earlier, but the ultimate management from them has been quite solid. I mean, they're only using what they need to take a point or to hold a point, and it seems like they always have something for the upcoming fight, whether it be a Dragon Blade or a Graviton, even a Pulse Bomb, just something for them to work with off of in the fight, and they've been doing that incredibly well so far on Lijiang. As we head into stage number 2 here, Winghaven charges across the way off the bat. Super Fluke had gone down. They trade out 1-for-1 as now Luminosity takes a player advantage in the fight. They're continuing to duke it out on the point here, but again, it's all Luminosity at the moment. They still are fighting it out here, and oh, you gotta finish. There we go, finishing off Shake. I was gonna say that's easy pickings for him, and they do manage to finish it off. So it is yet again Luminosity striking first on the point.
Right off the bat, Ube taking down Winghaven, and from that point onwards, it's Complexity that has to back off the point. Luminosity poured it on. It got a little bit of an exchange back and forth, but Luminosity obviously coming out on top. Perhaps Complexity making a little bit of a misstep there. Complexity just trying to get in the front door now as a big choke point here on this portion of Lijiang Tower. So far, Ube is just absolutely spraying anybody who wants to set foot through here, but the rest of Luminosity right behind him. Spree did go down in this last engagement, but Complexity, it's going to take a little bit more time to be able to power through that door, unless perhaps Luminosity is backing off to recover Spree and probably come back after it.
Well, they're going to have a Nano Blade at the ready to defend this with, and yes, they're going straight in with it. Ube popping it off, 2 kills for him. He's looking for a bit more, using the bubble as Hardblue to keep himself alive, but he's already gotten enough kills for Luminosity to keep in control of this point. There's nothing Complexity really can do at this point. Ooh, almost was able to get Joe Meister there off the reflect, but man, Luminosity has really found their rhythm here on Lijiang. Complexity having a bit of trouble, but now with these ultimates coming online, they have the Graviton Pulse Bomb combo. They're going to want to make good use out of it. Pretty big ultimate advantage, and this is their time to retake the point. As they come right back in here, Graviton out on both sides. Hardblue waiting it out, and there will be sound barriers used, but it is still Luminosity in the kill feed. Complexity are just not finding the value out of the ultimates that they've used, and oh, this is trouble for them. Luminosity now is up to 85% on the point. Complexity is just going to have to regroup very quickly, and I mean, you might be relying on a Tracer at this point to get onto the point in time. I don't know if they'll really be able to get there. Graviton is going to come out, and they need to get to the point, but Luminosity is just shutting them out from it. There's no chance at actually getting there. Dragon Blade comes out, but it's just too late in the end. Complexity unable to get themselves back. Luminosity in full flow at the moment, up 2-0 on Lijiang.
Pretty much everything about that map was in Luminosity's favor from the start. In particular, when they pulled back to regroup with Spree, take the Nano Blade in the air just out of sight of Complexity and then drop down right on top of him was something pretty amazing to watch. And unfortunately for Complexity, I don't think they had a chance to even see it coming. You can see right there, it's just too late.
There's really nothing you can do about it in that situation unless Shake were able to hit a sleep dart right off the bat, but or if you have Earth Shatter in that position, you can try and hit that on the ulting Ube, but it is so difficult to hit either of those combinations, and really making it happen there is Luminosity. One more stage. If they can take it here, they will take a 1-0 lead in this overall best of 5. So now looking to come back in. Luminosity still with a pretty similar composition to what they've been running. If it isn't broke, don't fix it. And Complexity still trying to force this triple DPS setup, and I don't think it's really been working all that well for them so far. They do manage to find Ube off the start. 1-for-1 trade so far, but it is going to be just a bit of a poking back and forth and trading kills. Down 3 is both sides, and they are continuing to fight it for the point, but Complexity have gotten themselves there. No one else is around from Luminosity, except for Hedan, who might actually end up going down quite late. Definitely looking to clean up this kill if they can. There was no bubble there in time, and that will be Complexity striking first here on this point.
It's going to be big for Complexity. Defending as people try and cross this bridge is certainly a lot easier than being the people trying to retake it. Oftentimes, a team that's able to play pretty well and take the point first is able to ride that advantage out through the rest. Maybe exchanging hands once or twice, but a full reversal is not something that these two teams are very likely to have in the cards here. But right now, Icefeld already with a Pulse Bomb. He's going to be looking for that. Harblue on Tracer. He's looking for his own. He's got that Pulse Bomb out, but it's going to get shielded and nothing's going to come of it.
And now Harblue's just trying to keep being a pain and a thorn in the side of Luminosity, so to speak. Now going in as Torque with that Nano Blade. He's been able to find Spree and Hedan. 3 kills coming out for Torque as he's just shredding through the ranks of Luminosity. It is all Complexity in the kill feed, and that will be yet another wipe coming out from them. It will be now 60%, just about down and counting. And now well, better late than never for Complexity to get themselves back into this game. They haven't won this stage yet, but they are definitely looking good to do so. But Luminosity will have that Nano Blade combination up very shortly.
Well, this stage in particular lets Nicholas fly around a lot more with Pharah, and he's been pretty great with her overall. It also lets Winghaven choose a lot more angles to drop in and chase after and make sure he can catch Ube's Genji. But right now, Luminosity does have 5 ultimates online right now. It's going to be sound barriers coming out from both sides. The barrage is going to get shut down.
Sound barriers on both sides indeed, and Luminosity actually have the upper hand in the fight. They have been all over it this time around, as they didn't even have to invest really all that much in the fight either. Just, it was pretty much a sound barrier and a graviton out from Luminosity, and they've been able to take the point. So that's really good when you can take a point without too much investment like that, and they'll have a lot to defend with for this next fight, including a Nano Blade. So they should be able to hold on for a little while, but Complexity only needs to retake once, and they will have this stage.
It's certainly a single possession fight, and with 5% left, if Complexity takes it, I don't think Luminosity's gonna be able to get back in time, but a Nano Blade coming out from Ube. He's already found 2 targets, both supports down for Complexity. Ube, he's gonna be looking for more, but right now, the Dragon Blade's gonna go down. He already connects with Nicholas as well, and Winghaven. 4 kills for Ube just in this last fight alone.
Now Ube looking to clean up even more, finding Harblue. Hello, Ube. As Luminosity's looking to get back into this stage off the map. They have a 2-0 lead overall, so certainly a good position, and they will have ultimates to defend with. I mean, really, in terms of Luminosity, all they may need is just an Earth Shatter, but now Complexity's going to engage with Winghaven on that Winston. Earth Shatter does come out. Does it land enough? That's the question. 2 kills do go the way of Luminosity. It's been back and forth. Nicholas is really keeping Complexity in this fight as he continues to fly around, but Spree has been the anti-air for Luminosity at the moment. Now with Torque going down, that'll have to be yet another reset coming out for Complexity. And Luminosity have been doing a good job of holding, and probably only 2 really solid attempts for Complexity left. I'd say maybe even more, like 1.5 attempts for them. They're looking to come back in right now and engage. Still running this triple DPS composition, but now coming in with the dive off of Winston. Nano Blade as well. Nicholas not finding anything off the barrage. 3 kills come the way of Luminosity, and they might just be able to take this map in finally in the end, because they're at 90%. Complexity just couldn't get anything done with these ultimates. Torque, I don't even think, was able to get the Nano Blade that he was looking for off, and now with a Pulse Bomb coming out onto Winghaven, he couldn't land it. Luminosity with the reverse sweep, bringing it back, and they will take map number 1 here on Lijiang Tower looking very solid there.
Big play from he down there, sleep darting the nano blade right there at the end and opening it up, guaranteeing that there was no way Complexity was going to be able to get back on that point.
A very, very dominant performance there from Luminosity. In the first map, it was so even, but then we see this here where the final point, it was a reverse sweep. Complexity did manage to get it up to 99% or about 95%, I believe. Pretty close,
Yeah.
but still, man.
Ube coming in with this nano blade, just shredding through them, and yet again, it was Luminosity. One of the things that worked so well for them, like at the end there, the ult management was key. They always seemed to have something for the fight that was about to happen, and some sort of a combination to fight with, and they executed off of that very well, using the ultimates effectively and finding value out of them, and Complexity just didn't really have an answer to that.
No, and it felt like Complexity had picked Winghaven and put Winghaven on Winston as a counter to Genji, but then they were always engaging with the Winston. They weren't waiting for the Ube to isolate himself and let the Winston, respond to him. And in that way, Ube is able to back off and just wait for his moment of opportunity. And they just showed up time and time again, like we saw in that replay.
Yeah, and I think for Complexity too, I think they tried to sit on this triple DPS composition thing for a bit too long. It clearly, I mean, it worked. Got on the third stage a bit more. They got themselves up to 95%, but they continuously were trying to run this triple DPS composition. I mean, that's fine to try it, and if it's working, that's also fine. But it seemed as though they weren't getting exactly what they were looking for out of it. Obviously, they ended up losing in the end, and they stuck on it, in my opinion, for too long there.
Yeah, perhaps dropping one of the DPS and picking up Zarya would have been a big difference there.
Yeah.
Certainly not getting the effectiveness out of Winston you would expect in shutting down a Genji. It didn't look like Ube was being countered that much at all. It looked like he was pretty much just running around doing exactly what he was doing before. Certainly Winghaven was not going to get space playing Reinhardt. That was made very clear a number of times. Ube just focusing him down along with Icefeld, guaranteeing he couldn't exist. And even if that starts taking a long time, Icefeld will get a pulse bomb, and Winghaven is just going to go down. So if their whole team can't really synergize around it, then that's going to be a problem overall. But we did speak to these teams last night about this, and actually both of them mentioned, to me at least, that neither felt that Complexity was a particularly strong team on control points. So there's still Nepal left in the map pool here for these guys, which might mean that Luminosity is guaranteed 2 maps.
They might be, especially if they're able to keep this sort of performance up on another map, if they get to pick another map, if Complexity doesn't pick Nepal. And how did we feel about Harblue's Tracer play? I think this is one of the first times we'd really seen him stick on Tracer the entire game. It felt to me like he was playing well, especially at the beginning. He was getting on the flank. He was doing a lot of damage. There just wasn't the follow-up from his teammates. It didn't seem like he was synergizing with the rest of his team on this Tracer.
Well, I think you have part of that there. There was not the full follow-up coming through. I mean, Hardblue was doing what you want to do as a Tracer. He's getting in the back line and trying to distract. At the very least, if you can distract and keep the Ana busy enough to not even heal, that's good. But the thing is, Luminosity were also just seemingly, at least on the first stage, I remember off the first fight, they just were pretty much ignoring Hardblue, it seemed. And Hardblue wasn't necessarily finishing off kills. And for the most part, just ignored Hardblue. And it was almost as though he wasn't that in the fight for Complexity. But, I mean, I don't think it was bad Tracer play, nothing extraordinary. I think Icefeld found a bit more value maybe out of his Tracer play.
But there might be some criticisms here and there, especially if you're chasing after Ana and it's just constantly being healed. There's an amp it up still, and you're not really entering the fight in a big enough way, putting enough pressure or strain on their healing per second to allow that opportunity for somebody to die. Really, either needs to be combining with somebody else on a target or really just focusing on generating as many pulse bombs as possible and dropping them on Reinhardt and guaranteeing it can't exist. I mean, other than that, there are a few of the Tracers out there that can just go in there and mow people down with headshots. I don't think we were seeing that out of Hardblue yet. Certainly not Michael from yesterday.
Yeah. Absolutely. So after 2 maps, we finally have someone on the board. Luminosity takes game number 2 and leads the series 1-0. When we come back, we'll have map number 3. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick 90-second break.
What the hell did we kill out there?
The Great Wall is the only barrier keeping the world safe.
Whatever it is, it's hunting. As long as the wall stands, we have hope.
Rated PG-13.
Oh, no, 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 no!
Gaming doesn't have to be like this. Are those tears? You need a machine that can keep up with you. This is the new Omen X. All those hours of training are about to pay off. Don't rage quit. Get the Omen X with an Intel Core processor. Dominate the game.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back to the Overwatch Winter Premiere here at PAX South. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to hear it from you guys. Who is here for Luminosity? All right. This is a pretty good crowd now. How many of you are here for Complexity? There's a response.
Okay.
They've gotten a bit amped up from
even?
game number one. It was pretty close. This seems pretty. Pretty
People
split right down the middle.
either waking up a little bit, or perhaps both these teams earning a few more fans in the audience over this match.
Yeah.
There's some people being like, this Ube guy is winning me over. That Genji play is pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, man. Hey, he was turning it up on Li Zhang there. Had a pretty good game on Anubis as well. So it looks as though we are just about to head into our next map, though, between Luminosity and Complexity. And what do you know? It's King's Row. Complexity is going to take their talents there, and a bit surprising, at least to me, because they've had really a lot of success on Hollywood in particular. But I mean, King's Row is also a great map for them. They have a good win percentage there throughout the entirety of the Winter Premiere. They've done really, really well in Hollywood, though. And this is a map that they lost on yesterday to Ghosts. I mean, a bit surprising to me they didn't take Hollywood, but still, in the end, both maps very good for them.
Hollywood was definitely a very close one for Complexity and Ghost yesterday, but today I'm right there with you. I was honestly expecting Hollywood coming back from this break. Perhaps Complexity thinking they either want to hold that in their back pocket in the match point situation, or perhaps they're just a little bit worried that Luminosity may have practiced it a lot and spent a lot of time specifically trying to counter strat them.
Please, somebody attack the objective.
Done every time.
Somebody. Harblue's just, this guy's got presence for days, apparently. Never runs out, but Icefelt won't actually stick on that Widow, I'd imagine. Yeah, just, he was checking things out.
An audible sigh from
I know,
the crowd.
there was quite an audible groan there from everybody. Really wanted to see the Widowmaker, but not the case. Icefelt will be running the Tracer. You got Ube on Genji. Pretty much a dive comp. Don't have the Winston to add on with it. Super Fluke will be sticking to Reinhardt, but pretty similar. Pretty much a dive comp in general for them. They can definitely get in there, and Hedan running the Zenyatta as well, so they'll be looking to follow that Discord target. Winghaven had it on him, and they go and focus him down. Both Reinhardts immediately taken out of the fight, and it's Luminosity with the one-player advantage. But now Harblu striking back, killing Icefelt inside of Hotel, so Complexity, a few players down, some of them trying to make their way back to the point, but with Shake falling at the end of this, as well as Torque, it is all Luminosity. They take point number one very quickly here on Complexity's map choice. This might be a bit troublesome for them here. Don't want to get caught out in the streets phase, or they could really be in trouble. It's just time to regroup and set up for this next fight at the choke.
Luminosity may have just found their composition for the rest of the day if it keeps working like this. Certainly, if it ain't broke, don't fix it for Luminosity. Ube right now, borderline unstoppable. Icefelt also finding his rhythm. Hedan on Zenyatta is always going to be a problem, but Spree on Zarya, I'm not really sure what Complexity can do to counteract this aside from just playing what they're playing better, starting to work the ultimate economy a little bit more. But right now, it's all Luminosity here in King's Row.
Yeah, Complexity really needs to regroup and take a fight here. They're giving Luminosity so much free time on the payload. Nube already has been able to take out Hardblue. It is all Luminosity right now. There's nothing Complexity can do about it. Nicholas, the last one to fall, that's a team wipe. And Luminosity is just on cruise control through this Streets phase with the payload. And Complexity will have one last shot at getting themselves back out there to defend that last checkpoint. But man, they are definitely in a bit of trouble here, I'd say.
You know, yesterday when we were talking about how Luminosity has been a bit hot-cold throughout the Winter Premiere, this is the hot we were talking about. This is the Luminosity we have faith in. Ube getting put to sleep, but still 4 players going down for Complexity in the meantime as Luminosity just goes straight through the second point and into the final with 5 minutes and 45 seconds left on the clock. This is looking very good for Luminosity.
Luminosity at the front of the pain train here, just full steam ahead, man. Complexity is... They're gonna have to bring it back here on this next fight. They didn't really invest too much in that last fight to defend the second point, which is good. They just went and died on the cart. Now a Rocket Barrage comes in. Transcendence quick to come out from Heat in, doing a good job of negating that damage. Torque with the Nano Visor has only been able to find Super Fluke with it as he was trying to run away. His shield went down, and now an Earth Shatter coming in from Winghaven will allow the rest of Complexity to come through and clean up. Winghaven does end up going down, but it doesn't matter. Complexity wins the fight in the end, finally stalling out this payload a little bit and breaking up that momentum, which was very necessary for Complexity because Luminosity was just looking unstoppable there for a while.
It kind of looked like they were just trying to make that hold at all costs, though. That's 4 different ultimates that are no longer with them as Hardblue. Yeah. He does still have Graviton, and Graviton can be big on its own, but right now with the way Luminosity is playing, it's definitely an uphill battle for Complexity. 4 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock still. Virtually guaranteed Luminosity will get it there in the end. Hedon actually changing over to Ana in the meantime, getting off of Zenyatta, and the Graviton rolling out for Complexity. It's going to matter a lot if they're able to clean this up. They're not actually getting a whole lot of kills out of it. Now a counter Graviton comes out for Luminosity.
It's a 1-for-1 trade. Actually, Super Fluke ended up going down, but then Icefelt gets taken out by Winghaven. They did use a sound barrier. Joe Meister used it after Hardblue died. And they are still fighting it out here, but Complexity continuing to drop players. Luminosity have so much time left, and Winghaven's here coming in with the Earth Shatter, but I don't know if that follow-up is going to be there from the rest of Complexity, and it's not using the Earth Shatter, but with no value off the back of it, and it's still Luminosity rolling through, just under 4 minutes left on their time bank, and they still have ultimates to finish this payload off with. They have a Dragon Blade and the Pulse Bomb, and almost a Nano Blade to be had. Hedan's very close. Oh, had the bubble on himself. The Pulse Bomb unable to connect, and now getting the Nano right at the end of it. And now Torque getting put down off of the Earth Shatter as he had the Tac Visor as well. They are just shutting it down left and right. Luminosity looking so strong here. They're going to bring that payload in with 3:30 left in the time bank. It is not looking good for Complexity.
A game-clinching barrier from Spree there onto the Nano Blade to keep him alive through a Reinhardt charge, no less. Both teams not necessarily using their ultimates around that bend very well. 2 Gravitons out, and Earth Shatter, no real follow-up, but certainly Luminosity had a lot more to burn, and when they come into that final point with a Nano Blade, there's not a whole lot Complexity can do.
This barrier that connected, oh, it was perfect with the charge, kept Ube alive. That was just pivotal to the success of that fight because Ube was able to do so much. Yeah, somehow manages to dodge the Shatter on top of it.
Oh, no, that's their Shatter.
Oh, that was their Shatter. Okay, yeah. I believed you for a second. He
was dancing behind the pole. Yeah. Then again, when an Earth Shatter comes out, you don't just spend that time checking to see if it's yours or theirs.
Yeah,
you just hide.
Yeah, he managed to get it done there, Ube, but really the big barrier coming out from Spree, allowing Luminosity to keep it going in that fight, and they have so much time to work with. Complexity going to have to come up big on this offensive end, and this is where we've seen them run Sombra a lot, one of the maps that they like to run it on. Of course, Complexity very known for running Sombra, so I would suspect to see it here, but Luminosity, I'm sure, has done their homework on their strategy, exact strategy that they like to run with Sombra on this map, so I'm sure they'll be prepared for it, but see this. So far, they haven't switched over to it. I'm sure Torque, he's sitting on that Widowmaker. He's just looking out of the top, seeing maybe if he can scout a little bit of early information from Luminosity on their defense, what they're running, and what they are running is going to be, it seems as though 2 tanks, 2 DPS, 2 supports, a 2-2-2 setup, pretty classic for them.
Luminosity going to be keeping Icefelt on Tracer. He's been doing fairly well on it so far. However, in between Torque, Nicholas, and Shake's Discord along with Harblu around, that is a lot of anti-tracer capability. Shake, a lot of Zenyatta's not necessarily good at anti-tracer, but Shake is one of the best.
Again, they actually are not running the Sombra here. Just going to be going for kind of a half dive. They do have that Zenyatta, and now 2 kills coming out for Complexity as Torque was able to get in there and finish off Super Pluke, and they just had combined damage to help take out Spree, and it is Icefeld actually bringing it back for Luminosity as he secures a couple kills on Tracer himself, doing quite well. So for now, Complexity's continuing to poke around. They do have bodies on the point. Icefeld's in there. He's going to be looking, converts, just flicks right over to Nicholas, finishes him off with a headshot. Super Pluke taking down Torque as well, so Luminosity very much keeping themselves in it. Complexity get 1 tick down on the point, so a pretty decent start. Still 3 minutes to work with. That's quite a bit of time, but they don't want to dilly-dally because Luminosity's offense was tremendous.
Tremendous is pretty much the only way to describe it. That was something else. Icefeld is holding on to a Pulse Bomb here. He's going to be looking to get that on Super Pluke. He does.
They do manage to clean up on that. That's crucial, but the Pulse Bomb right back from Icefeld takes down Winghaven. Still, Complexity has the number advantage. There's only 2 left up from Luminosity, and Icefeld's trying to keep it alive, but Shake turning on Icefeld, popping him right with those orbs, and that will be Complexity finally capping up on it. And now 5 minutes to work through the streets phase, so still a pretty good first push from Complexity here.
A minor correction, that was Torque dropping the Pulse Bomb.
Torque dropping the Pulse Bomb, yes.
Yeah, on a Super Pluke, but right there, Shake definitely showing off. Tracer's not really a threat to him. We were talking to him last night as well. He definitely agreed. Unless there's both a Genji and a Tracer coming after him, he's not going to be super worried. He can take on either one, unless perhaps that Genji happens to be like an Ube or an Agilities, and then he's a little bit concerned here. But Transcendence coming out of Shake. Right now, Complexity just looking for an avenue in here, but Nicholas is going to go down.
Oh, Nicholas got caught right while Ube had the nano visor, and now it will be charging back out was Winghaven. He is still alive, and now going in for the Earth Shatter. That should be all Complexity on this fight off the big Earth Shatter there. Minerals still in, quickly cleaned up afterwards. And that will be Complexity just continuing to roll it forward. Shake had a very good start to that fight for himself. Popped Icefeld right in the dome with some orbs, got him out of the fight early, giving them that 1-player advantage, then using Transcendence, keeping his team alive in the fight. So a pretty good one overall there from Shake, and also Winghaven's Earth Shatter. But as you can see here, Harblu for Complexity playing very sneaky. He's going to be looking to connect with Torque here off of this Graviton and Pulse Bomb combo. Hey, why not? Even the barrage as well. There was a sound barrier used from Mineral, which was well timed, but it is still Complexity in the kill feed. 3 coming out for them now as it's a 5 versus 2 fight. Shake yet again continuing to frag here for Complexity, taking down Mineral in the end. And I mean, really at this point, Luminosity just trying to go in and die on the cart, kill some time. Complexity will get point number 2 here.
That Graviton not necessarily working out as much as expected, being countered by the sound barrier in particular, but either way, you can call it, they did effectively drain the sound barrier out of Luminosity. They're going to be rolling here into the 3rd and final point. 4 minutes and 30 seconds, capturing in 1 minute is totally possible. Icefeld actually changing over to McCree from Tracer. Looking forward to seeing how that works out. Graviton landing, and right now Joe Meister's the only one to really go down, but it's Super Pluke finding Winghaven after that, and this is going to be a lost fight for Complexity. They're going to have to back off, regroup, and do this one more time. Right now, plenty of time left for them to capture here and tie this up with Luminosity.
That's good. They got the Graviton out of Spree, so that's one less huge ultimate for them to work with on the next fight. And that's good news if you're a fan of Complexity or a Complexity player. But now Super Pluke looking to engage here, but Complexity actually doing a really good job of kiting this push. They speed boosted away. Joe Meister had a very good speed boost, which backed up the entirety of Complexity and really made that the nano boost onto Super Pluke not effective really at all. He couldn't get anything done with it. Now they managed to find a frag on Icefeld. As Shake has gotten himself 2 here so far for Complexity, and they want to capitalize off of this. They use the sound barrier, Winghaven using his Earth Shatter on top of that, and it is all Winghaven and company in the feed. They just need to get Ube off of this payload so they can continue to move the cart. Did a good job of wasting some time, but now Complexity will have an opportunity to move forward. They'll have less time in the time bank than Luminosity, but still making up quite a bit of time right here on this final point. 3 minutes left for them.
On defense, Pluke is holding on to an Earth Shatter. One of his first two in the earlier part of the map was a pretty big disaster, but Ube, he's going to be letting loose that Dragon Blade. So far, he's already picked up Shake. Joe Meister going down. That's both supports for Complexity, and that's going to be curtains for that offense as they go back. Nicholas
going for the reset.
Going all the way down.
Now he'll send himself on down there, meet up with the rest of his team in the respawn queue, so he'll be looking to repush here momentarily. They will shortly have the Graviton and Barrage combination at the ready. Shake, I don't even know what happened there. Somehow managed to find Icefelt yet again. Shake has been going off in terms of being a DPS for Complexity here, essentially, on Zenyatta. He's, I mean, really one of the best out there in terms of Zenyatta play, but Hard Blue with this Graviton's going to be looking to connect, but they don't have at least the Barrage, because Nicholas went down. They do have a Pulse Bomb, but now an Earth Shatter coming out. They trade ultimates back and forth, and another good sound barrier out from Mineral to make sure that his team stayed nice and healthy during that fight. So they use the Graviton and don't really get much off the back of it. It's still Luminosity in this kill feed, so Complexity we have to go back to the drawing board. Torque now switching over to McCree. They don't have a lot of time left, 1:40 on the clock.
That's Earth Shatter from Super Pluke working out pretty well defensively. Also, a Mineral dropping the sound barrier. One of the two might have been unnecessary, but either way, that Graviton pretty much got stifled. Spree lying in wait around a corner. He's going to be looking for a big Graviton here, and he's going to be dropping it right in the middle of everybody. Complexity's in trouble.
Oh, he's going to be getting quite a number caught in that. Luminosity with the combinations. Nicholas hitting an excellent shot onto Ube, but in the end, it doesn't matter. It's all Luminosity. Well executed from them, and Shake, unfortunately for the Complexity side of that fight, didn't have his Transcendence up yet, so he couldn't negate that damage. And now it is getting down to the final minute of play for Complexity. If they can't manage to cap this payload into last, it will be yet another map going the way of Luminosity. So they're looking to capitalize right here. They have some big ultimates at their disposal. Don't want to make it happen. Ube, though, getting that nano boost yet again. Nick does have that Barrage, finds one with it on Icefeld. 2 coming through for Nicholas. Now an Earth Shatter out from the side of Complexity. Nicholas is there cleaning house on Farah. Got put to sleep but woken right back up. They get a team kill. They need to bring it home right here. Will someone be able to get out from Luminosity? That's the question. Winghaven charging through. Well done, and Luminosity are able to cap it out in the end. Better late than never. 26 seconds left on the clock.
But 4 minutes on the clock for Luminosity. That's virtually, that should be guaranteed unless Complexity can mount an insane defense on the first point. But either way, Complexity will be going to the time bank and attacking yet again here. They're going to be looking to have a lot better success on the first point than they did this time around. Either way, Luminosity putting up a great defense overall, showing just a few cracks there, but a combination of both Nicholas's amazing Pharah play and a very good Earth Shatter from Winghaven opened up that final point, allowed him to push it in with just moments on the clock.
Nicholas absolutely bodied Ube on that fight. He tried to jump back up and just gave him a direct rocket, like he's flying over top of him, and just put one right on the top of his head.
That sleep dart was pretty amazing as well.
Yeah, it was. I mean, he hit a good one. Sadly, someone on the Luminosity side woke him up shortly afterwards, which, I mean, if they could have that one back, I'm sure they would have left him sleeping, but unintended, certainly. But now, Complexity, since they didn't cap it off in overtime, which is good news for them because they get a second attempt to go for this first point. Since they were under a minute, they'll get a minute in total onto the clock. And that's
Breaking
not a
out
lot
Sombra.
to work with. Yes.
Now's the time. Complexity's been keeping it in their back pocket so far.
Yep.
Something that's been working out for them with mixed results throughout the Winter Premiere, but lately a lot better than usual. Torque, a phenomenal Sombra overall, and right now this is the time they're going to need it. 50 seconds left on the clock. They're going to need every single thing they can get, and an EMP generates very, very quickly, so that could definitely open up this point if done well. Luminosity probably going to spread out, maybe put a few people here on the high ground in order to take advantage, try and get away from that EMP.
Already found Spree for a kill, and this is what they do well. Get the Discord out there, and then Torque coming in and getting the hack onto Super Pluke. They don't need it at all. It's going to be Torque taking out Super Pluke with good focus fire from the rest of Complexity. They end up losing Joe Meister, but luckily Torque can almost act as a healer in some of these situations. Being able to hack the health pack will bring some heals to the rest of the team, and he has that EMP at the ready. I don't think they're even going to need it. This is huge for Complexity, but it does seem as though Luminosity are going to try and re-engage here. Now the EMP coming out. The rest of Complexity absolutely needs to follow up, and it is Luminosity getting a couple of kills, but Complexity still in it. They need to get Icefeld off of this high ground, though. He'll be able to dish out damage from this position all day long, and Shake is in a bit of trouble over at the statue. He's caught inside of there, has managed to live long enough and actually uses Transcendence. Icefeld has that tack visor, won't be able to use it in time. He'll just go in and die on the payload. Complexity get it done just in time. It is going to be overtime now, so they have to stay on this payload.
This whole composition, not necessarily something you'd usually expect Shake to stick on Zenyatta for, but he's so good on it. Every time you watch from his perspective, anytime he puts a Discord on somebody and keeps laying down the damage, that person inevitably falls. Oftentimes in the press, it's just clear-cutting tank targets, but right now, it looked like Luminosity in that first point just spread out a little bit too much, expecting that EMP to land onto Super Pluke, and they were expecting maybe they were going to lose him, but they wanted to get an EMP, and it just turned around. All Complexity did was regularly hack him. Hardblue getting shut down, pulled in, and Ube's going to send him back.
That's bad news. They do trade back at least, but Ube getting the nano-boosted whole hog. 2 kills for Ube, getting another hook in, doing big stuff for Luminosity. That'll shut it down right there. They do manage to get first point in a bit of distance through the streets, but Luminosity, particularly Ube, making it happen there, and a good sleep from Hedon to shut down Hardblue as he tried to get sneaky, get them an early pick, but they hurt him at the last second. If he would have continued to crouch through that, he may have had a chance, but he started walking at the last second. Hedon turned around, he heard it, and he got the sleep off in time, but this is what opened it up for Complexity, certainly. They'd gotten the 1 kill, and then this hack to take out Super Fluke was crucial for them to at least get a lot of time down. Shortly after this, Luminosity tried to re-engage, but
if that right there had been an EMP thrown out on Super Pluke and all of Luminosity piled in around top of it, that would have been a very different story and a very good play by Luminosity. But in that instance, basically just giving away Reinhardt for free.
Now, Luminosity has a very good opportunity here.
4 minutes. That's going to have to be a titanic hold on the side of Complexity. Now, we've seen first point holds quite a bit. We've certainly seen it for Complexity when they're playing Nicholas on Mei. And that is, if any of you like to watch Mei play, Nicholas is one of the best in the game.
And Hedon's just going to chill out a bit. Really wants to attack the objective still. I don't know why they've been waiting on that. But yeah, don't worry, bud. Get to attack the objective here in just a second as they head on to their offensive side again for a second round. They have a whole lot of time to work with here. Complexity is going to have the defense of the century if they want to be able to hold this one off and take the map, tie things up at 1. So now they do have Nicholas on that Mei. Will get the wall off. There was some good separation, and Nicholas was actually just melted in a matter of seconds. They do trade it out. Torque gets onto Mineral in the back, and Luminosity have gotten themselves some ground on the point. Super Fluke sitting at just about half health there on the point, and Ube is back on Genji's looking to focus down some targets. Torque doing a good job of being a nuisance onto Super Fluke, sticks around for just a bit too long and goes down. Now Winghaven is in all sorts of trouble, melted in seconds. Hedon was able to find that kill, but Nicholas bringing it back for Complexity. 2 kills with headshots nonetheless onto Mineral, and Hedon really doing it for Complexity. They should be able to hold on here, but they need to get their respawns back and quickly. Luminosity just wants to regroup. They have time, they don't need to rush things, but they want to get these respawns and repush quickly.
Spree is certainly dialed in right now, taking down both Nicholas and Torque. Torque, I didn't think he was going to be able to get him from the angle that he had. But Complexity, nano boost on the table. Torque getting very close to a pulse bomb. He's going to be dropping that probably onto Super Fluke and taking him right out of the fight. But Ube, Dragon Blade up, and he's going to let it loose. He's on a shake, shakes and go down.
Oh, Ube's all over Joe Meister. Couldn't get it off in time. That's disastrous for Complexity. They've lost 3-5. The whole team will go down. That is a team wipe coming out from the side of Luminosity. Well done. They will be able to take this point, and Joe Meister will still have that sound barrier for the Streets phase, but they are going to have to hold in the streets for 2 minutes
That
and
sound
15
barrier
seconds.
was so close to saving him, but Complexity, they're going to step up as soon as possible, challenge as early as they possibly can. This card is not, the objective is not very far away. Harblu lying in wait. He's going to be looking for this Graviton. They're going to play very, very hard on this front gate, try and slow down Luminosity as much as possible, and they have 5 ultimates to use to make that really work. That Pulse Bomb going to come in big.
They have so much to work with here. Graviton comes out. There will be a Transcendence use. Sound Barrier. They are investing a lot into this fight. They've lost 3 already now. Complexity. The Blizzard comes out from Nicholas, but I don't know if it'll be enough in the end. There's just not enough players around for Complexity. They've managed to get some kills, but Luminosity has the bigger presence on the payload here, and I don't think anyone will be able to get back to this in time for Complexity. This should be all Luminosity taking it in the end, and that will be it. They will go up 2 maps to 0. Luminosity looking strong yet again on King's Row. Oh, goodness me.
Luminosity
Complexity's
read
in a rough
that
spot.
perfectly as they came through.
Yeah, they did. That was, they had so many ults at the ready to Complexity. I mean, they had almost a full boat there. They had 5, and they just couldn't get it done in the end. The Blizzard came in. Well, the Transcendence came out on Graviton. Big. And they didn't have Blizzard quite yet, Nicholas, so he couldn't combine it directly with the Graviton, which is generally, if you're in a tough spot, that's almost a guaranteed win on a fight if you can combine Graviton and Blizzard. Nicholas was just a bit behind on his ult charge, couldn't get it to combine with the Graviton. In the end, Luminosity making it happen. Right there. You can see one of the replays, Ube was able to open it up. Off the back of this, just going to town. But,
that was so close with the sound barrier. Just like, oh, let's break it. No, let's not break it.
About halfway through.
Let's just keep it. Let's just keep everything not broken down. No beats dropping just yet. And holy cow! I think that's about the strongest we've ever seen Luminosity on offense. There, that first point they pushed through. The first hold that Complexity found was on the final bend of the entire map.
Yeah, I mean they looked so good there. A map that Complexity is generally pretty good on. I mean, that's one of their better maps, and Luminosity pretty much just gave them a clinic on how to play it. So it was well done from them, and now it's 2-0 up for Luminosity.
It's got to be Hollywood time. I can't see where else Complexity would want to take Luminosity to try and get back in this game.
Yeah.
But they're still going to have to figure out how to shut down Ube, who not just on Genji, but also on Roadhog was making huge plays, both maps 1, 2, and 3. This guy has been crazy as we take another look at this play here, as he was able to get a nano-boosted whole hog. We've talked about it before. It's paying off in dividends.
On that, this is when Harblu had tried to come around through the alleyway. It was taken out. Ube went huge in this fight. They got the sleep initially. Hedan got it on Harblu, then Ube started off that whole fight by killing him, and then went in with that nano-boosted whole hog. So between Hedan and Ube, they made some big stuff happen and stopped Complexity in the streets there on that fight and helped them get the victory.
Certainly did. One thing I noticed, we saw at the end of the first round, Nicholas on Pharah getting the ult that kind of sealed the deal. He went underneath the middle building to get in position for that, to flank everybody. It was such a crazy, cool play.
Yeah, you'll see guys do that. You can use that too with for Dragon Blades even. You can drop down there, dash up, and go in with it. It's pretty cool mechanic that you don't always see people use maybe in your matchmaking games, but at higher levels they really like to utilize.
The Dragon Blade one's significantly more risky. I think I've even seen a game where somebody got slept right as they were coming out of it and instead just plummeted back down into the depths right after breaking out a Dragon Blade. But does look like Complexity is going to go to Hollywood, but either way that this map goes, well, let's say Complexity takes it. Luminosity simply just has to pick Nepal right after that. And even though Complexity has beaten them 3 times on Nepal, they haven't beaten them when Ube has been here at LAN playing as hot as he is, and I think that's a virtually guaranteed victory. This is going to be very tough for Complexity. They have to make a huge statement on this map and then somehow turn everything around on what I would expect to be a control point, and that's a that just doesn't seem likely to me.
No, you make a great point. That kind of the question was, what map is Luminosity going to win, since they weren't able to find the win on Anubis, and then there's only 2 control point maps. Well, they just found it. They just got it there on King's Row, getting the win over Complexity. So, map number 3, when we come back, or map number 4, depending on how you want to consider that draw. If Complexity gets the win, they'll be able to continue on, but if they drop it, it will be Luminosity in 3rd place. We're going to take a quick 90-second break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Of the wonders of the world, the Great Wall of China was the only one built to protect us.
What on earth are they fighting here? These people are doomed.
Maybe, but I'm going to stay and fight. The Great Wall, rated PG-13.
Oh, no, 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 no!
Gaming doesn't have to be like this. Are those tears? You need a machine that can keep up with you. The new Omen X. All those hours of training are about to pay off. Don't rage quit. Get the Omen X with an Intel Core processor. Dominate the game.
Welcome back to the Overwatch Winter Premiere, where Luminosity has the 2-game lead over Complexity. And as we move on to Hollywood, Complexity playing for everything here. Lose this and you go home. Luminosity going to try and put them away right now.
Yeah, they are looking really strong. They're in a perfect position, but now with Complexity moving on to what is their highest win rate map throughout the Winter Premiere at least. I mean, this is definitely their chance to get back into the game for sure.
Whether Complexity was down 0-2 or not, they would have to make a statement on Hollywood, considering it's one of their best maps, one of the maps that they pick a lot. I mean, it's been a favorite for a lot of people over the past year, but Complexity certainly plays it a very distinct way with their Sombra play, and they're going to have to make that work this time around. Every time they seem to kind of get away from it, they have mixed results, unless perhaps some of the Maywall strategies they've been using before, but they haven't looked as comfortable on those recently, certainly not against Luminosity today, so we're going to see exactly how this is going to play out here in just a moment, but Complexity is on the ropes. They're going to start out on defense. And Luminosity, they're going to be looking to take this all the way to the house very fast. If they can repeat that King's Row offense, it's just going to be a disaster for Complexity.
We'll see what they can do. Guys, remember, well, you can all, I was going to say you can tweet us at Overwatch_NGE and let us know your thoughts on this match. You can also attack the objective as well, as Luminosity will be shortly, but definitely tweet us at Overwatch_NGE. Let us know. I believe you can still vote on this match there, or you can just join the conversation. Also use hashtag Winter Premiere and get involved in the conversation. But Luminosity will be attacking here rather shortly, 4 minutes to do so, and we'll see exactly what composition they want to work with moving into it. But Complexity, at least on the defense, will have Nicholas on that Tracer, continuing to run that Tracer. I didn't even know you could do that, sit in the wall like that, but you will. A pretty standard setup for them. Actually, defensive Tracer on this map can work really well. We've seen teams kind of going back a bit. Cloud9 used to do this really well. Defensive Tracer on Hollywood can really be effective if done properly, and that's what Complexity will be bringing to the table. Still pretty much a bit of a dive comp coming out from Luminosity. They have that Tracer and they have the Genji, and they've already managed to find Winghaven, and Torque is actually in a bit of a rough spot here now as well. Shake managed to get him healed up quite nicely, but now Harblu is going to be completely separated from the rest of the team. That is not good news, and Luminosity's wrapped around. They got a biotic on him, just trying to avoid the hook coming through. Managed to land it anyway onto Icefeld. That's beautiful from Harblu. He was in a very rough position, and he managed to get himself out of it. And that might just keep Complexity in at this point. Getting the headshot on a Mineral as well and dealing significant damage to Super Fluke. Got put to sleep, but the rest of the team was there to clean up on the frag. So Complexity holding on for now, where they were definitely looking to be in trouble off the start of that fight.
It's just 3 in a row for Harblu, each one of them making it look easy. Complexity, they've got a pretty decent lineup here, or a decent lineup of ultimates, I should say, gathering for their defense. Luminosity in a similar boat, but Ube and Hedon, they're going to combine for a Nanoblade, and so far that's been utterly devastating.
Yeah, they've been huge with with that all day long, and here it comes. Ube coming in off that Nano Blade. One to start it off, finding Shake, looking for both supports. It was a good boop from Joe Meister, but doesn't matter. Finds the kill anyway. Ube with 4 kills off of the Nano Blade, and that should secure this point for Luminosity as they breeze through it. Took them a couple fights to do it, but they make it happen in the end. That Nano Blade continuing to pay dividends for Luminosity today.
Ube's sketchy play is clearly something to aspire to.
Yeah, he's been making the plays happen. This composition's really been working well for Luminosity too. This Ube Icefeld, they don't even need the Winston, they don't need the Zenyatta for the dive comp that they're running. Whatever they're doing now has been pretty solid for them overall, but Torque is going to be looking for a sneaky Graviton here, just waiting off to the side, looking to drop it down. Got pushed a little bit. Only a couple are going to get caught in it, but coming through was Nicholas with the Pulse Bomb. They managed to find 3 pretty big kills. Nicholas with 2 of them for himself. A Pulse Bomb paid off there, and Ube's just, at this point, trying to back up, regroup with the rest of his team that have been sent to the respawn. And they'll be looking to repush. Didn't invest anything themselves, really, on that fight, so Luminosity didn't, so.
Pretty easy combination here for Luminosity to get through this choke point here. Just a Pulse Bomb on a Reinhardt, followed up by Super Pluke's Earth Shatter, and it should be easy street all the way just next to the second point, but we'll see if they're able to find that right now. Certainly looking for an Icefeld flying just near Winghaven there. Winghaven throwing down his Earth Shatter.
Edan had fallen, the Earth Shatter did come through, and now all Luminosity striking back with a whole load of kills. Super Pluke got 3 of them, didn't even have to use his Earth Shatter off of it, and Luminosity have managed to clean up everybody here except for Harblu. Super Pluke giving him the hammer to the face, and that'll be Luminosity moving forward. I mean, it looked great for Complexity off the start of the fight. They had gotten a couple of kills, and then Luminosity just doing a full 180 on that one, and blowing through the rest of Complexity, and now Ube looking for maybe a Dragon Blade opportunity, and he is going in with it. Finishes off Winghaven, where a significant bit of damage had already been done to him. A nice Biotic Grenade comes out from Shake and used his own Nano Boost, but it is still Luminosity with quite the presence on the payload, and Complexity, I don't know if they'll really be able to do much. The Pulse Bomb comes out, doesn't land on anybody. Nicholas in dire straits, but they are buying enough time for these respawns of Complexity to get back out onto the payload, and at the very least, at this point, Complexity have managed to waste a solid bit of time. Nice hook from Hardblue to kill Spree, but they're continuing to duke it out on the payload here. One of those never-ending fights, and Icefeld has been going to town here. Eventually finished off, but Luminosity should be coming out on top of it. There was a nice sleep onto Winghaven. He'll get finished off by Ube. So Luminosity, and they win the never-ending fight. They should be able to press this payload forward. Shake got a forward spawn, completely demolished. They do get point number 2.
As Shake perhaps just taking the opportunity there to get a little bit of ult charge, throwing down the Biotic, but either way, Complexity on the back foot here. 3 minutes and 15 seconds left for Luminosity. So far, Luminosity looking unstoppable. Luminosity with a Sound Barrier, Graviton, Nano Blade all in line. They could dump every single one of those and just go straight into the point, because this Sound Barrier Nano Blade Ube sounds like something I never want to meet.
That might even be overkill for them. I mean, they could certainly win the fight with it, but we'll see here if they definitely have the advantage in terms of ultimates going into the next fight, but see what they can do off the back. The Complexity brought themselves forward. Graviton comes in right, and we'll only really get 2 players caught in it, and there wasn't really much of a follow-up to come from the rest of Luminosity, but now they will go off with a Nano Blade, but already Complexity up a couple players. A nice Sound Barrier from Joe Meister to negate much of this damage. In the end, does find Torque, as he's just been grinding away at them, but Complexity have really kept themselves in it. That was a well-timed Sound Barrier, and Hardblue now using the whole hog, just dumping all the Luminosity players back towards their respawn. Unluckily, he had Nicholas around too to clean up on Tracer, so they hold on right there. Complexity, a good team fight win.
At just the right time. That was very, very big for Complexity, taking it to Luminosity as early as possible, trying to drain out and successfully draining out a number of those ultimates. Luminosity was rolling in. If they're able to keep those ultimates when they get around this bend and near the final corner, that's going to be a big problem. Graviton rolling out from the side of Complexity, but nothing really happening after it. Nicholas and Joe Meister starting to clean up. Ube's going to fall, and Super Pluke's going to be right behind him, so that's going to be a lost fight for Luminosity. Best just to back off.
That will be Complexity yet again, really finding their footing here on this second point. or a third-point defense. They've managed to really bring it together. Luminosity having a bit of trouble. Only a minute and 30 left on the clock for them, so they want to definitely move this as far as they possibly can. Still waiting to build up some of these ultimates, but Ube has already found that opening pick, taking down Nicholas. There is the Earth Shatter in from Winghaven, but so far no follow-up from Complexity. There are already a few players down in this fight. Luminosity will definitely get some movement off of the payload here. Complexity will be able to take one more fight before this payload is moved all the way into last, but they need to make sure they don't continue to bleed players. Luminosity had lost Ube, so they may even take this opportunity to regroup themselves, but it's a continuous trade back and forth. Graviton, there is a pulse bomb in there. That is so much damage coming out on the side of Luminosity off of that combination of Spree and Icefelt. Hard Blue responded, got Hedan, but it is all Luminosity in the kill feed. They need guys on the cart, and now for Complexity, Nicholas is there just trying to stall as long as possible, and now Ube is coming out with his Dragon Blade, defending the homestead of the payload as Torque comes back out, and they do have a Diva as well to stall as long as they can, and they're doing a good job of it so far. It wouldn't be a bad idea maybe even for someone to come up on Tracer, or on May, excuse me, to stall even longer, but at this point they're just worried about getting players back onto the payload because Nicholas just got destroyed by Ube. Winghaven's there. They do use a Graviton. If they can clean up, they might prevent this from coming into last. They're so close to getting it in the end. In the end, they finally do grab it. Luminosity with 4.6 left on the clock, and that is very crucial to have that 4.6 as well.
Significantly better defense for Complexity here on Hollywood versus what was happening with them on Kings Row, but still, either way, Luminosity taking all the way to the house. Luminosity, this might be the map they're able to close it out on.
Yeah, this is not too shabby. I mean, gotta give Complexity credit there. They really worked back on the defensive end, but this push from Luminosity was well executed. They continuously kept finding these kills, which is so important on these final point pushes. And Ube here just able to get his damage out with the Dragon Blade, continue it forward for them. And the fact that they had 4.6 left on the clock is huge, because if they cap it off in overtime and Complexity gets all 3 points, or yeah, if they get all 3 points on their offense and have time left, but say Luminosity didn't get it with time left, then they wouldn't get another opportunity if they capped it in overtime to then go recap the first point, if that makes sense. A very convoluted way of saying it. I'm sure there's a much better way of
We'll just put it this way.
but
If Complexity is able to cap all 3 points, but they are in overtime, then Luminosity will get another chance at the point while Complexity will
yes,
not.
I should have you do these things more often. Thanks for helping me out. Luminosity now on the defensive side. Complexity looking to come out. Will they do Sombra? Do you think you're going to see it here? Or are they going to save it for
I think
maybe
they
a
need
bit
to.
of an overtime
I think
strat?
it would be insane if they didn't. They have to make a fast offense this time. They need as much time as possible. They need to absolutely pile it onto Luminosity and send some sort of statement that they're not going to let Luminosity just trample all over him like we've seen so far. They did contend with Luminosity a number of times, especially on the second point and the third point. But at the same time, Luminosity didn't really slow down all that much. They did drain a few ultimates, but Ube never really being countered whatsoever. It looks like Complexity's given up on the whole concept of trying to shut down Ube in particular. So right now, Complexity is going to have to put together a big offense. They are going to be sticking with that Sombra shake on Zenyatta. Keep an eye on him. We can't say it enough. He's one of the best Zenyatas in the game.
Torque is already moving his way in. They did this yesterday. They go in, get this Discord on top of the guy in Cafe. Actually don't have it on him at the moment. Oh, he got hooked, managed to get out just in time, and they're just waiting for that health pack. They'll be able to build up this ult so quickly of Torque, this EMP. He's going to go back in, see maybe if he can just get damage out there. And they're waiting it out. Very close to EMP though. As Ube's up top, he's going to drop in, miss the hook, but Luminosity looking to engage there. A very nice engage indeed, but the EMP coming out right afterwards from Torque, and they've managed already to find 2 kills. Winghaven very hurt, tried to keep himself up there. Couldn't quite hit it though. He ends up going down. So it is a back and forth affair at the moment. Complexity still have players around, but Ube killing Hard Blue. In the end, Torque gets Icefelt. So they're still going back and forth. Ube with good control of this high ground.
That aggressive play on defense from Luminosity could have either worked out way better or way worse, attacking from multiple different angles, covering each other with a shield barrier coming out onto Ube, but I'll hold that thought. Right now, Winghaven's going to go down. A nano-boosted Super Fluke is going to be running all over the point. I don't think that was really necessary, Perhaps he was about to fall and they just wanted to make sure he lived. It's worth it in that instance. Luminosity certainly wanting to delay as much of complexity as possible on this point. Obviously, everybody wants to hold it completely, but time spent is very, very valuable.
I didn't see fully what his health was there, Super Pluke, but I have a feeling
it's got to be a mistake, or he was almost
nano
dead.
boost, yeah, the nano boost may have actually saved him, but he ends up going down there. There is a biotic down, so Winghaven could still be low-hanging fruit for Luminosity. Very Hurt does manage to stay alive in the fight, and it is all complexity on this kill feed. They have an EMP, but I don't think they're going to need it. Hedan is waiting up top, gets a sleep dart down, will send off his biotic grenade, but ends up dying in the end. So Complexity with 1:45 left will get this point and boost themselves up to 4 minutes and 15 seconds to move through the streets phase. So getting it done, and they will have the EMP and Earth Shatter, which is a great combination for them to work with on the next fight.
They're going to be rolling into the streets with 5, basically. Meanwhile, Luminosity, just an Earth Shatter, maybe a Graviton in the next fight. However, both of those are very, very big ultimates on offense or defense. Ube changing over to Farah here for the streets phase. He's certainly going to rain death from the skies. Farah play pretty fantastic throughout the Winter Premiere. Super Fluke, he's going to be caught out.
That is such good execution. Nicholas had gotten 2 off of his self-destruct. Hard Blue gets 2 as well. Beautiful execution with the EMP, and they only used 2 ults to win that fight. EMP and the self-destruct over the top from Nicholas, and they get it done. They'll still have so much to work with. Really managing the ult economy well right there, and Luminosity still doesn't have, I mean, they're coming up soon on theirs, but
it's something I've always expected Complexity to do a little bit more, but we'll talk about that later. Right now, Harbu, he's looking for a hook in the back. He's still holding on to a whole hog, but he came up with Lucio, and Mineral's going to sit down.
Oh, Harblu sending Mineral right back to the respawn. He is still in this. The pulse bomb landing right on top of Harblu from Icefeld, but it is just about an even fight at the moment. Winghaven was just turned into mincemeat there on the payload, so that should be them getting put back. What a sleep dart onto Nicholas. They'll try and stagger him out a bit. Oh, oh, Hedan, come on, man. Oh, the BM. They're just gonna wait and wait. Ube will give him the greetings. He does manage to get back into his mech suit to meet up with the team, but Hedan making sure his presence was known there.
Hedan very well known for his clutch sleep darts, and that being shown front and center right there.
Now they do have Earth Shatter here. They engage with this whole hog to press Luminosity back, create a little bit of space for themselves, and Ube now with the nano boost is looking to wreak havoc on Farah. Has a barrage ready, has not quite used it yet, or hasn't yet used it, but Luminosity doesn't need it, so he'll hang on as long as he can with that one. And yet again, they're going to try and stall out Nicholas here. They miss the sleep dart, but they'll just wait as long as they can. They actually don't go for the kill onto him. They're just going to leave him out of his mech, which is still very good for them because it almost puts Lumin... Oh! Baby. He managed to hit that rocket in the end, finishing off Nicholas. What is this? Oh, boy. Well, that'll delay things certainly even further for Complexity.
Ube is just a monster today. I wonder if he knew he was going to hit that shot. I don't mean when he fired it, but when he let Nicholas go. If he knew exactly what he was going to do. It certainly looked like he started lining up for it.
I'll make him wait a little bit longer before I kill him. He hit it, though. That was excellent.
Oh, EMP.
Oh, EMP comes in. They use a Transcendence on top of it to make sure, but there's already 2 kills. Icefeld finds Winghaven off of the Pulse Bomb, but it's actually still managing to keep Luminosity around for a bit longer. Getting a hack onto Icefeld, though, will make him so immobile. That should be easy pickings for them. Finally, they clean up on it. That is an excellent hack, though. A free kill for Complexity, and they'll be able to press this payload further through the streets. Luminosity with a couple more attempts to hold.
Only 55 seconds left on the clock. Luminosity's gonna be able to come out and defend this second point. It looks like they're just now getting into position, and there is enough time for them to mount maybe about half a successful defense, but if they can expand on it through Ube, it's certainly going to be a different story. Spree getting pulled forward, and that's a big problem for Luminosity. He's been huge in these fights so far.
Losing Joe Meister, that was Complexity, who was just about to have that sound barrier. Hard Blue pops the whole hog, and Hedan, who's so close to dying, might actually get the better of him, hooks him and kills him, but then finished off by Icefeld. So keeping Luminosity around in this one. Mineral ends up falling. Nicholas going to town on Farah. Will just solo cap the payload himself. Who needs the rest of the team, right? And he just goes through, and now he's having the Farah v Farah battle. Ube getting the better of him there. Hitting the air shot, had the bubble. Well done by Spree to give his teammate that bubble. And, Now they will look to be moving through this next point. Only a minute and 30 to do it, David. They gotta work quick.
Complexity does have the ultimates to pull it off, but at the same time, Luminosity's been playing very hot so far. Spree getting very close to a Graviton. That could be a problem. Ube with a barrage looming. He's already got Nano Boost. He's going to throw down the barrage, cutting straight through sound barrier and taking out Joe Meister, but he's going to fall right after that.
He cut through it. They do trade 1 for 1, and now Nicholas in an excellent position for a barrage. Will be able to find 2 Harblues there to help out the cause. And Shake getting 2 in the end himself, still continuing to be a fragger for Complexity. He's just, I mean, it's like the man's a DPS out there, continuously killing.
The big thing for Complexity is they are still holding on to an EMP and an Earth Shatter. Combining those back to back will certainly open up the field for Complexity against Luminosity. 40 seconds left.
This is going to be crucial for Complexity to win the fight. Harblu just about to go down and misses the hook. So Luminosity are going to win this fight. If you're Complexity, you need to go in and die right now and reset. It's a team wipe. Luminosity get it, and that's fine, but Complexity will have one last shot at trying to bring this in. If they don't manage to cap it out here, Luminosity are going to take the series and get 3rd place in the Winter Premiere. Pivotal fight for Complexity. Start to work in right now. It's already maybe Torque working the left-hand side a little bit, trying to maybe create some space. Hooked in was Spree, getting him out of his mech suit. That is a big way to start things off. Ube is actually on McCree, something we haven't seen too much from him. And now with the Discord Orb on him, Super Pluke, he's so hurt, he's gonna go down. That's 2 kills for Complexity. And Icefelt is incredibly hurt behind enemy lines, and Complexity is looking good to get this in the end. And now it's going to be Harblu. Oh, Winghaven being put to sleep, woken up. Spree now with, oh, he's gonna get a Nano Boost, but that Earth Shatter shuts down Hedan and Icefelt. Complexity brings it home. They get all 3 points in overtime. And now Luminosity has a chance still to take the match. They will have a minute on the clock. Complexity, this is exactly what I was trying to explain earlier.
You called it.
Yeah, Complexity will not have an opportunity to re-push this point. It's just going to be Luminosity with a minute and 4 on the clock to do it.
Complexity now with their entire fate, 3rd, 4th match, resting on 1 minute and 4 seconds of defense on the first point of Hollywood.
Oh, never mind, apparently they do get time down. It says they have a minute left. Okay, apparently the game is messing with me. So they do get a...
Oh, it's only if they have over a minute, my bad.
Okay, yeah, well, so they will both get a minute down. Getting our words mixed up here, but they will have both a minute. Luminosity with 4 more seconds. That 4 seconds probably not going to make too big of a difference. Either way, though, both teams need to take a very quick fight, and they need to make it happen fast, because really, with how long some of these fights can last, they're not going to have maybe an attempt at really a good, solid second push. So they need to get all that they can on this fight. It is going to be, we see at least on the side of Luminosity, they'll be on defense first here. Pretty standard setup. Icefelt will be on Tracer. On this defensive side, Complexity looking to come in with pretty much the same setup. Harblu this time is going to be on Zarya. They have Nicholas and Torque on their DPS, so just 1 minute to work with. Complexity not bringing out that Sombra. They're not going to use it on this fight. They just want to move fast on the fight. They're starting to engage right now. Nicholas looking for some early damage, maybe onto Hedan, landing that direct into the back. Nicholas is continuously putting out the damage. Winghaven already finding Hedan. Super Pluke now falling. This is an excellent start for Complexity here, looking to bring this one on in. Torque has gotten 3 kills on the fight for Complexity, and Luminosity in dire straits at the moment. Complexity will cap it with 20 seconds or so, just under that left on it, but they do manage to get the first point. That is huge for them, and it's going to have to be a continuous movement of the payload more and more. But if they get off it, they're done. So they need to stay on this as long as possible. It's just trying to get distance.
Torque is holding on to a Pulse Bomb. Winghaven getting relatively close to an Earth Shatter. Complexity going to be looking to expand on this. So far, Nicholas is going to get slept in the air, but he manages to get away, and he's taken down immediately afterwards by Hedan.
Oh man, but still Complexity is finding kills, so this is going to give them more and more distance on the payload, exactly what you're looking for. Depending on how far Complexity moves this, I mean, already they're looking so solid. When Luminosity comes to their offensive side, it's going to be tough to move it as far as Complexity is done already, and Complexity's not done yet. That's the thing. They still have time to work with and move, so And this is a pivotal fight here for Luminosity. They're really gonna need to win this one. The pulse bomb did come out. Everybody's still up for Complexity, but Ube manages to flank around and actually kill Shake, which might just be enough for Luminosity to take this fight. Now 2 kills coming their way. The Earth Shatter does come in, as well as a Graviton. Complexity striking back. They wipe Luminosity. It's just Ube who's left. Now the wipe should be coming through, and momentarily does get finished off. Well done by Complexity. They're still moving this forward. They are looking so good.
Keeping their dreams alive. It might not be the first time we've seen them take it so far here on Hollywood, but that's why it's one of their fallback maps, one of their maps that they're best at. A Nano Barrage in the mix here for Complexity. If they can find the right angle, Torque, again with a Pulse Bomb. It's a lot of weaponry as they move into the 3rd point right now. Luminosity's going to want to step forward and drain out as much as this is possible. All Luminosity needs here is one full wipe, or just pressing most of Complexity off of the cart, and they will be able to end this offense.
Oh, that was a good bubble that came on top to Nicholas, but Ube getting a nano boost as well. It's a 1-for-1 trade now. Oh, their Justice raining in, but put to sleep in the middle of it is going to negate some of the damage, but Luminosity get all the kills. They finally stop Complexity, but they get 2 checkpoints off of 1 minute of push time. I mean, that is really well done. Luminosity is definitely at the disadvantage here. They're going to have to go huge on their push.
This might be the first time throughout this entire match that it's looked like Complexity is getting the upper hand.
Icefeld put down. This was so good. They had lost a couple and really worked themselves back into the fight. They lost Shake early. In fact, the Earth Shatter and Graviton pay off huge for Complexity. And now they will be going to the defensive side. Luminosity will have 1 minute and 4 seconds on their offensive end. Well, this is going to be a big one here. Guys, let's get some noise for these guys in this overtime push. Let's go. It's going to be a big one indeed. Luminosity. I've got to make it happen. But well done from Complexity to really persevere. I mean, what a push. You see how far they've made it off of just a minute.
Certainly rallying when it matters. Now, Nicholas going to be breaking out May for their defense. We'll see exactly how well they're able to make it work this time around. The last time May graced the field here against Luminosity, Ube and Spree made pretty short work of Nicholas, even though Nicholas is phenomenal on her. But right now, we're going to be getting into Luminosity's final attempt at an assault here on Hollywood. If they're able to take this as far as Complexity did, they will become our 3rd place finalists here in the Winter Premiere, but right now they're just going to be trying to focus on taking the 1st point.
This will be very tough for Luminosity as they start to engage. Ube staying on that Genji Icefeld on the Tracer. They have a Biotic down on the Winghaven. That is a huge start for them. Nicholas is on the May. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Both Reinhardts out of the fight, and Torque managing to find 2 kills there, and that might just have to be, oh, what a sleep dart to land on the Torque there. Hedan might end up going down. They have Biotics on themselves as well. Not good news for the rest of Luminosity. They are cleaning house. They really need to go for a reset here. Only 20 seconds left. It's going to be difficult for them really to even have a full push for this next fight.
Only just now did they get all of their people back up. 10 seconds left on the clock. Luminosity's got to put a foot onto this descent into overtime, but they don't want to push too disjointed. They don't want to trickle in, but here we go. Everybody's pouring right on, and we're already in overtime.
Ube putting a lot of pressure onto Torque on the top of Cafe. Their Pulse Bomb out from Icefeld lands onto Winghaven, and now Luminosity are finding those kills. Super Pluke is very hurt at the moment, but Hedan giving those heals off, and they should be able to get this point in overtime, and in fact they will. They've managed to wipe through Complexity here, so now Ube pressing forward, really wants to see maybe if he can get Hard Blue late, but he's at full health. That'll be difficult. Either way, Luminosity get this point. They still have a long way to go, but they're looking good. They have a Nano Blade at the ready for the next fight. That could be enough, but really, Complexity is looking for the Blizzard Graviton combo.
Graviton, Blizzard, a sound barrier, but they're definitely looking for some ultimates, perhaps also just counter the Nano Blade. A Graviton can certainly do that if the dash is already out. Blizzard can certainly provide an area of protection, but either way, Ube already out with a Dragon Blade. He's looking for a few more kills here. He's already taken down 2. Spree chiming in as well, and that's going to be very good for Luminosity as they're pouring through the 3 phase. 5 down for Complexity. Luminosity still in overtime. They've got to stay on this cart the whole way through, but they are getting very close.
The thing is that what's going going to be, Luminosity is going to have to play this perfectly. This Graviton and Blizzard combo that Complexity is about to have is easily enough to win the game for them, and it's almost impossible to avoid if you're Luminosity. So this is going to be just an incredibly tough push to make. Icefeld did make a switch after that first point to D.Va, and he's going to see maybe if they can make something happen with that, because the Graviton's going to come down now. Nicholas ends up surviving off of an excellent sound barrier from Joe Meister. They put the Blizzard down as well. That should seal the deal for Complexity. They've gotten all sorts of kills here, and Luminosity need to stall as long as possible to get those respawns back. It won't happen. Complexity taking map number 3 here, getting themselves on the board. And it is still 2-1 overall for Luminosity, but Complexity certainly have gotten themselves back in the game.
It was quite the push there. Complexity able to get the win in 4 rounds. Took them the whole time, and I want to go back to their first offensive push. We saw in the Streets phase them being able to push through, then getting wiped a bit, and then Nicholas, as the last moments are expiring, solo caps that second point and is able to get the win for them.
Now it was huge. I mean, Complexity came up big when they needed it. That sound barrier from Joe Meister at the end here was pivotal as well, because Nicholas was getting low on health, and had he died, it could have potentially been a different story, because he did end up getting that Blizzard down, which helped solidify it for Complexity. But in the end, they get the job done. Good play from everybody on Complexity. That's what you want to see out of them, and see if they can continue that into the next map.
Yeah, for sure. And but still, Ube, just such a huge situation for them. They were able to deal with him better in this situation, in this particular game. But we also had some plays from Torque on the side of Complexity. Great plays from him. We take a look at the highlights from this match here. So they're able to finally get a win.
Yeah, Torque is not a guy you want to leave sitting uncontested on high ground for long, and that's what happened in a few instances throughout this map. He was able to just sit up here time and time again. Eden finally contesting him, hitting him a nice sleep dart, but he ends up getting woken up eventually and then just finishes off all these guys that were hiding in the corner desperately. So Torque is definitely not the guy you want to leave sitting uncontested on high ground.
So that gives us into a map number 4. Or yes, 4, 5, depending on how you look at it. No, this is map number 5. Yes, because we just played map number 4 because we had a draw at the beginning. I remember now. So Nepal will most likely be where we go, because that's what Luminosity loves to do. Complexity, they got the win they needed to start this reverse sweep. What do they have to do here on Nepal if that is where we in fact end up?
Well, I mean, previously we talked about Complexity. They have a good record against Luminosity on Nepal, but today it doesn't seem as though they're playing that well on these control point maps. I think for Complexity, if they can avoid that, I mean, if they want to try that triple DPS composition that they were doing earlier, that's fine, but I don't want them to stick on it for too long. I think that's my big thing, is just not forcing the issue. If you need to go back to a 2-2-2 setup, whatever, then do it. But don't linger on the triple DPS if it's not working.
Well, obviously, if it's not working, don't linger on almost anything. But with the 2-2-2, I think they stand a much better chance. Zarya, Winston, perhaps, but still playing very aggressive with everybody else. But they have to find a way to shut down Ube. Otherwise, he's just going to completely tear it open.
For absolutely much certainty, they have to shut down Ube here on this next map, which we will get to after the break. Going to take a quick 90-second break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
What the hell did we kill out there?
The Great Wall is the only barrier keeping the world safe.
Whatever it is, it's hunting. As long as the wall stands, we have hope.
Rated PG-13.
Oh, no, 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 no!
Gaming doesn't have to be like this. Are those tears? You need a machine that can keep up with you. This is the new Omen X. All those hours of training are about to pay off. Don't rage quit. Get the Omen X with an Intel Core processor. Dominate the game.
are back with the Winter Premiere Grand Finals here at PAX South. Game number 5 about to get underway, and it is Nepal that Luminosity has chosen to go and make their stand. They will try to get the win here, sending Complexity home, but Complexity, if they've got anything to do with it, they're not going down without a fight.
Absolutely. I mean, we talked just before the break, too, about how they will, if Complexity wants to have success here, they're going to need to shut down Ube, and that is certainly something that they will need to do. He's been incredibly effective for Luminosity throughout the day today, but I think someone else they need to work on shutting down also is Icefelt, because Icefelt on Tracer play as well can be so dangerous for Luminosity. So they need to keep him in check when he is out there on Tracer, certainly. And if Luminosity wins this map, they will be your third place finisher in the Winter Premiere here. If Complexity wins it, we'll see yet another map and a final deciding map. In fact, that would be. So yeah, they're still on the fence here on the back foot. Historically, we were talking before as well, this has been Complexity in this particular matchup, Complexity versus Luminosity. Anytime they've played Nepal, Complexity has won it, at least in the Winter Premiere. But today, Complexity has not been looking the best on their control point maps.
There's nothing I have.
Teams here to start things out so far, showing virtual mirror comps with an exchange of Pharah for Genji.
Remember your training.
No, to kind of address your point earlier, they also have to need to shut down Icefelt. Yep, absolutely agree. However, if they're running that kind of 2-2-2, but a little bit of a dive style, when Shake is playing Zenyatta, he pretty much counters out Icefelt on his own. It's really only when there's two people going after him, when he has to deal with both Icefelt and Ube.
Yeah, and that can be very troublesome indeed, and it seems as though Shake will be on the all right, they're going for more of a standard setup here, at least for on Nepal. They have Torque and Nicholas on the DPS 2-2-2 setup, and already a Complexity of lost Winghaven. Icefelt finds that, so ooh, hitting those shurikens long range. Duncan from Ube, but it is Luminosity with the stronger presence on the point because Complexity had lost Winghaven so early on. They pretty much had to wait for him to respawn, come back. Now they'll look to engage quite quickly. A good concussive grenade actually brought some of the players, dispersed them on the side of Complexity, and Luminosity is there. Well, Luminosity is going to get the frags here regardless of that. Torque and Winghaven have both gone down, now losing Joe Meister. Complexity not off to the best of starts here, but they will be going for the regroup. No real ultimates up yet. They'll be looking to engage.
That initial engagement clearly going towards Luminosity. Luminosity breaking out a little bit of a set play to take down Winghaven right off the bat after a counter charge.
Oh, the boop from Nicholas using that concussive blast to take Super Pook down, sending him into the pit. This is a huge opening for Complexity now, but the Nano Blade is going to be out from Ube, and this is dangerous. What a sleep dart from Shake to put him down, but he ends up getting woken up in the middle of it, and he'll be able to continue doing damage now to the rest of the Complexity squad. So now they're losing a lot of players. Joe Meister is still on this point, trying to bring it back. They were so close to capping Complexity, but Luminosity end up holding them off in the end. 60% and counting now for them on this point.
If Luminosity can reassemble and get up close to this choke point, they do have a lot of weaponry, even Earthshatter, Graviton, and the Attack Visor kind of hanging all the way there in the back. That's a lot for Luminosity to hold, and with 30% left or so, they're looking very good to take round one.
Now the Graviton's gonna be out there. Icefelt just slowly grinding down Hard Blue and ends up getting the kill. And they do use his sound barrier. Complexity. Torque had used his tack visor as well. Now Icefelt looking to capitalize off of his own tack visor, really dishing out that damage. And even though Complexity ends up getting the point, Spree and Icefelt combine to just mow through the ranks of Complexity. And Luminosity will regain control of the point very quickly, and Complexity needs to hurry up and go. They have triple DPS now. Hard Blue's on Tracer, mainly probably to get back to the point quick, but one last fight is all they'll have unless they get the point. Charging across with Super Pluke, a good boop from Mineral. Made sure that his teammates didn't actually get caught by that charge, but Super Pluke with Earthshatter and Winghaven charging in. Needs to get heals and quick, but they just focus him down. Couldn't stay alive, and barely making it to the point in time was Complexity. They're down so many players at this point. I can't imagine Luminosity does not take map number 1 here, at least stage 1, and indeed they do. Off to a good start here. Luminosity up 1-0 on the on this control point.
Well, Complexity taking Nepal frequently in the past against Luminosity, but as we've said a number of times, Ube was all the way over in Finland when that was happening, and now he's here, and he is on fire today.
Is indeed. He's been feeling good, playing good all day, and taking a look at a replay here, going in with that nano blade. There ended up being a tremendous sleep, and that is such a shame that he got woken up. I think Nicholas may have already kind of fired a rocket towards him. It was just unfortunate timing, but I mean, really great play from Shake to at least kill some of the duration of the nano blade. Didn't end up mattering in the end because they didn't get the point, but we are headed on to phase number 2 here. Going on in is they are on Shrine, and down 1-0 is Complexity. Icefeld actually making a switch over to McCree, and Torque now playing Tracer. Hard Blue continuing to stay on Zarya, and Icefeld can also be quite dangerous on the McCree. We haven't seen him do as much of it throughout the Winter Premiere. Icefeld playing McCree, but we know he can be dangerous on it. Luminosity still 2-2-2 setup for them.
Well, this looks even worse for Complexity than when Icefeld was playing Tracer so far. Fairly accurate with McCree, and McCree on this stage of Nepal is deadly.
Yeah, very deadly, and it's going to work good to counter Nicholas, who's on Pharah, and charging through him was Ube, actually even getting that flashbang off. Winghaven charges in, got a biotic on himself, quickly dispatched up by the rest of the Luminosity squad, and Nicholas bodies Icefeld, so it's a 1-for-1 trade. And they do have one trying to wrap around this left-hand side. There was an excellent barrier from Spree onto his Reinhardt to make sure that he stayed alive from the pulse bomb, keeping him nice and healthy. Ends up going down in the end, Super Fluke, as the rest of Complexity tries to press towards the point. There is this barrage at the ready. Nicholas has it. Graviton comes out, and he will now use that barrage. Melts through a couple of players. Spree ends up killing himself, but a lot of damage. Oh, nice shot from Icefeld to finish off Nicholas, but Complexity with a strong presence on the point here should be able to cap up. Yes, indeed, they will. Luminosity, though, gets 50%.
Complexity staying very calm there after Nicholas took out McCree. They didn't push in too far. They just kind of loitered around, waited for another pickup. I think that ended up being Super Fluke, and from there poured it on, using the barrage just to guarantee they're able to retake it, keeping everything down to 50%. Generally a great assault there for Complexity. Now they're going to be in a situation where they're going to be holding while Luminosity comes back. They do have a Graviton to assist them in that, and perhaps a Sound Barrier to defend against this Dragon Blade when it comes out from Ube.
They're going to drop it in. Hard Blue was completely separated from his team, and there was absolutely no follow-up from the rest of Complexity off of the Graviton, and now Ube is going to use that Dragon Blade yet again. Very hurt. Joe Meister able to finish him off with the right click, and Torque is there to take out Hedan. So still back and forth affair. That barrier was there yet again from Spree on his Reinhardt as the pulse bomb came in. I think it may have worn off just in the last second and dealt the damage. Super Fluke's low, but he's still alive, and that's what matters for Luminosity. So they retake the point here, and Complexity evened it up. Luminosity now is going to take an advantage in percent.
Shake with a number of hero plays so far on this round. Biotic on Ube quite frequently, setting up Ube, keeping him in positions where you can't necessarily keep getting that healing as he's flying around. And once he lands that effectively, Ube's danger is very, very limited. But either way, Luminosity taking back the point, 49% for Complexity as they're stepping in, and they're starting to look for a different angle here. But Luminosity's going to take it to them first. They're not going to give them the time to dictate the pace of this battle.
Oh, they were trying to go for the flashbang over the top, get the shield down, then Earthshatter, but it just didn't connect onto the squad of Complexity, and regardless, they did still manage to find a few kills, but so did Complexity, and they have a much stronger presence on this point. So once they clean up Ube, they should be able to retake. Ube just trying to stall out as long as he possibly can. And they do get the cap. So Luminosity sitting at 91%. Complexity is going to have to be just about perfect through the rest of this if they want to take this stage of Nepal.
Luminosity will have a Graviton, though, work with, able to get this back. But like you said, Complexity, they're just holding on to so many different tools, and kind of the terrain makes it much harder for Ube to kind of do what he's been doing so much in the past. A lot of time he's going to be within range of Winghaven, but hold on to all that thought. There's a nano already on the field. Torque's going to go down to Icefeld.
There was a pretty big Earthshatter, but Luminosity have so many kills. It's only Harblue who is uphill. Try and come back in and stall as long as possible. Uses Graviton, actually ends up buying a little bit of time for them, but I think that may actually end up paying off because he needed to buy some amount of time. Nice shot from Icefeld. That did buy enough for them to get back onto this point, but it'll be a rough fight for them. Pulse Bomb did connect with Super Fluke. Complexity actually getting themselves back in it a little bit. Winghaven ends up falling. They just need to make sure they continue to get players onto this point. Torque is there for now, and now with Joe Meister going down, that could make things very difficult. Missing. Oh, he's got to convert on that kill. Torque manages to find it. 2 kills, in fact, for him as Icefelt missed his flashbang, and Torque, who's so hurt, has survived for way too long here. Luminosity needed to clean up on him long ago, but it is still a continuous fight. Complexity just desperately trying to regain control at this point. They have the numbers here, but Spree is going to stall as long as he can, and I think they will be able to retake. Luminosity coming back to regroup. It'll be one last fight to decide this.
This is neck and neck so far. Just about 10% left here on the percentage meters for Complexity to capture this point and even up the round score here on Nepal.
Oh, nice pulse bomb. Torque lands it right onto Super Fluke. And now it's looking actually quite good for Complexity. They end up losing Joe Meister. They've traded. It's a 4-on-4 fight, and Harblue with that nano boost, he's pretty charged up. That could be bad news. Gets put to sleep though. That is a big play coming out from Hedon. And they are still continuing to duke it out on the point as it has been quite back and forth. They don't really have a lot of big damage dealers. And that Earth Shatter from Super Fluke finishes off Shake. So now it's really not looking good for Complexity as Luminosity has a pretty strong standing on it. And Super Fluke's Fire Strike takes out Torque, and this is going to be the last fight to determine who takes this stage. Oh, I thought he had made it back onto the point in time, but apparently not. Complexity will tie it up at 1-1 here on Nepal.
Ube struggling a bit more. I mean, as much as you can call him struggling, certainly doing quite a bit of work there, but Shake finding a lot of angles to get Biotic on him. Winghaven getting a few connections with a hammer. Anytime you get in those close quarters fights, which there's going to be a lot more of on Nepal, he can't necessarily dash vertically in a lot of these different angles a lot of the time. And frequently, he's just going to catch like one hammer swing from Winghaven. And when you're Biotic, that puts you in an area where just a little bit of damage is going to put you down. But either way, he was doing a phenomenal job throughout. Luminosity just barely giving up that point.
Oh man, that was... Thought Ube made it there. He just missed it barely. Had to be by a pixel.
Shake, though, I do want to point that out. Shake was huge in that last round, and he is playing on fire right now. That solo shatter coming up from Pluke was absolutely worth it. You might just keep doing that.
Yeah, now that is actually going to send us on to Village, and already Complexity with a number advantage, a 2-player advantage. In fact, so far in this fight, Nicholas on Farah has just been uncontested so far, flying around. No one's been able to deal with him. They don't really have anything to deal with him on the side of Luminosity, and they will just come right onto the point and cap it up first here, Complexity.
Now, this stage of Nepal throughout the Winter Premiere has one that has always been in Complexity's favor for the most part. Torque has been so deadly on Tracer on this stage, and sometimes Nicholas will hop over to May, and he can be quite a threat as well, but on Farah, when they're in a defensive posture, not so much when they retake, he's a huge presence to deal with.
And now they're coming to engage back into this fight. Torque has done so much damage to Mineral. I thought he might even be a bit lower. Easy pickings. Oh. Torque hitting so many headshots. That is absurd out from him. Oh, goodness. That is a full team wipe. Lights out.
Complexity definitely looking like they're going to get back into this game so far. 33% on the meter. They do have a pretty large advantage in their ultimate economies. Overall, Torque can certainly guarantee that this next push doesn't really go anywhere as long as he's able to find the right target. A really biggest thing is to wait for Spree's barrier to come out onto somebody first and then put it onto Super Fluke and finish him off. Because if he allows Spree to save him, and Spree will save him, it's going to waste that. But that nano's going to come out on Nicholas, and that barrage is going to be let loose, and that's a disaster for Luminosity.
Oh, got put to sleep, but he still did a whole lot of work with that barrage beforehand, and it is all Complexity on Village so far in this stage. I mean, Luminosity, they don't really, they're kind of behind in the alt game too. I mean, Complexity have quite a bit to work with. Soon to have the Graviton Pulse Bomb combo. They've Earth Shatter, almost a sound barrier. It's going to be a really tough 75%. In fact, too, it'll probably be just about one solid fight for Luminosity left. They need to make it count here. It'll be difficult. Nicholas looking to try and hit these air shots. Couldn't quite land, and Luminosity were starting to put time down on the point. 1-for-1 trade so far. He's going at it with Ube. What a shot from Nicholas, ending Ube. He's finished off afterwards, but that is a thing of beauty out from Nicholas, giving a clinic on Farah play right now as It is going to be all Complexity on top of that. They use, oh, it's going to be Boostio Mineral on the point. I don't know if there's anyone else around, and Complexity, it's all them on the point. I don't even know if someone's there from Luminosity. No, they are not. Not there to touch the point. Complexity now getting very much back into this, taking a 2-1 lead on Nepal.
Very quickly in that stage, it looked like Complexity taking up 2-1 was already a foregone conclusion. Ube finding a little bit of trouble trying to get there into the fight. As long as he was staying on Pharah on the offensive side, I didn't really think they were going to be getting a whole lot of momentum out of Luminosity. Perhaps if he broke out his Mei, divided up the point, did some walls like they've done in the past to retake something that we've seen Complexity do as well, then that might be the answer. Certainly trying to go air to air from a defensive posture to Nicholas isn't going to really work out so well, but at the same time, when Torque is playing this well, and this is the Tracer we've seen Torque play so much in the past, it's going to be hard just to get onto the point at all. That backline harassment is just too much to handle.
Complexity with a very good opportunity. I mean, to send this into a fifth or maybe a sixth.
This is their chance to tie it all up.
Yeah, they can tie it up 2-2 right here and send it into a final map if they can manage to take this stage.
And it's not the stage that they lost. They've won both of these stages so far, so this is a grand opportunity for them.
So far, Complexity playing very aggressive in onto the point. Hedan, who's so low, Nicholas is just connecting with these rockets continuously, and he's still uncontested flying around in the air. Ube's looking for the hook, but Nicholas doing a good job of positioning himself away from the hook, and he gets even another direct rocket to take down Hedan. Torque takes out Super Fluke. Complexity capping the point first here yet again. They've totally turned this match around. I mean, just really finding their groove, and they are playing on point.
Nicholas is already at 82%, 88% on his barrage. He's going to have that in the next fight. Probably going to loiter somewhere around the gate and drop it right on top of Luminosity's head when they come in. Pretty much guaranteeing, unless they're able to make a big play with Super Fluke, but with no ultimates up to defend it, this should be sending back to spawn for Luminosity any moment now.
Oh, Mineral so hurt. Torque really looking to clean up on this if he can. He's just hanging on by the skin of his teeth, but he's doing such a good job, Torque, of getting onto these backline supports, and he's just melting them with damage. Mineral so hurt. Torque is going to town on Tracer at the moment, just wiping Luminosity off of the map. And Complexity will be up to 40% and counting with a whole lot of ultimates to work in the bank. Oh, it's not looking good for Luminosity right now, to say the least.
No, it is not. Just now getting close to 50% for Complexity. They've already won this stage once. They're looking to do it again. Gonna tie everything up with Luminosity and take this game all the way to a 6th map is what it looks like so far. Not ready to call it yet, though. Almost 5 ultimates online for Complexity. That's a disaster for Luminosity. They're gonna have to find a way to come up with some big picks to open this up.
Good speed boost coming out from Complexity to disengage a bit, but now they use the sound barrier. Nicholas ended up killing himself, but they are still very much in it, trading back and forth. Torque is just looking for a target to find with this Pulse Bomb, waiting for this Graviton to come in. Torque with 3 off the Pulse Bomb. That is fantastic coming out from Complexity. 80% and counting. It is just about to go into a final map here. Complexity in full flow at the moment.
The reverse sweep looks like it's about to be real, at least. Well, maybe they'll make it a chance at least.
Oh, it is looking so good. Torque is on fire at the moment, and no one's been able to deal with him. Ube and Nicholas going at it in the air, but Winghaven coming down, actually getting taken out. He had an Earth Shatter already. That could end up biting them. Ube going for the barrage. Nicholas says no to that. And now Luminosity is going to be down 2 players. They're still continuing to trade, but Nicholas still finding frags for Complexity. Pulse Bomb from Icefelt finally ends his reign of terror. But with Torque still there, you know that Complexity is always going to be in that fight. Takes down Mineral, lands the Pulse Bomb onto Fluke, finishes him off. Complexity are still around on this point. Winghaven is there to try and stall it. He hits the Earth Shatter as well. If he can clean up on these frags, that could be big for them, though. Getting put to sleep, well done by Hedan. Finishing off Winghaven. Harblue is still there, and Nicholas finding to himself. Yeah, Complexity looking to send it to a final map, and they are indeed able to. We'll have one more to decide this 3rd and 4th place match. Complexity are looking phenomenal.
Complexity able to get the win again. We go to Game 5, Game 6, depending on how you wanted to talk about the draw. But oh my goodness, the story for this match for me was Nicholas and Torque. We saw Nicholas playing the Pharah better than he's been playing Pharah a lot, and he's been getting slightly better every single game. And there was a pivotal point. We've seen Ube versus Nicholas in the air, a 1v1 Pharah battle every single map. This is the first time Nicholas won that battle.
Dude, I mean, these guys, it was the TJO brothers going to town on Nepal. I mean, they could not be stopped. I mean, whether it was Torque having such good discipline on that one pulse bomb that he hit. It wasn't this one here, but a very good discipline to wait for it. Torque just focused. Oh, look how many headshots that is. I mean, what is this? Torque is just melting players with every bullet. And between him and Nicholas, I'm not saying the rest of the team didn't make big plays, because they did throughout that, but definitely Nick and Torque, a big reason why they were able to take Nepal there.
Harblu was certainly a big factor on all of that. I think he was all over the objective, making sure that a lot of those kills were cleaned up at the end, but definitely Torque, 62% kill participation, 56 eliminations.
I felt like the biggest momentum shift also was on that final point that we saw the first time around on the outside gazebo point, where Torque was stalled for so long, was able to keep them in that, keep them going there, and able to get that win that was able to push them all the way through to win 3 rounds straight. But holy cow, that Nicholas 1v1 with Ube on this final point, we get to see that one more time here. He's able to win that one in the air. It was quite a clutch moment.
Yeah, this is some good Pharah play. 1, 2, see you later. Ube, that was very well done from Nicholas. There was another play I'd like to point out quickly. Actually, on that final stage that we saw the first time around on Shrine, Harblu had used his Graviton to try and save the point. Or, like, he used it, and it seemed like a really inopportune time. He used it when he was up there by himself, but he was actually buying his team time to get back to the point. All they needed to do was win the fight. It looked like it was a misplayed Graviton. I think that was actually well played from Harblu, because he kept them in it. It allowed Harblu to just stay and contest the point a little bit longer. Complexity ended up coming back and actually winning the fight off of that and taking that stage. So I wanted to give Harblu credit for that play that he made there.
Absolutely. Now, you talked earlier about the timing of the pulse bomb from Torque and the way that he was able to line up with the Graviton surge. We could take one more look at that fantastic play from Torque. He was able to get the win here for Complexity.
Good patience from Torque on this pulse bomb too. Waited for the Graviton to come out, didn't go for it early, waited for the sound barrier to come down a little bit as well so he could get maximum effect with the pulse bomb. Great patience from Torque on that.
Now here's the thing. We've been seeing Complexity winning the maps that we would think Luminosity would win here on Nepal. We saw Luminosity winning on Hollywood and Kings Row. Where are we going next? Where is this map? Where's this game being decided?
Gibraltar?
We've played so many maps already. What's left in the pool at this point?
Like, there's Dorado, and yeah, Gibraltar. There's got Eichenwald might be. No, Eichenwald is not.
They're still both in there. I mean, I'm trying to look at some of their previous history. So it's Luminosity's pick. They might want to go actually for Route 66 here if that's in our pool. I think we might see that from Luminosity coming out, because that's one that they've won on. Not sure as though Complexity really feels all that comfortable on it. Luminosity has had success there throughout some of the stages of the Winter Premiere.
Certainly if Luminosity went to Route 66 and they basically emulated a lot of what Ghost did yesterday, it looked to me like Ghost had studied what Complexity does on Route 66 and shut it down one step at a time. It's like, okay, starts off with moving Reaper underneath Big Earls. We'll shut that down. After that, when that kind of fails, they get it around the corner, double back, speed boost out of the tunnel. So we're going to play back and catch that. And then they eventually, just in one of those kind of exchanges, just pulled all the way back and then came back and retook the cart right at the end and completely shut down everything that Complexity had going. So if Luminosity was trying to basically just copy that whole strategy, I don't know if Complexity would have been able to come up with something new or play that entirely different just overnight.
Will it be Route 66? Will it be Gibraltar? We will find out when we come back. It will be one game to decide Complexity versus Luminosity. We are so excited to see who is going to win this one. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Of the wonders of the world, the Great Wall of China was the only one built to protect us.
What on earth are they fighting here? These people are doomed. Maybe, but I'm going to stay and fight.
rated PG-13.
Oh, no, 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 no!
Gaming doesn't have to be like this. Are those tears? You need a machine that can keep up with you. The new Omen X. All those hours of training are about to pay off. Don't rage quit. Get the Omen X with an Intel Core processor. Dominate the game.
Ladies and gentlemen, one final game to decide Complexity versus Luminosity. We've seen so many matches between these guys, and it'll all come down to this. It will be Dorado. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your teams. Make some noise and show them who you want to win. We're going into the final game.
This is going to be a good one indeed, folks. I see some energy out there because this has been an excellent match so far to determine our third and fourth place finishes, and this is only our first match of the day. We still have more Overwatch to come even.
How fitting is it that
so
Complexity's run back to the top 4 after such a weak performance in week 1 began with Luminosity. Then they went on a 5-game tear after that to get themselves here, and either way, win or lose, it will again end with Luminosity.
It's been a great story to watch both of these teams come through the Winter Premiere. They got themselves to the LAN finals, and now it comes down to just one map to determine their fate in the entirety of this tournament. It will be done on Dorado, so Luminosity starting off on defense. For this one, Complexity will get us kicked off on offense. This is Luminosity's map choice. Complexity have worked themselves back into this match. They went down 2 maps to 0. They've now won 2 maps in a row. And we will now have one more to decide it. Can't get any more exciting than that. Mineral will be on Symmetra for this first point, which has been so popular on Dorado as of late for a lot of teams. It's been quite effective as well for the most part. But no Torb to go along with it, just Symmetra, and once you get that teleporter up, can pay big dividends for you. Most likely won't be a shield generator. It seems as though everybody these days is really going for the telly.
Yeah, well, Mineral's also one of the best Symmetras we've seen throughout the Winter Premiere, often generating his percentage very quickly, frequently getting down his teleporter.
Yeah.
Let's see exactly here what Complexity has in store. If you're a fan for Complexity out there, let's hear it as they begin this offense.
There we go. All right. Well, they are going to kick things off here. We want to see what they can do with this first offensive side. Is getting hooked already with somebody, but I think that hook ended up breaking off. Thank you, 2.0. But here we go. It is going to be the initial fight in the choke here. We'll see if Complexity decides to break off and go through Courtyard and wrap around the left-hand side. They do already have Ube up there. Luminosity does, to try and fight it, and they've actually lost Nicholas thanks to Ube being up there in a good position. So he'll back up. Complexity probably won't be able to do too much until they get their Pharah back. Mineral sitting at about 50% on his teleporter, so that's going to be a key one we need to keep an eye on, is that teleporter. Moving forward.
Ube was up there playing in a kind of a sneaky position, lying away to see who he could come up with. Nicholas looked like he was trying to take a shortcut by boosting over, got caught and yanked right down, and it's gonna happen again as Nicholas getting hooked in right by Ube and going back.
But Shay coming up with the big play to find Super Fluke, so it's a 1-for-1 trade now. Hard Blue, missing the hook, actually connected with the hook to kill Torque. And Ube, he's gonna find himself too, as Hard Blue was lying on the ground. 3 for Ube, coming up with plays yet again on Roadhog, keeping Luminosity in it, buying enough time for Mineral to get his teleporter, which he has at the ready now. We'll be putting that one up shortly, and they'll be looking good putting that over inside the apartments. Oh, they are going for the shield generator. Okay.
Nobody was down, so we're going to throw that down, be even more hardy. Definitely looking for a very, very strong first point hold here. And really, Luminosity's looking very good on the ultimate economy overall. Complexity's not too far behind on a number of them, but certainly not as many to work with. And trying to cut through this shield generator is going to be a problem.
Just waiting for the opportunity here. They've actually managed to come all the way around through the right side apartments. Mineral gets one, taking down Shake. That's already a whole slew of kills for Luminosity. Only Torque is there, shut down. That is a team wipe coming out from Luminosity. And both teams are going to have pretty much a full boat in ultimates to come. And you see Nicholas there making a little switch.
And changing over to Reaper, and not really having a whole lot of success on Pharah, frequently getting taken down by Ube. Then again, that's pretty much all of Complexity at the moment so far. Ube being such a monster here on this first point here of Dorado, and in general, anytime he's been playing, honestly, anything but Roadhog on Dorado so far has been very, very deadly. Complexity taking the back stairs, beginning to set up, probably going to pour out directly above the bridge. Nope, they did a little fake, and they're going to go back down the stairs, but that's an early charge coming up from Luminosity along with the Graviton.
Oh goodness, so many ultimates being used, and Nicholas was given the nano boost, but could find absolutely nothing with it. Luminosity shutting Complexity down right there. They can't break through this shield generator. Luminosity managing their ultimates pretty well there. So did Complexity. Neither team investing too much into that one for the most part. I mean, Luminosity still have the big impacts Earth Shatter. So does Complexity. So it'll be, I mean, just about one more fight. Complexity has got to make it happen here. They still have such a long distance to move this payload. Oh, Harblues.
Earth Shatter.
Oh, gonna be in a rough spot as well. Oh, just got grinded down slowly. Now 30 seconds for Complexity. And they baited the Earth Shatter out from Super Pluke, but Winghaven also used this bomb combo from Complexity needs to come up huge on this next fight. One more left.
Definitely, but with a shield generator out there, it's going to be a little bit tricky to take out as many people, especially with Spree still alive. If he throws down a number of shields, he might actually land the Graviton Pulse Bomb combo and come up with nothing.
They gotta hit it right here. The Graviton comes in. That Pulse Bomb does a whole lot of damage, but now a Nano Visor in from Icefeld, finding 2-3 kills for Icefeld. That should shut it down for Luminosity. Complexity has no one else there to push the card. Icefeld just going off on Soldier 76 right there, winning it for Luminosity. They will do have such a big hold on defense. And now that is... Complexity's gonna have to, yet again, I've said it so many times, but they pretty much need to come up with the hold of the century here, the hold of the tournament to win this map.
The payload did not move very far past the bridge at all.
I mean, they had a pretty good bomb combo there. They got the initial pick and did a lot of damage, but there was no shield in there for them to work with. 3, make it 4 and 5 on top of that for Icefeld, just crushing Complexity's hopes.
And that's what I was talking about. In between the shield generator and Spree, the bomb did a lot of damage, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't that big wipe, that big bang that we're used to seeing from really well-placed pulse bombs. As long as Zarya is there, it's kind of a risk. You either have to make sure that her barriers have been burned very recently or that she's down already. Either way, one of the other interesting things I noticed throughout that is Complexity not playing Torque on Genji on this map like they've done so far so recently, and a lot of the time that was very effective for them. I know he was able to take down Mineral in the past. Mineral actually was like lying in wait the last time they played, burning a lot of time that he usually would spend generating his charge, just because Torque was becoming known for coming in from a very specific angle. He was having a lot of success, but either way, Complexity's composition, not including Torque on Genji, and it just not really working out, whether that's the problem or Luminosity's just playing so well, and regardless, the latter is certainly true.
Well, we are going to have ourselves a little bit of a pause coming out, and now we'll just give these teams a little bit. It's still going to have to be a big hold for Complexity coming out. It seems as though they do have that Symmetra pick coming through, but this is pivotal right here. It all comes down to what Complexity can do on this defense to keep them in the match.
That payload is so close, it just does not look very likely at all to me.
Oh, yeah. No, I think it's going to be incredibly tough for them. I can't see it happening. Luminosity has been looking very good on this map. There's a reason why they picked it.
You know, the situation, though, is that teams usually give up that first corner for free. The first hole, the truck got that far because that's how far Luminosity said you can have this for free, right?
Yeah.
And you have to now, in this moment, think, how do we set up a defense in front of that?
They're going to have to play incredibly aggressive.
Right.
I mean, they're going to have to literally be pushing up through the choke point. So it's going to be tough.
You have to have somebody standing directly on it to contest at all times. You can't let Super or Winghaven go down very quickly. Everybody's got to just focus a whole lot on that. Fortunately, if Joe Meister plays forward and starts throwing those shields into the mix, that's going to be a lot to kind of give Reinhardt a chance to break his shield, or to rest his shield and keep him from breaking. But realistically, most of what needs to happen here is Luminosity, they're probably going to play their own game and come in and just kind of play it the way they have been and tear it up. But if they just power through, if they just soak that shield, win the shield war, and push all the way through, they would take the first point.
Yeah, we'll let you guys know what the pause is about as soon as we have any information. But talking about that first round there, Luminosity able to push up to, able to keep them from pushing in any way to that first point, and they shut down Nicholas hard in the situation. We're talking about Nicholas making huge plays in the last round. He switches off of the Pharah very, very quickly. Big part due to Ube and being able just to shut him down every time.
Yeah, in the Pharah battles, Nicholas he came out on top twice, right, in the air-to-air that we've seen so far, once on Anubis and once on Nepal and Village. At least we saw front and center. But as soon as Ube went back to Hog here on Dorado, Nicholas had no room to fly every single time getting yanked out of the air.
Yeah, it's going to be, this is a very tall order for Complexity. I don't know what they can do to, other than just play really aggro. I mean, that's something actually that they have to do. I don't know what else.
They do have to
on top
play
of that.
somewhat aggressive, but there's a lot of different composition choices you could make to try to make the payload holding directly at that place a little bit more survivable. But then there's also things like Mei for the distraction and whatnot. But that opens up other possibilities, and with Luminosity's spawn being so close, they can simply change and adapt and change and adapt. And basically, unless Luminosity really throws this part, it should be their game.
Sounded like we had a player disconnect from the lobby, but it sounds like he is right back, so we should be getting into game any moment now. And yeah, you guys, you think Complexity's got a chance here? Did they pull this one off? What do you guys think? What's Complexity gonna do? Is this it? Or is Luminosity putting it away?
Complexity's gonna woo.
We got some Luminosity fans in the house.
Well, it's Luminosity certainly looking darn good, and I mean, unless they throw this and like the biggest beat of the century, they should have it. I mean, it's gonna take like the biggest throw of throws, but Complexity, who knows? Maybe they'll give us the defense we've all been waiting for out of them. But you do have Nicholas on that defensive Pharah here. And Luminosity is going to be running, it's going to be Ube and Icefelt, that same Genji Tracer combo. And actually, this Joe Meister Symmetra should play into Complexity's favor because of, I mean, it does very well against Genji, though. Right off the gate, Hardblue is going to hook Heat in, but oh no, he's all over him. Two players down from Complexity already. That is not good news at all. Joe Meister quickly needs to work on getting that teleporter up. That will be pivotal to Complexity's success in trying to win this here. Super Fluke engaging. They're just trying to come back a little bit. Winghaven still being supported, though. He ends up going down to Spree, and that's it. Luminosity take it. They will get third place in the Winter Premiere. Complexity couldn't pull it off enough, and they managed to pull it off. Well done from Luminosity, coming down to the wire, but they get it done in the end. There's a reason why they picked Dorado, and it pays off for them.
Able to get that final hold. Well done to Luminosity as they take third place. And you could see there at the end, they realized all we got to do, just push just to that 1 point. So you saw Super Fluke just walk in front, zone back Winghaven, and then just easy push all the way in. Luminosity taking the win over Complexity.
Yeah, they very well done by both teams. A good bout of sportsmanship, shaking hands, and guys had certainly a long travel, not only here, but through the entirety of the Winter Premiere, and it was so much fun to watch them play. I hope the finals are just as good as that one, because that was incredible. But here is your winning moment. Ube coming in, taking out Hardblue, who was unsupported in the end there. He did get the opening pick to kill Hedon, but
from here on out, it's all just shield war. You can see Joe Meister's even trying to come in and try and save some of that shield. He throws his forward, but Luminosity undeterred. They just pour it on. They're able to find Wing Haven very, very quickly. Either way, so much pressure was being put on. All Complexity backed off the cart. From there, Luminosity just GG very, very quickly.
Was able to completely push that one through, and I felt like it was really interesting to see. We talked about they went with the shield generator on the first point. Luminosity did when they were on defense instead of going for the teleporter, which you called out. No one was down. Why not? Let's just see if we can make that full hold there, and they did. They were able to completely shut them down in front of the first checkpoint.
Yep. I mean, it seemed nothing Complexity could do could break through. I mean, and in their defense, I mean, it is very tough to play against a shield generator with all that extra beefiness added on to you. It can be very difficult to work through.
And shield generator becoming I would say a little bit more viable as well, with D.Va kind of fading from play, right? Because D.Va's going to one-shot straight through it. So you want, in some ways, the teleporter to be able to get back a little bit further. Granted, the self-destruct can also take out the teleporter itself, and that's kind of a fine line. But either way, the shield's becoming even more trustworthy with D.Va being off the map.
We talked a lot about Ube throughout this game, but Icefelt was also a huge part of the win here for Luminosity. We can take a look at his nano visor here at the end of the game to give them the win on the defense.
So well timed and executed, waiting for the shield to be out of play, waiting till he had the big opportunity to do this. He ends up getting 5 in total, crushing them. I mean, that's going for your nano visor at the opportune time. Sometimes people just throw it out there while the shield's still up, but he waited for the perfect moment and paid off.
Hit him from the side as well. It wasn't really an opportunity where Complexity could really spend a whole lot of time and resources turning to deal with him, because the rest of Luminosity's pouring it on from the front as well. Luminosity just played that first point exceptionally well.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, that was certainly a good way to start us off today. It was a very back-and-forth affair between both squads, and I'm excited to see what Immortals and Ghosts bring to the table here in a little while. That should also be just as good, I hope, because it's going to be tough to beat what we just saw right here. These guys gave us a hell of a performance.
Yeah, we got 6 games and a best of 5. You can't beat that right there.
Yeah, right? It's a lot of Overwatch.
Yeah, no, it's going to be so much fun. I cannot wait to see Immortals versus Ghosts. Yeah. Thoughts about this match here? We got I have no idea who to pick in this match right now.
See, that's the interesting thing. I see so many similarities between these two teams across the board. If you look position to position, they're very kind of similar players, similar people, hero selections. Team's definitely primed to play 2-2-2, but there's definitely some debate as to who in each position is better. Is it like Grim Reality versus Baby Bay, Connor J versus Agilities? Like, it can kind of go back and forth, but what I saw yesterday against Complexity was that Ghost had done a lot of counter-stratting, it looks like. In particular, Route 66 looks like they pretty much just knew exactly where Complexity was going to go the whole time. And I think we've seen this throughout the rest of the Winter Premiere as well. A number of teams saying that Ghost and the way that they performed was very clearly doing a lot of study, even though the Ghost guys themselves will definitely kind of pretend like they don't take it all that seriously, the strategy part. They're like, oh, we'll just show up and we'll just beat them. It's like, I know you're going back to your hotel room and you're going over footage. But at the same time, Immortals isn't a team I've seen necessarily counter or flex towards their opponent. They just play their game exceptionally well. So very evenly matched. I could see this honestly going 3-0 either way, but the biggest thing overall, last point on all of it, is Immortals might have a bit more of an expectation that they're going to win, whereas Ghost, while they're confident they're going to win, they're new, they're up-and-comers. There's not nearly as much to lose, where Immortals maybe feel a little bit of embarrassment. Not that that would make any sense, because obviously Ghost is amazing. So kind of possible tilt territory if Ghost comes out very, very quickly.
Possibly. We will find out when we come back. We're going to take a 15-minute break here just to let the teams get ready for the match. But don't go anywhere. The grand finals of the Winter Premiere are coming back right after this.
Finding a few targets there in the back.
Harblue's going to land that pulse bomb right onto Super Pluke, and that's always a good kill. And it will be Nicholas that gets the nano boost. Used his barrage, was able to find a frag with it, and they're going to continue to see maybe if they can end this one. What air shots from Nicholas takes out Ube. So it is yet again Luminosity striking first on the point. It's really just harassing, but hold that thought. Ube goes in with a nano blade. 3 kills off of that, and Edan's very close. Oh, had the bubble on himself. The pulse bomb unable to connect, and now getting the nano right at the end of it. And now Torque getting put down off of the Earth Shatter as he had the tack visor as well. As they are just shutting it down left and right. Luminosity looking so strong here. They're going to bring that payload in with 3:30 left in the time bank. It is one to start it off, finding Shake, looking for both supports. It was a good boop from Joe Meister, but doesn't matter. Finds the kill anyway. Ube with 4 kills. A point, 1-for-1 trade so far. He's going at it with Ube. What a shot from Nicholas. Torque really looking to clean up on this if he can. He's just hanging on by the skin of his teeth, but he's doing such a good job, Torque, of getting onto these backline supports, and he's just melting them with damage. Mineral so hurt. Torque is going to town on Tracer at the moment. They gotta hit it right here. The Graviton comes in. That pulse bomb does a whole lot of damage, but now a nano visor in from Icefeld, finding 2-3 kills for Icefeld. That should shut it down for Luminosity. Complexity has no one else there to push the card. Icefeld just going off on Soldier 76 right there, winning it for Luminosity.
And Luminosity taking the win over Complexity.
Yeah, they very well done by both teams. A good bout of sportsmanship.
Of the wonders of the world, the Great Wall of China was the only one built to protect us.
What on earth are they fighting here?
These people are doomed.
Maybe, but I'm going to stay and fight.
The Great Wall, rated PG-13.
Oh, no, 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 no!
Gaming doesn't have to be like this. Are those tears? You need a machine that can keep up with you. The new Omen X. All those hours of training are about to pay off. Don't rage quit. Get the Omen X with an Intel Core processor. Dominate the game.
Trade so far, Torque.
of the wonders of the world. The Great Wall of China was the only one built to protect us.
What on earth are they fighting here? These people are doomed. Maybe, but I'm going to stay and fight.
The Great Wall, rated PG-13.
Oh, no, 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 no!
Gaming doesn't have to be like this. Are those tears? You need a machine that can keep up with you. The new Omen X. All those hours of training are about to pay off. Don't rage quit. Get the Omen X with an Intel Core processor. Dominate the game.
Immortals coming out with the quad tank. Now they come in. Oh, he went for the whole hog, gets hooked back in, gets a shield on him, but quickly just sent back to the respawn queue as Luminosity with a brilliant re-push here.
Luminosity with 6 ultimates on the table. They're going to throw out the
Oh,
on
goodness,
Ube.
Ube! 4 kills off the rocket barrage from Ube. Now there's going to be, the nano boost and agilities hooking in Spree, shutting the hopes and dreams down on that push. Immortals taking map number 2 here on Temple of Anubis. Grim Reality's out there. He gets 2 straight back in Immortal's favor. The guy is an absolute monster. Grim Reality still going at it.
Oh, that pulse bomb landing already.
Oh, Super Fluke so hurt. The Pulse Bomb doing just tremendous amounts of damage and 2 kills in for Immortals. They use the Dragon Blade on top of that from Agilities. Look at those beautiful crew necks. And the sunglasses on top of it. Styling out there on the stage. But, I mean, these guys, they were a team that no one really knew too much about coming into this, and they've certainly made a name for themselves. This whole hog, that's going to press the rest of them back, just eating up all of that sound barrier, looking to send Winghaven off the cliff, did enough damage, gets the hook off as well. The rest of goes there to support their Roadhog.
Another Transcendence coming out of Jake.
Good Transcendence from Shake to keep him alive. What a biotic grenade landing in the backline. Baby Bay's able to just clean house on them. Put into the sad zone there is Complexity. They're going to have to regroup. Good hold from Ghost. Now losing Joe Meister, that's going to make things a lot tougher. Nicholas came in and a bit of a discombobulated re-push coming out from Complexity. They'll have the 1-player advantage here. If they get a full wipe, they could even send this one into the next checkpoint. Baby Bay using that tac visor. 3 kills for Baby Bay. This might be it. Ghost taking potentially map number 2 as they are just rolling full steam ahead. And they're looking to clean up as well. Michael in the backline takes out Torque. They're just going to stagger kills. He wants Joe Meister as well, but Nicholas shuts him down. They're finding the kills, and there it is. Ghost is going to move into the grand finals to face Immortals tomorrow. Oh, can you believe it? They jump up in excitement.
Welcome back to the Overwatch Winter Premiere Grand Finals here in San Antonio. We are live at PAX South. We had a nice long wait there to make sure that everything was really set in place for this Grand Finals, to make sure everything will go smoothly. Thank you all for waiting. We are so pumped for this match. I cannot wait. This is what it all comes down to. This is it, ladies and gentlemen.
This is the one we have been waiting for. I mean, both of these teams have played so good throughout the entirety of the Winter Premiere. Both teams having, a brilliant showing yesterday in their matches. So this is going to be what it comes down to. The Grand Finals, Ghosts versus Immortals. I'm ready for this one.
Both teams 3-0 against their opponents yesterday. Both teams with phenomenal individual talent and cohesion overall. And I cannot think of a better map to start all of this off on than Lijiang Tower.
Will be Lijiang Tower where we start. Let's get into this. Complexity versus Ghost. These teams have played each other twice, once in both round robin, and so. Wait.
Yeah, they played. They played at least twice. So once in each group stage, and then they also met up a couple times, I believe, during the qualifiers as well. So they've seen each other before. They've been around here, but now Ghost under this new name, this new organization of Ghost, of course, formerly King Gardner. For those of you that are just kind of tuning into the Winter Premiere for the first time, but both teams have been incredible so far throughout this tournament, and I think it will make up for a very good final.
Sure. Now let's take a chance to meet up with Immortals. We got to talk to them before everything got going here at PAX. Let's take a time to meet Immortals.
My name is Stefano DeSalvo, in-game known as Verbo, and I'm from Toronto, Canada. Not only am I a pro gamer, but I'm also a high school student. Balancing school and gaming is really hard. I've had the sacrifice of, not going to those parties on the weekend. I usually take almost every single lunch that I have, and I use that to do my work. So when I get home, I can just practice with my team. I was actually told to quit because I was wasting my time and I wasn't getting anything accomplished. So it was pretty cool for me to see that, somebody telling me that I quit, and then 2 weeks after I got onto the Immortals and, actually lived my dream of being a pro gamer. This is actually the first time I've met my teammates. They're pretty cool. We have Grim, kind of the guy that's kind of always cracking up the jokes, and then going all the way down to Ethan, being the nice guy and always calming everybody down. And I was brought on the team to be the leader, so that's what I'm trying to fill. Some cool experiences that I've had with fans are actually on Twitter. I would get some fans that would PM me and ask me some tips that they can do in game, or just what I think of their situation and how I can help. I've also gotten people that are in my Twitch chat when I stream, and they also ask me some questions just about being able to balance school and being a pro gamer at the same time. So initially, my parents, it was really hard for them to understand what I was doing. They were really hard on me. They usually would take away my computer and, not let me play or cut off the internet, but I would always find a way to convince them or sneak on and continue playing and practicing. I found a way to convince my parents, and, initially my mom said, school first, then gaming. As long as their grades are there, now they're okay with it. They support me, and it's been pretty good. I want to win this tournament because not only do I want to prove to people that we're a team that's only good online, we're also good on LAN. And also, this is my first time as a professional gamer. This is my breakthrough into the Overwatch scene as a new player. So I want to show that, I'm deserving of this spot. What I'm looking forward to in Overwatch is obviously the Overwatch League. Winning this tournament means a lot to me. This is my first opportunity to show people that I'm deserving of this spot on Immortals, right? This is my first breakthrough into the competitive Overwatch scene. So I'm looking to show people that I am deserving of this.
Ladies and gentlemen, your #1 seed, give it up for Immortals.
We've said before, a pretty young team here, Immortals. 3 of the guys on this team still just 17 years old, and yet they've been able to perform so well, so good in this tournament. Your #1 seed coming into it. They played, the most consistently, obviously, able to get that #1 spot. And, we've been questioning, can they stay at the top? This is their chance to prove it. Much of their success has had to do with this man right here, Agility, such a versatile DPS player, very deep hero pool, can do it all. And backing him up is Ethan on Ana as well. He's one of the best out there. He can, we've seen yesterday some big biotic grenades from him. Chance as well coming in place of their tank. Nomi, yes, I've had a brain fart there. Nomi, and he came in formerly their coach, and then you also have Grim Reality as well on McCree, and this guy is disgusting to watch on McCree. You'll have to keep an eye on him today as well, and then you also have Hype, who is a pretty flexible off-tank himself. Anything from Zarya to D.Va, he can play all sorts, and then of course you have Verbo, the man that was interviewed on Lucio and helping with a lot of the shot calling. As I was saying, Chance coming in as well. And in place of Nomi, who he was their coach and he was playing with them for a couple of months as their Lucio, but stepping in today, and he's been doing pretty well with them so far.
Yeah, coach stepping in the clinch there in the last week, certainly making it work throughout. How anybody could look at Verbo and say he doesn't deserve to be here at this point, that's just pure insanity. Not only is he a new addition to the team, who was actually in tryouts during the qualifiers, but he is doing a lot of the in-game calling and leadership for them overall. So they've come this far, they've played so consistently. And only a certain amount of that can be on the backs of people like Grim Reality we see here in Agilities. There's always going to be additions of the overall strategy, and that has been the domain of Verbo, along with their coach Chance and a few other people they've mentioned in the past. But they just hear from yesterday, Grim Reality going essentially 1v5, one after another, picking it up. It's just insane.
Yeah, that was, I mean, I've seen that Grim Reality play like 3 times now, and every time like it gets
still
goosebumps.
beautiful.
It's still just the coolest thing. So great to watch. Fantastic first-person shooting out of that McCree. But on the other side of the battlefield will be Ghosts. Got to catch up with some of their players, talk to them. Let's take a look at Ghosts.
I am Michael. I'm the team captain for Team Ghost, and I am from Denver, Colorado. I love living in Denver. It's definitely a great city, and I'm proud to be from Denver. It's great to be a pro gamer. Honestly, it's been my dream to always do this, and just being able to play all the time, focused on being the best. It's just always been my passion and my drive. I've had so many great times on just TeamSpeak or whatever with my teammates, you know, just messing around, you know, watching movies, playing the game, going over VODs, all that stuff. My teammates are great. I love every single one of them, from Blam, Ajax, Connor, Mo, Andre. They're all great. Recently, I've had a lot of cool experiences with fans, you know. I'll check my Twitter DMs a lot. I'll get messages, even fan art and stuff like that. It's pretty awesome. And we're definitely looking forward to that expanding now that we're with Ghost. This tournament means everything to me. This is my life. I play video games for a living. All I want to do is just play. And if I'm not winning, there's no point. I definitely feel like we have a lot to prove. There's been a lot of people out there who said things to us from, you know, one end to the other, doubting us, and we've been proving them wrong, and we're going to keep proving them wrong. I'm looking forward to Overwatch adding more heroes for competition. It's going to be great being able to pick different heroes, you know, it'll make it more complex on a strategy level. I'm looking forward to possibly some World Championship tournaments, maybe more NGE tournaments, just anything with big viewership, because that's what we love. We like to play in front of people, we want to provide for the fans. Winning this tournament just means everything to us. We want to bring that trophy home. That's all that matters right now. We want to prove everybody wrong, all the haters, all the doubters. We're the best in the game, and that's what we're here to prove. Individually, I think we're all better than the other teams, honestly. Everything about us, from our communication to our mechanics, everything. I think we have everybody. I love all the viewers and how in they get to the competition. Like, I love looking at the Twitch chat. Everybody seems to be having a good time. I prefer Overwatch over most games because I obviously get the most fun out of it, but it's got more of an intricate level than like your traditional FPS. And then obviously I like to play FPSs, so I just think in general it's the right game for me.
The team who defied all expectations, give it up for Ghosts.
These guys even coming out in the new Ghost apparel. That's right, baby. Still wearing the shades, too. On top of that, even giving out some free shirts. Hey, look at that. Pumping up the crowd for us.
Take notes, everybody. That's how you make an entrance.
That's right. The showmen themselves. Very passionate group of players here. That is very confident group of players as well. They've certainly come here to win, and now they've made it to the finals. Just one more step for them. Big part of it, Ajax on Lucio, their main Lucio, really helping direct the team and pushing them forward. Blam as well on that support role on Ana. He was coming up really big for them yesterday in terms of biotic grenades and just making big, impactful plays. And then you have Baby Bay, just a monster on the DPS role. Whether it's 76, whether it's Zarya, he's normally shooting someone in the head much of the time. And then Connor J, whether it's Genji or Roadhog, he can make it happen on both of them, especially Roadhog, where he is a monster. And then you have Michael as well, the team captain, and well, he can play quite a few different heroes as well, and a good flex role and remix on their Reinhardt. Very solid all around and works in with the team. These guys, I mean, like I said before, I said it yesterday, not a whole lot of people knew much about them coming into the tournament, and now Ghost have made such a name for themselves, making it to the finals, and really playing some top-tier Overwatch.
In fact, speaking with a lot of teams, they would say it was very difficult to find any source of information on these guys when they were coming at them, and it felt like they kept saying that it seemed like Ghost was always prepared for them, but it was very hard for them to figure out what Ghost was going to do, but certainly that was quite a long time ago. There's a lot of footage of Ghost and how they like to play now. I mean, pretty much just give Baby Bay a nano and let it go nuts, but Michael, the way he plays D.Va has been a topic I've talked to with a number of the pro players around here. They say he's phenomenal, but yesterday, him on Tracer was just an incredible level of play.
Yeah. Guys, we're about to get into the first game of the grand finals, and I've been very kind of wishy-washy about asking you guys for predictions, but I'm going to put my foot down. I need a hard prediction from both of you on this one.
I'll give this series to Ghost.
Ghost?
I'll give it to him 3-2.
All right.
I'm going to go with you 3-2. I'm going to have to choose Immortals. Every single time I have doubted and been like, Immortals, they're pretty close to Immortals. Immortals basically just body slams their opponent. I'm like, oh, okay, never mind. They're even better than expected.
Well, we are excited. I know this crowd is excited. Let's get into the first game of the Grand Finals here in the Overwatch Winter Premiere.
It's going to be a good one indeed. Lijiang Tower will be our starting map for this best of 5 series. 2 teams that have been on fire as of late. And they'll have one more match to determine who takes home the grand prize, who takes the first place, and all the bragging rights as well, of course, that go along with it.
Teams that are very similar, a lot of individual talent. What a better way to figure out who is better individually and team-wise than to start off on a map like Lijiang.
Oh yes, we are going to see some skill on display right here, that's for sure. It's Immortals versus Ghost. Best of 3. We saw quite a brilliant 3rd and 4th place game just a little while ago. We can only hope that this final can match up to that, and I certainly think it will. These guys have incredible amounts of individual skill, but also team-oriented skill as well. And you got to keep an eye on Grim Reality. This guy's aim, you saw some of those McCree clips in our intro. That guy can hit heads, whether it's on Tracer or McCree. He can do them both, and very well at that. Looks as though Immortals want to bring out this double DPS comp, this 2-2-2 setup, and Ghost looking to be here with the triple tank setup. Michael will be on Tracer though, so will be a lot of who can win this Tracer v Tracer battle, be more impactful. Already Michael making his presence known, taking down Chance, starting things off for Ghost with a 1-player advantage. Now Grim Reality and him are going at it a bit, but Michael will just bring himself back and go to the point. Immortals, since they don't have Chance around, they'll have to regroup, and they're looking to re-engage right now.
A smart move by Immortals there. I mean, once Chance goes down, you're pretty much going to lose that fight either way. Don't give any more ultimate charge, but man, Ghost already slamming back into Immortals. Chance going down again, Agility Spines Blam.
That's not what you want to start off with for Immortals. Losing Chance twice like that is crucial. You need your Reinhardt for these pushes. Michael, very hurt, manages to make his way out of there. Now Pulse Bomb's going to come in. Connor J able to dodge it. So now a Pulse Bomb from Michael landing right on the back of Agilities. They trade 1 for 1 as Remix now goes down, but Ghost are continuing to find frags here. Baby Bay picking up 2, make it 3. In fact, for Baby Bay on that Zarya, giving himself a Graviton yet. And now up to 40% and counting, will have ultimates to work with, some pretty big ones, and they could play aggressively here, Ghost, if they want to, up towards that doorway in the choke.
Absolutely, but they're probably going to give a little bit of room for Immortals to come in so that they can catch them in this Graviton or Earth Shatter and send them back to spawn. There it is, the Graviton already in the middle of Immortals.
Oh, it's going to be so much damage. 3 kills coming out for Ghost, starting off very, very well. And now up to 60%. They're looking to clean up here a bit if they can as well. Stagger some of these deaths. Grim Reality's just going to go ahead and reset, flying off the edge. Just making sure that they weren't able to get that stagger. So again, going for this reset. Immortals have a Nano Blade available, and they are going to come in with it. Sending off Agilities, needs to find value off of the back of this, and they've been able to negate much of this or dodge it. They do use a sound barrier on top of it, but Ghost already 3 kills. Connor J using the whole hog with a nano boost, but they have such a strong presence up here in front of their spawn. There's no way they're getting back in. Ghost in total domination, even going for a bit of a spawn camp here as well. There's just nothing they can do. Absolute disrespect coming out from Ghost off the start here.
Ghost clearly sending a message. They've got an answer for everything Immortals has thrown. A Pulse Bomb being challenged by a Nano Boost, but actually all the way in the back it's gone into overtime. But right now it doesn't look like Immortals might be able to stop it. Agility's barely alive. That Earth Shatter landing.
Chance able to get quite a few inside of that Earth Shatter, but things need to start connecting for Immortals, or they're going to go down 1 map to 0 off the start. Graviton coming out, trying to see maybe if they can suck up a couple guys inside of that one, but Immortals need to get someone on the point. Hyped is there to answer the call, but he's going to get sent out of his mech and then quickly taken care of by Blam afterwards, and now Grim Reality is trying to keep hope alive for Immortals. They're trickling players onto the point, but there's no way they'll actually be able to win this fight. They need to start getting kills, and Ghost will take point number 1 here on Lijiang Tower.
Ghost coming out, absolutely going for the throat of Immortals. You always want to try and take down a Reinhardt to begin with. When that Reinhardt is a substitute, they're going for a huge bully. I think they're trying to get inside Chance's head and keep him out of this fight entirely.
Yeah, Chance going down a few times there, really inopportune times for Immortals. Got to make sure, I don't know if it's whether it's him or just his team kind of on a misplay, but right there you can see he charges all the way through. He has no one from his team to back him up in that scenario when you charge that far away, and that's the problem. If you're going for some of these charges, you need to do it in a situation where you're not going to at least go too far and your team can support you after you go in on that charge. So it is going to be a 1-round lead for Ghost. At the moment, we will now head on to our next phase here. Immortals continuing. Play similar comp, though. Agility's actually making a switch over to Roadhog. And Ghosts are going to be going for the quad tank. Far just posturing at the moment. Agility's getting a good right click out was Connor J. Got the hook, but couldn't quite convert on the kill. Nice charge in from Chance, but couldn't quite find the kill either. And Connor J actually gets the better of Chance. It's a 1-player advantage on the fight for Ghost. They did lose Baby Bay early on. Now Grim Reality's turning the tides a bit back for Immortals. Nice hook from Connor J, sending Verbo back into the respawn queue. And that was Connor J still on point though. Oh, that Reality from Grim Reality, 2 kills off the back of that. Should allow them to flip-flop the point very quickly indeed. Ghost only 5%.
Just picked the entirety of Immortals, put him on his back, and got all the way through that. 4 kills for Grim Reality in that last fight, one after another, under constant pressure from Ghost. He is not going to let this match go easily.
Now, just waiting here. Grim Reality, though, already on fire. And they are looking to be taking a push in through this White Room side all the way to the right. Grim Reality actually getting put to sleep, so they'll essentially be a man down. Nice hook from Agilities, but now he's got a very angry Reinhardt charging after him. He takes a second to take a breather, but still he's just getting hacked away at, and Remix eventually able to finish him off, and they've already gotten quite a few frags here, Ghost, and they are definitely looking to retake this point. Just need to find Grim Reality, who's managing to stall things out a little bit, and Baby Bay with a punch to send him back to the respawn. So Ghost will pretty quickly convert here.
Ghost recovering very quickly there, getting their first points on the board here on this stage, but Immortals, they're going to be coming back with basically a full house of Ultimate 6 on the table. Ghost in a very similar situation, but not quite up to Blam's Nano Boost yet, and right now Immortals, they're coming around the outside. They're going to come and try and take Ghost on head on. Right now, ahead in the shield war.
Graviton at the ready. 4 hyped. He's looking to send that one off. He will connect with it, but now a self-destruct comes in. Oh, the shield went down from Chance just beforehand. The huge Earth Shatter coming out from Remix. That'll leave them to clean up on everything. Remix with 3 right there, plowing through Immortals off of a massive Earth Shatter. Then Ghosts are still looking quite good here. As it all started off, that self-destruct came in at such a good time from Michael. He sent it in just as the Graviton came out, not really allowing Immortals to engage on the Graviton.
I think they were expecting Baby Bay to get his off. He tried to come into the side, but he actually got put to sleep by Ethan, but it still worked out for Ghost. Remix just coming in and absolutely clearing the field.
Looking good here, and they have a good positioning to hold. Connor J has his whole hog as well. He'll be able to at least dish out quite a bit of damage, but sound barriers on both sides. And actually, Michael's going to get the nano boost, but he has been dealt quite a bit of damage. 1-for-1 trade. And much of Immortals still over in this White Room side. They are now starting to find these kills. They lose Verbo, and there is still a few players around. Michael out of his mech will be taken care of by Grim Reality, and no one's contesting Grim Reality at the moment. He's in the back line, just able to do whatever he wants, really completely uncontested. And now Immortals feeling good. They'll get back onto the point. Ghost, though, able to make it up to 90%. Immortals have to be pretty much perfect for the rest of this stage.
It's a 1-possession game for Ghost, but Immortals still have quite a ways to go. Grim Reality so far, a borderline unstoppable force for Immortals. Immortals are going to have to mount a better defense than they did last time. Ghost starting to position around the backside, and it's going to come down to whether Remix can hit this Earth Shatter at the right time. Chance is asleep. The opportunity is wide open. Chance is getting pulled in. He's going to go down really soon.
That Biotic got set right on him. Very unlucky for Immortals. They've already lost 3 players, and they had some ultimates at the ready, but now Ghost are just all over them. They only lost 1 player in the process. Remix went down, but it's all Ghost on the point. They will have 1 last attempt. Grim Reality narrowly escaping the hook there.
It's going to be on Grim to keep this whole game alive.
He will have to go get on it at the last second, engaging with, well, actually the self-destruct getting sent over top by Michael. I believe that was, and now Ajax had already started it off. Connor J taking out Chance yet again, who's been struggling so far. Whole hog from Connor J. He's so low on health, they need to focus him down. Immortals with 2 kills as they try and fight their way back into this stage of Lijiang Tower. With the Graviton coming out from Immortals, there's just not a whole lot of follow-up there. And now Ghost have very a pretty strong presence on the point, but Immortals definitely not out of it yet. Baby Bay with full charge is just going to, I mean, put Hyped inside of the oven there. I mean, he couldn't get out of it, and it's a whole bunch of kills coming out for Immortals, as now they actually will flip-flop that point right back. Ghost will be able to take one more fight.
Immortals clawing their way back in. Ghost should have, yeah, about one, especially now that's crossing 80%. Immortals gonna have a pulse bomb. They're gonna want to try and guarantee Remix goes down relatively early, but I guarantee Ghost knows that. Baby Bay still holding onto his Graviton, and a sound barrier for Ajax. Both sides have a lot of weaponry here, but as it comes in, Baby Bay, he's already looking, he's focusing, he's taking down Chance, and the Graviton is out.
Oh, good patience with that. Baby Bay already 2 kills off the back of it. They had a nice sound barrier to try and mitigate most of the damage, but Ghost, actually, while they're back on the point, it's just going to be this one final attempt for both teams, really, but it's all going in Ghost's favor. They have the player advantage on the point. Ethan goes down. They lost Hyped, and it is all them. And at the moment, there is going to be a self-destruct let down, and oh man, they got to get onto the point right now. Chance tried to charge, but got booped by Ajax off the side, and there's going to be a Dragon Blade to try and secure it from Agilities, but couldn't get anything off the back of it. Ghosts are now going to take a 2-0 lead on Lijiang Tower.
Immortals certainly showing back up there on that second round. That was nothing like the first round, realistically. And if Grim Reality can keep up that damage and find a little bit of space, once Agilities gets his head in the game, it's going to be a neck-and-neck battle overall. But Remix clear-cutting the opposition.
Yeah, that's a big earth shatter. They lost Chance right beforehand. His shield had gotten so low, and they sent in the self-destruct, and he couldn't keep it up long enough. His shield ended up breaking, I believe that was, and just they managed to get one, which was Chance off that self-destruct, and then from there, that's an easy earth shatter for Remix. He has no shield to deal with. He has free reign on them and managed to get at least 5 more kills or so in that. So now we head on to Night Market.
Ethan now on Zenyatta, Chance on Winston. Immortal's going to go for more dive-heavy comp, perhaps give a little bit of mobility to Chance, perhaps finding different ways to get those rotations we saw going on with them yesterday, where just so many different flankers in all the different places, the real true nature of the dive, but so far Ghost not really giving up a whole lot of territory.
Oh, Remix charged in, didn't quite manage to find his target, and was finished off by Grim Reality. It's a 2-for-2 trade. Immortals actually now losing 3 players, but so have Ghosts, so both teams still very much in this fight, but Agility's getting lit up at the moment. Almost was able to get Michael, who hung on by the skin of his teeth. That should allow Ghosts to cap the point first here. Indeed it will. They'll draw first blood.
I was about as close as it gets. Michael barely taking down Agilities in time. Agilities now on Genji. This is definitely looking like it's much more of Immortals' game to get back into here. Grim Reality holding onto a pulse bomb. That's going to be a danger zone for Remix. Maybe possibly even Connor J. So far, Grim doing a great job of trying to focus out some of the important players, but on both of these teams, every single player is a playmaker.
Michael doing a good job of just harassing Ethan, making him less and less of a factor as the game goes on, because he constantly has a tracer on himself. Now Agility's going in with this Dragon Blade just swung at by Remix, quickly taken out of the fight. So they have traded a bit back and forth. Ghost with a 1-player advantage though, and Grim Reality's trying to bring Immortals back into this one, but so far it's Ghost all over this point. Remix incredibly hurt. They need to convert on this kill. He's easy pickings there, and finally Grim shuts him down. Grim with 2 kills, in fact. He's going to be looking for a little bit more here, maybe even able to find Ajax. Needs to be careful though, low health. He's got Michael after him, losing that 1v1 Tracer battle. Well done by Michael. And they're going to continue to go at it here. Baby Bay, so low on health. They just don't have the sustain on this point anymore, Ghost. And I mean, regardless of whether or not Immortals end up taking this point, Ghosts have done such a good job of stalling things out, allowing them to get, I mean, an extra 20% or so, and now they're at 65% just as Immortals get the point for the first time.
Plus, they have a lot of ultimates to start working with. An Earthshatter Graviton looming here. Michael will definitely get another Pulse Bomb really soon here. Blam with a Nano Boost. And it's a similar story over on the side of Immortals. However, they don't have a Dragon Blade yet, and there is no Nano for them, so it won't be a Nano Blade when it does break out. And right now, Agility's still trying a little bit to find that same success he's found in previous matches. Earthshatter already on the field.
Really good sound barrier from Ajax, keeping Remix alive, who had gotten so low on health, and that will actually allow them to to engage here beautifully. Transcendence was used by Immortals, and if it weren't for Grim Reality, I don't know if Immortals would still even be in this fight. He came back to get 2 kills, but Ghosts are still, I mean, so strong presence on the points. It's going to be incredibly difficult for Immortals here. You have Verbo and Agilities both just wasting time. Grim is still in there trying to waste time. They're actually starting to get the reinforcements back into the fight, and now with the Graviton coming out, they might just be able to turn the tides on the fight in total. Baby Bay's Graviton helping Ghost secure a couple more kills for themselves. Oh, Immortals managing to get it up to at least 60% here. It should be Ghost retaking the point, but Immortals also doing quite a solid job at just stalling out that point and gaining more time.
That's 4 back to spawn for Immortals. That's going to be a lot of points going over to Ghost, possibly putting it at match point or possibly putting it right into overtime, but either way, it's going to be a 1-possession game for Ghost from this point forward. Agility's getting pulled. Connor J's going to send him back. That's a disaster. Grim Reality's down too.
Oh, goodness. Well, that's going to have to be a sit back and wait moment for Immortals, because they'll have one last good shot at this one. Grim Reality just now getting up, but Ghost are at 93%. They need to start engaging onto the point and getting players there now, because they are very low on time. You do have one getting onto it now. That's Verbo. Now the Dragon Blade comes out from Agilities. He's been able to get at least 1 kill, but it's been a back and forth affair at the moment. Immortals, though, down quite a few players, and Ghosts have just so many numbers on the point. Immortals, there's going to be no one around to contest this point, and Ghosts will strike first here and take map number 1. Lijiang Tower in the grand finals.
Dominant
1-0.
performance.
Absolutely. Absolutely. They look so good there. I mean, just the coordination coming out of Ghosts and just the raw fragging power from them. I mean, it's just something that they could not deal with. Immortals, I mean, this is time to get back into it. You can see these guys are pumped up. They're very passionate about what they do, and they show a lot of emotion when they play.
Agilities was getting focused quite a bit anytime he showed up on Genji. Either way, still did 26% of the team's damage overall, 20,690 for him, but all of that mitigated by Blam on his own, 15,000 damage for, or sorry, 24% of the overall team was mitigated by Blam.
Yeah, it's the way that they just systematically dealt with Immortals on every single point. That first point was practical perfection. They didn't lose a single fight, even fights when it looked like they should lose, still coming out on top. And it felt like Immortals was, the saving grace for Immortals was Grim Reality on the Tracer. The stalls, he consistently kept them into that point number 2 and 3. Ultimately, though, it didn't pan out.
Yeah, certainly, Immortals doing better anytime they're putting chance on Winston, allowing Winston and Tracer and Genji to kind of rotate around and allow Chance to kind of keep away from getting focused. Otherwise, Michael is going to bully him all day. But right now, Michael turning that attention onto Grim Reality. Every single time he could get a blink into his side, he was taking him down. It actually turned the tables. Grim Reality started trying to look for Michael first before he entered the fight, because he knew previously he'd go for Remix, he'd go for Baby Bay, he'd try and take down a big key player, mostly the Reinhardt. But when he started doing that, Michael would chase him down, take him down. So ended up kind of pulling out some of the effect from Grim Reality, but Agility started showing up a little bit more there at the end, which kind of off balance. But either way, Ghost looking incredible today.
No, their coordination is on point. We saw that time and time again. Ult synergy was a big part of that. Baby Bay's Graviton Surge into I remixes, Earth Shatter in that second round. Just, oh my goodness, the way that these guys play is incredible.
Yeah, they had some good ultimate economy use as well. Really worked out well for them in that last match.
The way that Baby Bay, he told me, I've had enough Gravitons eaten. I can't handle it anymore. So he went and learned a ton about exactly how he wants to set those up. And you saw in that instance, he did have, it wasn't the eaten part that he was worried about. He wasn't worried about a diva, but there was a Reinhardt on the field, and he knew his Graviton was going to be far more effective without him. He had the discipline, he waited, he kept his power, burned down Reinhardt, then dropped the Graviton, and the rest of Ghost came in and just mopped up.
Absolutely. So we will take a quick break here in between the two games. It'll be just a nice 90-second break. We'll get into game 2. When we come back, don't go anywhere. It's going to be great.
What the hell did we kill out there?
The Great Wall is the only barrier keeping the world safe.
Whatever it is, it's hunting. As long as the wall stands, we have hope.
Rated PG-13.
Oh, no, 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 no!
Gaming doesn't have to be like this. Are those tears? You need a machine that can keep up with you. This is the new Omen X. All those hours of training are about to pay off. Don't rage quit. Get the Omen X with an Intel Core processor. Dominate the game.
Welcome back to the Overwatch Winter Premiere, where we just saw a dominant performance by Ghost on Lijiang Tower. Map number 2 will be Dorado, and Immortal's going to look to bounce back here, see if they can tie up the series at 1 apiece.
Well, this will be an interesting map choice on Dorado because we've seen some brilliant defenses come out of Ghost on this map before. Particularly, I recall a first point hold that was just dominant from them before on this map during the second group stage, I believe it was. So Immortals might have their work cut out for them here.
Yeah, we've already seen one full hold on the first point on Dorado today. We might see another one. Game number 2 of the grand finals of the Overwatch Winter Premiere. It's Immortals versus Ghosts.
Dorado it is. And this is going to be tough. I mean, I think Immortals, with the way the aim that's coming out of Ghost today, I think Immortals might have a bit easier time on a payload map such as this, because playing them on control point, playing Ghost on control point when they're aiming so well, I mean, is just a tough thing to do. Because although there is a lot of strategy that goes into control point maps, aiming and just raw fragging power becomes an even bigger factor there. So Immortals looking to get themselves back into the match here. Ghost with the 1-0 lead in this best of 5. The Overwatch Winter Premiere Grand Finals.
I agree with you completely. Immortals would do well to stay away from control point from this point forward. We haven't even seen Connor J break out what he can do completely yet. I mean, obviously, he makes it look like he's still playing with the old Roadhog chain hook. I mean, just some of those things look impossible. He is a phenomenal Roadhog player in general. Right now, Immortals are going to be starting off on defense first, Ghost on offense, so they will be setting the par for where this payload is supposed to go. Remix probably not going to play Sombra, as he's generally a tank player. If anybody, that would be Michael. But either way, I'd expect a 3-4 tank out of them. They still run it. They feel that it's very strong even now. A number of teams losing a little bit of faith in D.Va, but actually in between these two teams, these are the two that still use it. Hype plays D.Va very well. So does Michael. They're kind of standout D.Va players a lot of people have talked about. So we're going to get to see that again today here with Michael. Ethan getting in early, Biotic only picking up 1, so 8% for him. But now it's going to be Ghost rounding the corner.
Just working their way up slowly but surely. Grim Reality is back on that McCree. You want to keep an eye on this guy, because that's some pretty nasty stuff he can do on McCree for sure. And now Ghost starting to work their way. Actually losing Blam. I think Blam missed a bit of the memo about the rotation around in the courtyard, so he ends up getting caught out, and the rest of them are going to have to kind of disengage a little bit, but they are stuck a bit in towards that courtyard side, so they need to be careful. Immortals are going really aggressive, and they might end up losing Chance. He's so low. Remix able to take him out, and Agility's getting hooked back in. Does get, oh, beautiful play from Agilities to take down Connor J. Immortals still have lost a couple of players, and that will give Ghost at least some time on this card, because Immortals are inevitably going to have to back up, and it's just continuing to stagger kills. Baby Bay, who's so hurt, good shield play coming out from Remix to make sure that Baby Bay stays alive.
Far better exchange for Ghost. Their spawn is right there. Immortals is very far away, playing probably a bit too aggressive, maybe overcommitting, and then having to dig some of that commitment back out. But here's Immortals already challenging the card here right before the first point.
Remix able to get a pretty good Earth Shatter off. Hyped is in dire straits at the moment and will go down. Ghost now with a 2-player advantage on this fight, and Michael's there to just clean up. Ethan caught out to the side here. Ethan actually giving off the nano boost. Unless Agility's pulls a miracle, which no, will not happen. He was just there to stall a little bit longer. Chance was thinking about coming back to try and stall that payload, but Ghost moving through, and they will take point number 1. And now Chance is even going to get caught out. That is disastrous for Immortals. Some sloppy play here so far.
A lot of ultimates starting to come online for Ghost Immortals that really needed Chance to stay alive, to start contesting early before Ghost makes it too far down the streets. 4 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock with 4 ultimates online, especially the Baby Babe Michael combination. Keep an eye on that. Graviton to a self-destruct. Those two are some of the best in the game at landing that.
Remix, you can see up top there, just waiting. He's trying to be sneaky about it. Will come in and actually charge. He managed to find Ethan in that charge. Well executed from Remix, and Connor J finds Chance as well. Ghost is just moving the pain train forward more and more. Immortals can't seem to stop this momentum that they've built up, and if they don't do something quick, it's gonna get out of hand.
It's one of the only times I've ever seen Michael pretty far off with that self-destruct, but either way, Baby Bay still holding onto the Graviton. They can certainly make good work out of that, but now that gap's starting to be closed by Immortals. They do have an Earth Shatter of their own, a Graviton of their own, and right now, Ghost is actually finding a little bit more isolation. Blam did go down to Grim Reality, but a Graviton falling out from Immortals.
Chance is in there just swinging away, though. The Earth Shatter comes through from Remix, shutting Chance down. Ethan responds with one on to Connor J, and they still continue to scrap it out on the payload here as Baby Bay now looking to secure this kill onto Ethan. He couldn't quite find that sleep dart to keep himself alive, so they're still going to keep going at it, but it's really just a whole lot of trading back and forth. It's still about a 4v4 fight or so. Respawns are starting to come back in. Immortals finally stop this momentum that Ghosts have built up. And now they will still have about 3 minutes to work the next checkpoint.
Something you see Ghost do very frequently is they're very good at straying teams out, pushing them away from a position, pushing them away from their teammates, but the biggest problem for them there was Grim Reality McCree being left alone on top. You cannot leave Grim alone at all. He's going to hit so many shots. Michael has basically got to focus to keep him completely out of the game, but Ultimate's definitely on the side of Immortals, and right now, positional play on both sides, both keeping the high ground, trying to stay away from one another, but Ghost, they're going to have to look for an avenue to close this, because right now Immortals are in great position.
Ghosts are trying to take this fight directly into them. Michael, who is moving that payload forward, coming right back up onto the high ground to separate the Immortals players up top. It's a 1-for-1 exchange thus far, losing Remix, Ethan. Now Hyped is starting to do some work, getting a couple of kills. 3 kills for Hyped. He's keeping Immortals in this fight and giving them a big number advantage. Ghosts, now with 2 minutes and 15 seconds left, have lost quite a number of players. They'll just have to go for the reset, but Immortals looking much better in this position now.
Grim Reality back-to-back, so huge. Combining there with Hyped, as soon as Grim came back with the health, Hyped threw a shield on him, and then Grim helped put everything down, but Hyped saving that point, along with Grim Reality. 4 ultimates already on the side for Immortals. That's a lot to start pairing together, but Ghost, they're getting very close to the Graviton self-destruct combo, and I don't think they're going to mess that up twice.
No, these guys, this is what they're known for. If you haven't seen Ghost play, these guys set up the Graviton into self-destruct beautifully. Michael probably plays his self-destructs just about better than any other diva out there. He's up there with the best of them in terms of placement. Baby Bay's looking for his lane to send this Graviton in. He will get it off. Michael's sending up that self-destruct, and let's see what it finds. Just a little bit too high. Grim Reality with a Deadeye finds 4 in total. That is big stuff from Grim as he brings Immortals back into this match. No one was looking out for that Grim Reality Deadeye, but it comes up big.
Just throwing it out there in the middle of all that noise that was being generated by the ultimates and sneaking up on a ton of people with it. But right now, Ghost, they do have 1 minute left. Right now, a lot of their momentum just being bled out. It looks like Immortal should be able to hold this second point.
Michael has actually made his switch over.
That's not a good sign.
To Zarya as well. Yeah, they're really changing things up, but I mean, I kind of agree slightly. I mean, they both just used their ultimates, so they're not losing percentages, and clearly whatever they were doing was not working. So Michael's going to be going over to Zarya. Baby Bay getting on 76, and he is also a very dangerous prospect on that hero as well. You need to watch out. If you give him high ground uncontested, it's going to be a bad day for the rest of your team, so you need to keep an eye on that one. But with only 25 seconds left, that payload's moving backwards too. They need to get someone on it, just make sure they don't lose any more ground. They're going to take a fight on this high ground. Oh, Agility's getting put to sleep actually, then hooked, and couldn't quite get the Earth Shatter off. They're shut down before he's able to. That could end up being disastrous for Ghost. It's still back and forth, but now with 6 seconds, Ghost just need to get someone down on this payload. Connor J and Baby Bay are making the plays right now, and it is into overtime, so they need to keep someone on this payload here.
Full house for Ghost. They're getting very close to the second point. They look like they're able to get him. Grim Reality lining up the Deadeye, but he doesn't finish it off, and Ajax is barely going to survive. He just dropped a sound barrier.
Use that sound barrier at the perfect time, though. Now Baby Bay up top, no shield in his face. We'll just be able to use that tack visor. Ghost managed to bring it in to the next checkpoint. They continue to clean up on the kills. They invested quite a bit in that fight, but you want to make sure that you get that second checkpoint in that scenario, and they only have 1 minute and 15 seconds to move this as far as they can. Will be a very tough task to hit last with it.
Certainly a great turnaround by Immortals to waste so much time, but with a minute left and the way Ghost has been playing, this might still be in their hands. They might be able to cap this all the way right now. Trying to find the angle they want to take here, owning the high ground. A lot of times they like to leave Michael down by the bottom, but without D.Va on the field, that's going to change out. A huge fight already starting to roll out. Chance is already down.
Big charge came through. Both Reinhardts actually charging each other. Remix, didn't even manage to catch anybody with that Earth Shatter, but luckily for them, Ghosts are still finding the kills. It's a couple more coming through, and they've moved this payload significantly in the process, just keeping them distracted while they had people on it. And now Immortals want to look to re-engage. Chance is a bit separated from the rest of his team, though. That's bad news. Oh goodness, I thought he was going to go down. Somehow managed to stay alive. Luckily, Ethan was there to support him. Now a Graviton comes out as well, hyped with 2 big kills on Zarya, and Chance is there to help him out and dish damage. With 15 seconds left, I don't know if Ghost can get anyone back, though. You do have Blam hiding just along the side. I don't know if he's going to be able to find a way to get back there and actually touch the payload. Agilities has got himself very close. Oh, he does come in. Oh, the flashbang from Grim Reality shutting them down before able to touch the payload. So it is just 2 points for Ghosts, but still, they made out much better than it seemed they were going to off the start.
Absolutely. Immortals certainly still in this game. It will be their turn on offense here momentarily on Dorado, and they're going to have to cap it pretty much all the way in order to tie this up, take the map.
It's not often you see them whiff on this setup, but Grim Reality, 3 off the Deadeye, then 1 more on top of that. A nice 4 kill to keep his team in the fight. And again, back to my point, you don't often see Baby Bay and Michael miss that combo too much. I mean, Michael just seeming to be a little bit off with his self-destruct placements. Normally they are pinpoint dead on. But so far today, maybe the nerves, maybe just not having the best of days placing them, but they'll be looking to that combo throughout this match. Keep an eye on it, General, but we'll be going to a change of sides. Immortals will try their hand on offense. Ghost going to go for the defense, and as we've seen them do a lot on Dorado, they will have Ajax on the Symmetra. Not only do Ghosts like to run it on this map on the defense, but a lot of teams have been. It's a very popular pick here on Dorado.
I'll certainly be curious to see if they're even able to get it up, whether it's going to be the shield generator or the teleporter, but that's probably just a matter of circumstance here. Immortals so far favoring 3 tanks on Dorado, leaving 1 on DPS. And when that DPS is Grim Realities, I mean, that just makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, we'll definitely be looking to him again. He started off not making the biggest of plays for Immortals, at least in this particular map, but really turned it around later on. And you can see that turret placement from Ajax, putting it along that wall where people can flank from. If you have something that has air mobility, you can flank around from that side.
It's a little early detection to see if Agilities is playing Genji, probably.
Now, Agility's actually getting the hook in. Bad news for Baby Bay. Blam is there to support his teammate, though, and Hype gets hooked back in by Connor J. And he will go down. So Immortals will move this up as far as they can before Ghosts want to start engaging on them. They need to make sure they get hyped back up into the fight first before they really take any sort of a fight, but
mostly just edging the card into this particular position right where it passes the bridge so they can wrap around, go up the stairs, come in from a different angle that's a lot more favorable. There's a little bit of a market there that splits it into 2 pads, and it's a tricky place for the defense to hold. You can see how they're biased to one side of it. That's pretty much one of the better ways to hold, but there's still a number of different angles that can be attacked here by Immortals, but Immortals counter-charging, and Chance is going to find a kill.
That's good Reinhardt play from Chance. Dodges the first charge and then comes back in, but now Grim is able to just sit here in the back and fire at will. He can take whatever he wants. Baby Bay so hurt. Grim finding 2 with his McCree play there, looking to take down Michael as well. Immortals are rolling full steam ahead right here, and they do win that fight, and there is, I think they do have that teleporter up. In fact, Ajax, yes they do. It's off to the side there on the right-hand part of your screen. Remix coming back in with, will be coming back in with a nano boost. Oh, here is Ghost right back into the fight off of that teleporter. 2 picks for them, and well, it's going to have to be Immortals just regrouping. 2:25 to get the next point, pulling agilities as well is Connor J. And Ghost in a very nice position here.
Perfect teleporter for the side of Ghost there. Without that teleporter, that was a definitely lost point, but either way, it's now back. Ghost gets to play a second round of defense, and it was only really Grim Realities just going completely nuts on top of Chance's early pick that allowed that first one to get open.
Oh, here we go, flying into the back. Oh, the shield was there from Chance to keep him alive. That was well done from Chance. That almost connected for at least 4, but now Immortals losing 2 players. It doesn't really seem to matter in the end. Actually, Immortals coming right back. Never mind. They do manage to get 4 kills. That teleporter is still out, so they need to find it. The teleporter is still up. They need to find it. Hook disconnecting from Agilities. Couldn't quite pull it in. Telly is actually now down. Ajax is back up on Lucio. They are going to try and keep this engage going. Agilities has a whole hog at the ready if he needs it. Couple of back and forth kills. Baby Bay will be on the cart. Deadeye in the back from Grim Reality just for insurance. He managed to find 2 on the fight, and Immortals should be able to bring this one in through the checkpoint. But I mean, Ghost are doing an excellent job. Whew, right as he pops out of the mech. But they did a very good job of stalling time there. Ghost.
Grim Reality's basically winning that first offense, and then after that, Chance and Agility's really opening up the second one. Perhaps Ghost overplaying a little bit of that situation. They did have a lot of ultimates they could use, but right now it's going to be Immortals with 3 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock, and Ghost starting to line up on a higher ground. They're going to contest as early as possible.
Baby Bay has made a switch over to 76 now. He's going to be trying to get onto this high ground and be a nuisance, really. Earthshatter comes out from Chance. Connor J getting charged, but nearly managed to stay alive, but Chance getting the fire strike to end him. 3 players out of it for Ghost, and they're going to be able to keep moving this payload. Blam is all the way in the back on the high ground. He'll just try and regroup with the rest of Ghost to take one more fight here, and Baby Bay should be able to get out of this one, I would think. No, actually, Agilities ended up getting a hook onto him and finished him off, and significant damage dealt by Hyped. But Ghost might have to take a 1-player down fight to try and... Oh, what a hook from Agilities! Oh, 1-2 punch onto Blam, taking him out of this world, and now Ghosts are just going to try and maybe fight this one out. Agilities, yet another hook, taken in by Connor J, but Hype's there to help out his teammates. Now Agility's actually getting put to sleep and then charged afterwards, but this is going to have to be a miracle from Ghost to be able to stop him at this second checkpoint.
He wasn't even moving half the time, just feet planted, just popping off shots all the way down. So far, Immortals just slowly grinding through Ghost, and that time is actually adding up. No real big holds on them, aside from perhaps that return right from the teleporter. And Immortals are definitely pouring on that. Stun barely missing. Remix there, but either way, Immortals, they're rolling into the final point. They do have 4 ultimates to use and combine up here and keep that momentum rolling. Self-destruct flying out from Ghost, and it's going to connect with Verbo.
Ooh, that's a rough positioning from Verbo there to get caught by that. Ghost should be looking good on this fight. They have managed to get themselves a 1-player advantage, and I believe many of their supports, at least one of their supports, taken out of it. And they still have a presence on the payload. Agilities is right there, but Immortals content to just back up and wait for the returning players, the respawners, and they will look to take another fight here rather shortly. Some big ults coming online for Immortals.
Ghost needs to hold for 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Just 2 bends away is Immortals' map victory and tying up the scoreline.
Agility's coming in with the nano boosted whole hog to engage for Immortals, and over there in that in the side tunnel, he's getting quite hurt, but managed now to get healed up. Agility's hooked in, and then the rest of Ghost able to focus fire him down to make sure they secured the kill. So there will be now 2 minutes, just above 2 minutes left on the clock for Immortals. They don't need to move it far at all, as you were saying. I mean, Ghosts are going to have a brilliant defense
coming up. They do have an Earth Shatter, at least for the next fight, to match the Earth Shatter that Chance has.
And a sound barrier which can sustain for quite a while. The only thing Immortals really has to work with is Chance's Earth Shatter, but perhaps Grim Reality's Deadeye did make his last one work. Either way, Ethan combining after a pull on Baby Bay. Baby Bay's going to go down, and so far this is looking bad for both teams, actually. Two turnaround. It's a 3-for-3 exchange.
Oh, that shield was still up. Grim couldn't quite find it with that Deadeye as he came in from the backside, but Immortals are still managing to find kills right here as Grim just continuing to sit on the high ground, looking to get this kill onto Ajax. That's low-hanging fruit for that man right there on McCree, and there will be a self-destruct on the point, just seeing if they can zone them out in agilities. There was no way for him to get away from that. A very good use of the self-destruct just to zone them and give them a fighting chance here. Now down to 1 minute and 10 seconds left is Immortals. They start to engage, but Ghosts, they have the number advantage for the time being. As they come in, they are going to use that self-destruct. With the Graviton. There was actually no self-destruct in. They couldn't quite land the combo, and Baby Bay able to get one as well. It'll be enough for Ghost to stay in the fight. Oh no, accidental boostio. Ajax is in there seeing what he can do as he fights it out with Verbo, and I think Ghost have the advantage here in the fight.
Agility's changed over to Tracer right now. Okay, he was almost about to survive. Hype's getting very close to a Graviton. He now has it online. Agility's, when he comes back, will have a Pulse Bomb. 30 seconds left on the clock for Immortals to push it all the way past where Ghost did. A lot of ultimates coming online for Immortals. Not very many for Ghost. They really only have Remix's Earth Shatter to work with. And now Immortals, they're pushing. This is their last chance on Dorado to tie up the score.
This Graviton combination is going to have to be huge between Hyped and Agilities. This is what they're going to be looking to. As they start to engage right now, 8 seconds, need to win this fight. They do get the Graviton off. There is a Deadeye up top. Grim able to get 2 with the Deadeye. Now looking to clean up on the rest of them. Just about to get Ajax. Luckily his teammates there to help secure the kill. Finds the flashbang and then finisher headshot right onto Remix. So they will continue to move it forward, though Ghost should be able to get some respawns right back out. It is overtime though. So it will come down to one last fight. See who takes this map. As Immortals try and even up the series here at 1-1. Connor J gets right back on it. That is, he could have waited for the rest of the team to come back out. They had time, but now they're going to be down a player, and you see them come right back in. Grim now getting this nano boost, and he'll be able to melt guys if he can land some of these shots. Sound barrier does tried to come out. Ajax can't quite hit it. Oh, he gets it off just barely before going down. That is crucial for Ghost in this fight. Now Michael getting a nano boost. This is going to be really tough for Immortals to stay in the fight, but a sound barrier coming out at just the perfect time. Grim Reality cleaning house with kills, and Ghosts are looking to be in a bad spot here. Taking the 1v1 flashbang. Finishes off Baby Bay, and Agilities has a pretty big pulse bomb, which connects, and that'll be Immortals. That should be them taking this map. There's not too much left around for Ghost to contest the point. Connor J is still there trying to delay maybe for some of his respawners to come
way
back.
Too long.
Yeah, you gotta find that
not
kill
long
sooner.
enough. Baby Bay, he might be close enough, but it's gonna be a trickle situation, and
that'll
Immortals
be it.
are gonna tie it up.
Immortals 1-1 now in the series. Well done, good perseverance through the map. That was a very close one indeed.
Yeah, a much different map than map number 1, where we just saw domination from Ghost. This one, though, down to the wire, down to the last fight. Such a close battle. Well done here. These combos here were huge.
I see. You can see that's such a set play coming out from them. Grim knows he goes up there by himself. They send the Graviton in. He gets the Deadeye off. And that is perfect execution coming out from them, allowed them to get the entrance to start moving into last.
Big Deadeyes in 2017. That's like only Grim Reality's able to pull that off. That was crazy, especially that first one with a 4K.
Well, we saw him time and time again. You guys talked about Baby Bay being uncontested up on the high ground, being a huge threat to Immortals, but then Grim Reality on the McCree does the exact same thing. Like, David, at one point you pointed out, he wasn't even moving. He was like standing there like, all right, boop. And
he was under no pressure,
and
just
boop.
making sure he hit all those shots and put everybody down.
Uncontested.
I think Dorado here was where Agilities really came online overall, and that's certainly reflected in his damage. 31,000 over Dorado, 30% kill participation. Or sorry, 30% team damage. Not kill participation.
Wow.
That would have been very low.
Yeah, wow. But another big part of this game was Agilities on Roadhog. His hooks were insane. So we take another look at some of the plays from this match of Agilities.
Yeah, Agilities, as David was saying, really did start to come online in this match. He was certainly a big factor for them time and time again, not just in the Shield War, but even this hook right here, which is disgusting. I mean, coming up right here, it's almost
He saw Blam for just about a quarter of a second, a few frames, and managed to just get that hook through there. I mean, that is well done.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like Grim Rally, not just on the headshots, but just overall his play at the very end of their defensive round. You saw Blam hiding around the corner. You saw Connor J trying to blink in, and then the flashbang picks up both of them, and was able just to shut them down completely in that round. And then at the very end, when he's just popping headshot after headshot, he completely kept Immortals in that game.
Yeah, he was a big part of why they were able to move that payload all the way to the end. Starting with the set play, he goes up top, you know, the Deadeye, but there was so many other points throughout the match where he was just, I mean, doing his thing on McCree. That's why he's one of the best out there in the North American scene in terms of McCree play, and he really showcased that here in this match.
Well, with that win, Immortals ties it up at 1 apiece. We are guaranteed 2 more games, possibly going the full 5. We will find out at the next game, which will be after this quick 90-second break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Of the wonders of the world, the Great Wall of China was the only one built to protect us.
What on earth are they fighting here? These people are doomed. Maybe, but I'm going to stay and fight.
The Great Wall, rated PG-13.
Oh, no, 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 no!
Gaming doesn't have to be like this. Are those tears? You need a machine that can keep up with you. The new Omen X. All those hours of training are about to pay off. Don't rage quit. Get the Omen X with an Intel Core processor. Dominate the game.
We are live here at the Overwatch Winter Premiere Grand Finals. We've got a packed house and a hyped crowd here as we move into game number 3. It's Immortals versus Ghost, and we could not be more excited. They're moving on to Watchpoint Gibraltar for map number 3. Ghost's gonna try and bounce back, see if they can get that lead back.
Man, this has been a map though where Ghost has really shown up before. I mean, he's taken down teams like Complexity on this map, which is had been a pretty good map for Complexity in the past. I mean, throughout the Winter Premiere. So Ghost, I feel pretty confident with them going to this map. I think it's a good pick for them.
I agree. In general, I think Ghost was one of the best teams in all of the Winter Premiere on this map in particular. And just in case you all are just now finding out exactly about this tournament and how this map pool works, the first map is random. After that, whoever loses the first map selects the second map. So the second map was Immortals' choice. After that, whoever loses the second chooses the third, so on and so on. So this one is going to be Ghost's choice.
That's right, indeed. So anytime somebody loses a map, they will get the opportunity to pick. That's right, they get to pick which map they would like to play next. And then, oh yeah, also, remember, you can tweet us at Overwatch_NGE. Let us know what your thoughts are for this match. There's a little poll there where you can vote and you can, join the conversation. You can also use that hashtag Winter Premiere. Share your pictures with us, share your memories and all that fun stuff. But yes, indeed. So what we were saying before that, at least, is any team, you lose the map and then you get to pick, and then the team that does not pick the map gets to choose which side they would like to start on. So
actually, we also got a question just to clarify the exact map pool. I'm going to read that off to you right now in case you are all familiar with the map. You've already seen Dorado, Lijiang Tower. There's Gibraltar, Nepal, Route 66, Kings Row, Hollywood, and Temple of Anubis. So 8 maps to select from. Yes. Already seen 3 so far in this match, or I guess we've seen 2, we're about to see 3.
Yes, that's right. There's a third one coming up. Everything tied up at 1-1. This is the Overwatch Winter Premiere Grand Finals. Team that takes this best of 5 will take home the grand prize and all the glory that comes along with it. So starting off is Immortals on the offense. Agility is getting hooked in by Connor J, who's actually able to get the better of him. Grim Reality taking Michael out of his mech, but not actually finding the kill onto Michael. And he'll just work to try and get himself back into mech here. And a lot of times what Ghosts like to do on defense, Baby Bay will just sit up on the high ground behind them, way up top here on the high ground and just be relatively uncontested. They need to make sure they have something to deal with him. Immortals, at the moment, they really don't, at least no direct.
And Immortals just pushing the card up to the position they want it to be in before wrapping around. They're going to try and take the high ground away from Baby Bay, as everyone has pretty much had to do so far. Baby Bay trying to get away from it, so Immortals are just going to come back out and try to push directly down the center of the card. Baby Bay being taken out by Grim Reality, the mind games.
Oh, the flank coming out from Grim Reality, shutting down Baby Bay. He'll take Michael out of his mech and then look to get a couple more kills on top of that, as he is just, this is the position you don't want Grim to have, right on the high ground, uncontested. That is bad news. Accidentally waking up Remix there, but dropping right down and getting the fan the hammer. He knew exactly where Blam was at. And now they're just really just trying to get themselves back in here. Ghost just to stall out as long as they can. Agilities gets the nano boost, trying to keep Immortals in the fight, making sure they can capitalize, taking point number 1. But Ghost sure do have a lot of presence on the payload at the moment, but no one able to get Agilities yet. That pulse bomb will connect right onto the back of Connor J, and big Earth Shatter comes through from Chance as he tries to clean up a few more kills for Immortals. And despite all these kills that have come through for them, they just can't seem to quite seal the deal and get these Ghost players off of the point. Lucky for them, Grim Reality is still on the high ground. Nobody from Ghost has been able to deal with him, and they will finally get point number 1.
Immortals eventually powering through there, but Ghost putting on a very strong defense overall. Gonna be pushing into the second point. This is the portion of the map that Ghost is usually dominant on compared to everything else. The first point usually falls in all matches, but this second point right here is where Ghost really shines. Baby Bay and Michael do some magical work here, especially around the shuttle area, so keep track of how they control the high ground and really the target priority, the selection priority that Baby Bay chooses.
Immortals not really electing to go get onto too much. Oh, Grim Reality almost getting that one. Oh, right Baby there. Bay actually finds it that time. He
selection
gets a little
priority.
Gets
That's
a little
Grim
bit of
Reality's
revenge.
First.
Yeah, getting a little bit of revenge on him for sure. And now they come in with a sound barrier. Ajax does, and Ghost have the player kill advantage here, and there's not much Immortals can do. So staving them off there. Still 3:30 to work through the hangar phase.
3:30 is plenty of time. They will have to count on Ghost definitely being able to come back and stop it right before the point, though, as Ghost is pretty generally wonderful. Never mind, we're gonna pause.
Well, that's fun. Now we'll just hang out here for a bit and let them sort out these, whatever the issue may be.
We'll find out.
Yeah.
And we'll let you know as soon as we
Eventually.
know what it is.
Yeah.
But it's been an entertaining first beginning of map number 3. It's been kind of the Grim Reality versus Baby Bay show. It's been like just like which DPS can do the most.
Agilities is definitely chiming in big time right now, though.
Yeah.
He is.
He absolutely is on Tracer as well. On Roadhog, he was making big plays, and I do like to see that, though. The back and forth between Baby Bay and Grim Reality, they're both, like you were saying, the target selection for him. I mean, because Grim was sitting up there on the high ground at the time, and Baby Bay made sure that he took him out of the fight first, got Grim to look away for just a second, and he peeked his head back over. Was able to get the better of him.
Watching both players yesterday and today do some of their warm-up target practice was awe-inspiring. Yeah. I mean, Grim Reality is definitely, the way he does it is more of your standard. He does some tracking practice, and then he does flick practice, kind of looks at the ground, pulls up, and clicks. And he's very, very, very good at that. The way Baby Bay does it is probably one of the most bizarre things I've ever seen. His flick practice, he just wipes his mouse back and forth across the screen and clicks when it passes ahead. And I saw him do it for something like 9 shots in a row. I was like, what? Yeah, when are you going to break out McCree? Because that's going to be insane.
It's honestly, it's kind of a freaky thing to watch. Nerf this. Hey, nice shirt.
I mean, they did, didn't they?
Free defense.
Oh, man.
Well done. That was good. But, yeah, lots of actually some cool cosplay around. It's been cool to see.
This has been a fantastic
really
event.
Good. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun so far. All the booze.
Have you guys enjoyed PAX? You guys having a good time?
You liking this match?
I'm having a good time. My goodness, dude. There's like Mexican food over here, and it smells so good.
I
And I just sit here for like 6 hours.
Definitely a lot of cosplayers here. Probably the most intimidating man I've ever seen wearing bunny ears somewhere in the crowd.
There he is.
Please don't kill me after this.
Yeah.
Well, apparently there's an issue with some of the player comms. We want to make sure that they can hear each other so they can compete. So we'll get that sorted, and we'll get right back into this match number 3.
Yeah, so, you know, give everyone fair playing ground. But, I mean, so far in this one, it's good to see Immortals get back in. I think one of the original things they were having some trouble with was, I think, at least in map number 1, if you're talking Li Jiang, I think Chance was having a lot of difficulty being relevant in a lot of ways on Li Jiang Tower. And that was one of the things when I was talking to some of the other teams here, they think that Chance wasn't quite fitting in to the mix. He's definitely been struggling a bit, and that's been the consensus among a lot of people. But, I mean, he's doing good for the situation he was put in. He's started to turn it around more so now as we get into some of these other maps. Struggled a lot on Li Jiang Tower. There was a lot of instances where he was just getting caught out, where he was dying, where he really should not have been, but he's been doing much better as this match has progressed.
I should clarify as well, those people who were sharing those opinions were other teams. Immortals has been nothing but supportive of him the whole time
absolutely.
we've been talking about it. But I've got to agree. But then again, some of that is not necessarily his fault so much. It's just trying to fill Nami's shoes, and everybody else is going to be comfortable playing with an excellent Reinhardt. And I'm sure Chance is a fantastic Reinhardt on his own, but trying to fill Nami's shoes is something else entirely.
It's difficult. I mean, Chance used to play at a very high level, too, as well. So he knows how to do this. He's been here, and he's played with Immortals before. Yeah.
He certainly does, and we've seen that this is the first time we've actually seen Chance versus Ghosts, you know, on this stage. Like, it's up until now, it has been Nami, but until now, the first match, it looked like you had pointed out, you're like, maybe they're trying to get into Chance's head. Maybe they're trying to like really get at him because they were really hyper-focusing him at first.
That's exactly what I would do. I would just try and come out and attack what is the perceived weak point and try and tilt people. We're already back in the match. Let's go.
Here we go. Back on to Gibraltar. We're right back in. Not missing a beat. And Baby Bay just sitting on top on this high ground, just about to have attack visor, so really need to keep an eye on that one. He will pop it off, might be able to catch some out. He's getting so much damage down, does take out Verbo. Grim is, so hurt at the moment.
He canceled it.
3 health. Woo.
That was smart. If he didn't cancel that, he was going to go down.
Yeah, he's barely managing to stay alive. That'll be enough to buy them time, really, to just, Immortals will have to go back and Ghost getting themselves a little bit of extra stall time down here, but 2 minutes and 40 seconds for Immortals to work through the hangar phase. Get that next checkpoint. In terms of ultimates, nothing major for Ghosts at the moment. Really, Immortals don't have all that much, but they're looking to come in on this high ground, Immortals, and maybe try and meet them on some of this high ground. No, actually, Chance just dropping straight down onto the payload, but if they don't contest Baby Bay, things could get hairy for them quickly, and they've already lost Grim Reality. Michael doing a good job of going in to focus him down, and Connor J with the whole hog will just put an insurance policy on the fight, make sure they're able to take this one, as it should be. Immortals getting wiped out here. Ghost, strong presence on the payload. Man, they will go back. 2 minutes left.
Both Baby Bay and Michael basically entirely focusing Grim Reality on McCree. They're not giving him any real space to come through. And absolutely, Immortals does need to probably come through the high ground here with how much presence there is around this space shuttle, where Baby Bay is, where Michael is. Now Michael combining even better, putting forward defense matrix, just allowing Baby Bay to do whatever he wants. Now it's Baby Bay's versatility. Baby Bay still holding on to the attack visor, though.
Connor J just sending Verbo right back to the respawn queue himself. Baby Bay doing a good job, but not engaging too hard agilities with the right click, putting all 3 of those shurikens right into Baby Bay's head. And Remix does follow up, help avenge his teammate as he kills agilities, and Grim is just going to go ahead and get himself on the cart for now, almost as a Deadeye, but it won't be too effective for him in this position. At least ends up getting taken out by the right click of Connor J, so it's just going to have to be a regroup yet again. Ghost have killed so much time through this hangar phase, and throughout the entirety of the Winter Premiere, the hangar phase has really been a strong point for Ghost. Today, they are getting quite a bit themselves. Ooh. Putting Michael to sleep up top.
Agility's really working to try and get that Dragon Blade up so they can do a Nano Blade in this last minute here, and it's going to be very important for Immortals. Tac Visor already coming out for Baby Bay, catching the Nano in the middle, and he's dead in the back line.
Oh, Nano Visor hitting it perfectly yet again, waiting for the best opportunity, and no one able to contest him on it. 2 kills, did a whole lot of damage to some of the other players of Immortals, and he's still just continuing to just wreak havoc
even burned the nano on chance in that last fight when there's another fight to be had, and Agilities is so close to a Dragon Blade. That might be a disaster for them.
I didn't even notice it. That's a good catch, because they really needed that for this nano blade, and now Immortals really has nothing. Other than, I mean, they'll have a raw Dragon Blade, which normally isn't the best. They'll actually have a Beat Blade combo using the drop the beat and the Dragon Blade as well, but they actually won't even use the, oh goodness, back in. Connor J shutting it down, and Chance does respond, gets the charge kill onto Connor J. So 5 versus 5 fight, but they need to make it happen. Remix with a pretty big Earth Shatter himself, and the rest of Ghost will be around, but Immortals are still finding the kills. Michael is on the payload at the moment, trying maybe see if he can stall long enough, but actually Immortals are bringing it together. Will Connor J jump down and try and meet with them? No, Immortals hold tight, and they do get the hangar phase checkpoint. Now they want to look and see if they can catch some of these forward spawners out as well and delay it even further.
Connor J and Blam just going to jump off the side along with Remix. They're just resetting, trying to get a better spawn point. That forward spawn happens when you spawn just before the point gets capped. So you're spawning when you're expecting the fight to be much further away, or the game is. So now you're basically in killing distance of the enemy team. So just jumping off the side actually saves a lot of time, prevents them from getting ultimates. And that's very valuable. Smart play by Ghost.
Pulse bomb at the ready for Grim. He's coming in from the backside. Did he connect with it? Nah. Did some damage, but couldn't quite get exactly what he was looking for. It doesn't matter. The rest of Immortals are there, hyped with 2 off of his self-destruct. And Grim Reality, Agilities, all there as well. Immortals struggled through that hangar phase, but now they are in full speed ahead on this final checkpoint, moving in. And they're down to 35 seconds left to get this final checkpoint. Ghost with the respawn right here.
Agilities with another Dragon Blade, but no nano to pair with it. Baby Bay, he's going to be coming into the side, trying to shut this down. He's just chasing Agilities wherever he goes.
Remix has that nano boost on himself. He's swinging away, but he's in dire straits. Uses that Earth Shatter, and he's staying supported by Blam. Couldn't quite keep him alive any longer as he went around the corner, and now Immortals are getting all the kills there. It's all red in the kill feed at the moment, and they bring it into last with 7.9 seconds left. Well done by Immortals. Really turning it around in that map. Struggled through the hangar phase for much of it, and then all they needed was to get that checkpoint, and they brought it all the way in.
Immortals taking a little bit of time to warm back up and find that momentum after that pause, but once they did, it was a non-stop roll straight into the final point.
Really looking good now, and that's good they were able to do it. Oh, that was so perfect. You need to deal with Baby Bay on the high ground, and Grim Reality taking it into his own hands right there. And then after that, there was just nobody around to contest him up here, and you can't leave Grim Reality up top like that, because he will wreak havoc on your team time and time again. So there will be the change in sides coming up, and now that's Ghost. It's going to have to put together a pretty good offense, and I mean,
with a lot of time.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, Immortals had 7.9 left on the clock, and Ghosts are going to be looking to do something similar, at least with more time. I'm sure their plan is, but in terms of what they want to bring out in composition, we've seen a few different things from them today. I mean, we've seen dive, a little bit of dive. We've seen a little bit of triple tank, quad tank. So far, they're showing triple, and I think we'll see Baby Bay stay on the 76 with the triple tank. Normally what they like to do on this map, even on the offense.
Yeah, taking Baby Bay off of Soldier 76 doesn't make a whole lot of sense, unless perhaps he can play McCree at a very high level. I think he can from what I saw, but we haven't really seen him do it. Perhaps not willing to risk that against Grim Reality.
Yeah.
I'd probably want to have a heal station around if I was going to get in any sort of DPS battle with Grim himself, but about 10 seconds away from Ghost taking their first offense. This was their map selection. They did let Immortals get all the way. There was a chance to hold them on the second point, but they barely let it go.
Yep, they had a good opportunity, but still, we've seen Ghosts complete this map in pretty good time before. I mean, with a good bit left in it. Looks as though we might be seeing ourselves a little pause here again just before the offensive side starts for Ghost. So we will just wait it out. Get everything fixed up.
I mean, if there's a time to pause, this is it.
This is the beginning.
This is the perfect time to pause. Nothing's happened. No one's even seen each other. They don't know any team comps or anything. So we'll get it sorted out, whatever it is. I'm just looking at my notes here. That Nepal, or no, the Lijiang Tower 3-0 was Ghost's 10th shutout of the Overwatch Winter Premiere.
Wow.
They have
10th shutout.
Yeah. That's the next closest one of the teams that are still in is 4, I think, and I think it's Immortals.
That's it's pretty darn good. I mean, that just goes to show you how good Ghost has played throughout this Winter Premiere. I mean, they didn't, obviously weren't the first seed. That was Immortals, but I mean, they were right up there with them, and they've had back and forth battles throughout the entirety of this tournament. So I'm excited to see
here. So much of the personality of these two teams back and forth. Immortals, even in the practice room, so calm, very nice to each other.
Yeah.
And then on the other side of it is Ghost, so hyped all the time, always yelling. Immediately after their game yesterday, Immortals sat down and started scrimming against Luminosity pretty much for several hours, just trying to make sure they can maintain that edge. And I'm pretty sure Ghost just immediately broke to go eat, but I think that's part of the mind games they like to play. I think they immediately go back to the hotel after that and start planning.
Yeah, and you can tell they do their preparation, Ghost. I mean, they have very set plays for each map that they're trying to execute on, and it seems like they always have an answer for a lot of this, and they prepared for some of the strategies that teams break out. I mean, they've prepared for Complexity Sombra when they played them, and they always seem to know. They always have an idea of what they're going to be seeing, and that's really important. Sometimes they like to play it off like they haven't had the most preparation in the world, or they're just relaxed, chilled. But they do their homework, and it shows because they're here in the finals, right?
Yeah, it's a nice mind game to be like, oh, we just rolled in here, we just stomped on everybody. What's the big deal? But no, like they're professionals. Clearly, they have made it this far into the tournament. They took game number 1 and looking to see if they can possibly take game number 3 here. Interesting thing I noted also while we were looking at the rosters, the age range of these players. Agilities is 17 and Hyped is 26. That's like 9-year differential on the Immortals roster to just 4 on Ghost from 19 to 23.
Yeah, and I mean, that's one of the things with Immortals is that they're a very, very young team. I mean, 17 years old compared to some of the other teams that are in the Winter Premiere. Not calling the other guys oldies or anything, but I mean, Immortals squad, very young, 3 of them still in high school. So it's pretty impressive they're here at a professional gaming LAN playing for $50,000 or so. It's a $100,000 prize pool, and they're here at 17 years old. It's pretty impressive, indeed.
One of the other things that's interesting to note, we talked about possibly going to Nepal next if Immortals were to get the win here. Ghost could possibly go there. They have shut out Immortals both times that they have played on a control point map. Immortals has never scored on Ghost on control point.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Immortals, I don't know if you ever want to go back to a control point map, at least today against Ghost, because, I mean, at least the way they were playing on Lijiang, it might be tough to go against them again, though Nepal is certainly a different map, a slightly different play style, so that could change it up.
Maybe. After Dorado's, though, Agilities really turned it on. I think a lot of Immortals would probably do a lot better, fare a lot better on a control point if they played it again. But at the same time, I agree, I wouldn't go for it.
Yeah,
too much of a risk.
And one of my worries in that scenario, too, is even though Chance has kind of started to play a bit better and get into the groove as we've gone on here, I don't know if that will necessarily translate to a control map for them as well, because it is a bit of a different play style between the two different types. So, we'll have to see. First, we need to get through Gibraltar. First, that's our first step in the process.
And while we're waiting for the players to get themselves situated in this pause, I'm just going to keep on pulling out fun stats here. This is the first time that Immortals has ever scored 3 points has completed a payload map against Ghosts. Really?
What?
Yeah, for real. I think it was 2-1 every other time.
Oh wow. Okay, I didn't. That's
or 1-0.
Oh, well, I mean, hey, better late than never.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the time to do it, right? In the grand finals of the Winter Premiere.
Well, these are the teams that we saw showing enormous defenses during the group stages. And so that just getting it into the third area of the map was an accomplishment against these guys.
Yeah, and on this map in particular, too, a lot of teams just in general throughout the Winter Premiere have really been struggling to get the payload to the end, particularly on Gibraltar as well. Once
just
you get that final, through the second point, Ghost in particular has had a lot of really strong hanger defenses. Normally, waiting till the last second, one last fight in there. Michael comes in on D.Va. He goes and stalls the point and gives them time, and they really end up solidifying their defense there. But even when they do make it past the second point, then you have coming up that hill into the final bend to get to the final point is where a lot of teams in general have struggled. So it's already one small victory for Immortals to bring it all the way home there on Gibraltar.
So we're waiting on a PC connection issue to sort itself out so we can get back into game. And just going back to the top of the show, or top of the match, I asked for predictions. So far, you guys are both on point. You both predicted 3-2. And so we're on course for Game 5 at this point.
Still very much in it. Yeah.
Very much possible.
I said 3-2.
You said Ghosts.
Yeah,
you said Immortals.
You said Immortals. Okay. All right, we're still on point.
I'm interested in, who does the crowd think is going to win? Who here is rooting for Immortals in this grand finals? Oh, that's a big one. I like that. Now, for the rest of you, who is rooting for Ghosts in this grand finals? Yeah, man, this crowd is split right down the middle. I saw someone holding up the shirt. I've never seen an esports team walk out and throw jerseys into the crowd. You know they made 2 fans instantly.
Yeah, that was pretty good. I like that. Other teams should start doing that. Wink, wink. Maybe give me one too. Then I'll
certainly bring the hype.
Yeah,
for
yeah.
sure.
Well, they know they're showmen. I mean, they've done it 2 days now. They come out. They like getting the crowd into it. We certainly like it. Gets them pumped up. And
yeah. Well, then that plays straight into the difference in the mentalities and the attitudes, the temperaments of these two teams. The fact that one walks out, kind of acknowledges the crowd and sits down. The other one walks out with sunglasses indoors in a black ceiling room.
Yeah, really.
Just clearly making a statement about their personalities and the attitudes that they have presented themselves with. And I mean, I think one of them even tweeted out this morning, like, all men are mortal. And it's just like, man, they were really going cutthroat here. And it's amazing to watch this sort of just showmanship.
Yeah, they really like playing the mind games, getting into the heads of opponents, whether that actually gets into the heads of Immortals. That's another question. I guess we have to ask them about that. Probably not. These guys are professionals, but it's neither of the personality styles necessarily wrong either. Just 2 different ways to approach it. And every game has the guys that really like to amp it up and get the showman, and then you have the the guys that just sit back a little more quietly and just do their thing and play the game. And it's exciting to see both, and especially that clash here in the final. It's been a lot of fun to watch because, I mean, you can hear these guys behind us sometimes. After some of the big plays. They're just like standing up, screaming. They're getting into it. It's fun to watch.
And their fans are screaming too. These are some very, very supportive Ghost fans. I'm excited to have loud, raucous crowds. We can take another look at a Baby Bay play, just get the fans going again. Some highlights from this Gibraltar match.
And this is one of the things that's been really key for them. Actually, he's able to go and find these opportune times. He was doing it yesterday too against Complexity. He finds the perfect moments to go in and get these tack visors off, these nano visors, at opportune times. He waited for it there, and they set it up perfectly. And that's one of the things I think that we see from them quite a bit from Ghost quite a bit, is this. It's just really finding these combos at the perfect moments. They don't rush it. They don't use it when it's maybe not the best. I mean, of course they do sometimes, but it seems more often than not they're getting it off at a more opportune time. And that's really plays into their favor, because there's some teams that will just kind of like throw it out there, maybe a panic ult or just kind of getting it out, but Ghost seem to do it a bit more consistently, I think, than some of the other
Baby Bay generally just says that he's about to go for it, kind of finds a position wherever he'd been making a presence or making himself known from before. He'll rotate around to a different angle, and on the sprint is when he'll basically call out for Nano as he jumps. So kind of meets him in the air, and it takes everybody by surprise that isn't inside the columns. We saw that big time yesterday on Route 66.
Now, while we're waiting for the match to get ready, we talked about that if Ghosts were to lose this one, they most likely will go to Nepal on the next map. If Immortals drops this one, what do you think would their map pick be?
That's an interesting question. I think for Immortals, I'm trying to think of what was big for them, at least yesterday in their series. I mean, I
think everybody's comfortable with Hollywood, but it's also Route 66 or Kings Row. I mean, just pretty standard maps.
Yeah, I know
it would be really interesting if Immortals picked Anubis, but I don't think anybody's going to do that besides Luminosity.
I know for Immortals, one of their big ones, at least through some of the qualifying stages of the tournament, and a play that they executed on really well. Now, granted, this is previous patch, so I don't know if we would see this as much again, but on Kings Row, one of the plays they really liked and where they had success on, why they did so good on Kings Row, at least first point, as well as they would come in through... Most of them would flood through the hotel side on the left if you're on the offense, pushing through, and then Agilities and maybe one other would veer off to the right, get most of the focus from the defensive team on that hotel side. They would kind of be in that back corner. Agilities would come around on Roadhog and then just get the hook in and get that initial pick for Immortals, and that was something that really worked for them well on Kings Row. That's why I think if they do end up losing this, you could see them move to Kings Row. It's been one of their better maps, I would say, throughout much of the Winter Premiere. So just kind of theory crafting a little bit as we go on. Clearly not filling for time. You know, it's been, I think, one of their more standard maps for them. It's been quite good.
We can also take another look at some Grim Reality plays. He's been the other amazing DPS player on the field today, and that McCree play has been just on point through every single game we've seen. Take another look at this highlight. This is not McCree.
Hey, Tracer McCree. As long as it's hit scan, Grim Reality's pretty darn good at it generally. So, you know, we saw much more of this kind of play from him on Tracer. Generally, you see it on the control point maps, but in that situation, of course, they're in overtime. They need to get that second checkpoint. He had died, I believe, so he wants to get back to the payload quickly. So he comes up on Tracer, makes some big plays happen, allows him to get that second checkpoint, and for Immortals, they just cruise that all the way into last. They didn't have a whole lot of time to work with. I think 1 minute and 30 to get to the last checkpoint, and they make it happen. String a few team fights together in a row, take that momentum all the way in, and that's got to be a real confidence booster as well for Immortals, I think, moving into the second half.
And they pulled it off with a few seconds left of the clock, so they are in a potential time bank situation, so it can't just be necessarily completely shut out on them.
Yeah.
Well, they have identified the issue, and they are working actively to fix it. We're going to jump into a break for just a moment. We'll be back as soon as possible. Don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to resume the grand finals here on Gibraltar. Thank you for waiting. We are just as excited as you are. Let's get into the game.
Well, we're into the second half here, so to speak. I guess you could say that, of Gibraltar. Immortals were able to move the payload fully through to that first point. You see a bit of tracer there as well. Well done. We are right back into it on Gibraltar. 3 minutes and 45. We are right at the start of the offensive push of Ghost Gaming. And Grim is going to be back on that McCree as well, looking to go find his spot up on the high ground. Baby Bay will be on his 76, as he often is on this map. You'll see Ghost, normally what they like to do on this map is try and wrap around all the way back up onto the Immortals high ground. Will they let them have it is the question. It looked as though they wanted to engage. They'll just speed boost up and try and meet it up there. If Grim's not careful, oh, the hook in. Did connect, but couldn't.
Oh, Ethan barely getting away there, but Baby Bay's actually going to go into the back and chase him down. That's happening just off camera here.
Oh, Ajax actually chased down Ethan. They lose Michael, but that's a really big pick for them to get, taking down the Ana like that. Now Agility's taken out by Connor J, and oh, Connor J's hanging on for dear life right here, trying to just stay alive. He still is. Oh, he's so close to going down. Hyped as Baby Diva will take care of him. He had no one around to help him out, not Ajax nor Blam, so ends up getting taken out. Ghost just pressing this payload forward, and Baby Bay now is actually trying to, well, he was looking maybe to wrap around up onto the high ground, but he's just going to stay with the team on the payload right now. Immortal's not even coming out to contest. Normally you'd see a contest attempt there, but I guess just didn't get out quite in time, and now there's a lot of forward spawners that might end up going down. Ethan is giving, oh, good heals to Agilities. Came so close to dying multiple times.
Just one headshot there would have finished it up for Baby Bay. That's gotta be a little bit frustrating. There's a number of different players now that have already escaped Baby Bay, but so far the effect is still working. The payload is pushing. Baby Bay going to be looking to take that high ground again and fight for the shuttle as soon as he can, but with Agility's loitering in around there, he's going to need a lot of support.
Now looking to take this high ground. You see Ghost coming out, and Diva's going to be looking to try and disrupt them a little bit, get them off the high ground. Charge from Chance will finish off Remix, and Baby Bay with the tac visor will be able to take down Ethan.
Boostio.
And oh no, the Boostio. That's tragic for them. It still worked. Hey, he got Chance, so we'll take that. Ghost do have the numbers advantage here, but with Agility popping the whole hog, Baby Bay is there to shut him down shortly after. So they're continuing to press the payload forward, soon to hit this second checkpoint.
Pretty consistent progress so far for Ghost, but Immortal's last chance to defend the second point.
Grim with the Deadeye from up top. Remix, I'm not sure as though he knows exactly where it's at. They get the sound barrier out and then Nurse Shatter from Remix, but Grim is able to get the flashbang off. There is a self-destruct that flies high into the sky, but now Ghost being down Michael. At the moment, they do respond with one, taking down Hype, so both Divas are out of it in this fight, and Ghost actually trying to solidify their position back onto the payload here. It's a continuous exchange of frags, but Baby Bay is there hanging on for dear life, actually finished off by a punch from Ethan, so they're continuing to go at it, but the respawns just steadily funneling through from Immortals, and chances being run at by Michael, who comes back up on Tracer as he wants to just end this one for Ghost and get the second checkpoint. Regardless, Immortals have done a fantastic job of buying themselves time in this fight, and now Ghost finally going back to the drawing board and resetting.
Immortals one by one clawing their way back. Every single time you saw a Ghost player fall, that was just a little bit more of Immortals taking security on that second point, so perhaps not their last chance to defend the second point, but
oh my goodness. How did Baby Bay survive right there? I don't know if anybody else caught that. He was sleeping up top, and then he just hung on by 1 health with a biotic on himself. Did manage to stay alive. There is going to be a Deadeye just zoning for now, and there is also a tac visor I heard from Baby Bay used in the back. Earthshatter is going to shut him down. Charge from Chance, making the plays happen. Connor J does trade out, getting Agilities. Connor J managing to get the mech suit as well, but Immortals holding strong here in this hangar phase. And might even, the headshots from Grim, too strong. Right there, and Ghosts are going to have to go back to the drawing board yet again.
That second to last hold for Immortals, absolutely huge. They've now reestablished control over the second, or the entire hangar phase, honestly, here, but Connor J, really the only one with a ultimate here for the side of Ghost. Immortals burning a number of theirs over the past 2 fights. Grim Reality, however, is already back up again with a Deadeye.
He's going to be looking for a good position for this one. Maybe able to catch him off guard. Michael.
Nice bump.
Initiating. Yeah, he'll try and separate them a little bit. Self-destruct, landing on top of the cart. The chance did go down. Grim only able to get... Oh, Grim still back there, though. Gets Michael as he popped him out of the mech suit. He's looking to finish off Connor J. I mean, it's just dink, dink, dink every time you watch Grim Reality on McCree, just popping heads left and right. Blam is down there, ends up going down. Grim has really found himself through this hangar phase for Immortals, really making it tough for Ghost to get a good push going, and now just down to a minute left to hit this next checkpoint.
Looking back on it, if Ghost isn't able to ascend, get to the second point over these next 2 assaults, it's going to be that one final hold inches away that they're going to look back on as what lost Gibraltar for them. Ghost now with 40 seconds left. They do have a nano boost to pair probably with Michael if they really want to get the biggest effect out of it. And Baby Bay getting pretty close to a Graviton, about 40% away.
I think Hyped was able to get some good separation there, and Michael coming in with a nano boost, but really didn't do all that much with it. Baby Bay's gonna get pulled in. Agilities, oh, couldn't quite secure the frag. There it is. In the end, they get it. Now there's gonna be 15 seconds left. Remix is gonna go down pretty late too. I don't think Ghost is really gonna be able to get a good push to make this happen for them. And Michael desperately trying to stay alive so he can contest this payload and get his team back in. But now with a Deadeye, that's going to at least find one. Connor J goes down, getting Ajax as well. Grim Reality is just been tremendous for Immortals here. No one around from Ghost to contest the payload, and Immortals are going to take a 2-1 lead here in this best-of-5 series. That was beautiful stuff from them, though. I mean, really, they've been able to claw their way back in a fantastic defense through the hangar phase of Gibraltar. It was tough for them initially. I mean, Ghost got to be kicking themselves for not making that one push happen. But Immortals doing a good job of stopping them right at that final checkpoint.
I feel like this is the quietest we've ever seen this Ghost lineup. They are thinking hard right now. What do we need to change? What do we need to do? And I felt like we really saw Chance showing up here in this second half. We saw him get the Earth Shatter into the charge onto the ult team Baby Bay, who had the nano visor. You know, Chance definitely started to come into his own here in this match.
That was one of the rare times Baby Bay actually wasn't in a good position for it. But Grim here, that's a good use of Deadeye, because you know they have to come straight in there.
Perfect time.
Yeah, and I mean, at least able to secure one kill with it. He even got the Tracer, which in that situation is the most important kill, because he's the one that's going to be able to get to the payload the fastest. So great use of Deadeye there, holding on to it and able to deny them entrance back onto the payload. Now Immortals, with some fantastic play through the hangar phase, have set themselves up with a 2-1 lead in this series.
They certainly have. We'll probably go to Nepal. This would be my guess. We'll wait to see what they pick
after that last
here.
control point performance.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like the only place where they really have their footing, Ghost, is on the control points. I mean, they dominated on Li Jiang. Granted, I think Immortals have really come into their own in this series. They've managed to bring it together as time goes on, but I think that would be a pretty solid choice for Ghost in maps. But they also have some great maps that they've played in the past. Ghost, they have some really high win percentage maps. Yeah, Hollywood, I was going to say, has been a
pretty
big
fantastic
one
for
them.
Ghost. I mean, we've seen a number of times them take it all the way to the final point, even in overtime, just consistently taking very long distances. But I'd also say that about Gibraltar a lot of the time. And that map, this last match, Immortals shutting it down pretty handedly.
For sure, and I want us to take another look at that Chance Earth Shatter when he was able to get it on to Baby Bay. It was quite the impressive play, very, very clean. So we'll take another look as this highlight gets rolling.
As I was saying, Baby Bay, it's one of those times where he actually didn't have the best of opportunities to go in with the nano visor. I mean, Chance still had a pretty big pool left on his shield. I mean, a lot of charge left on there. It was like 1,600 or so, so it wasn't close to breaking. You know, he was on low ground, not really the best opportunity to use it, and Chance, seeing the moment where he could actually go and use that Earth Shatter, shut it down completely just to make sure no one else is going to die to it. They end up winning the fight. It's a great play by Chance. He's really started to turn it on more and more as this match has gone on.
So what do they need to do? What does Ghost need to do to deal with Grim Reality? Because I feel like at this point, the last match, you edit out about 20 seconds and it's just a headshot montage. Like, he was uncontested. We said it over and over again. Baby Bay was there on the Soldier to try and deal with it, and it didn't seem to be working. What do you do against Grim Reality's McCree?
Someone in the crowd making a lovely face. That was, you just made my day. That was, though, I think in that last one, if you're looking to shut down Grim Reality, who's sitting on top of a lot of high ground, which was the case on Gibraltar, you want to be looking to Michael, I think, really, on D.Va. Michael on D.Va to be contesting him a lot more often. I think that's one of the big ones. At least on a map like Gibraltar, where both teams are playing D.Va. But if Grim Reality's uncontested up there, you need Michael to go fly in and just be in his face constantly.
It really just looked like Ghost didn't have a lot of their momentum that they had started building, and they just need to turn it back around. Get into the next map. I'm sure they'll find their footing again. I'm not super worried about it or thinking they have to do anything particularly special. There's a ton of talent on that team. It was a pretty close game on Dorado overall, just because that last few moments of Gibraltar were pretty hectic and somewhat in disarray. I think that's all going to switch around really quickly. I mean, you give those guys a few minutes, you're going to start hearing them scream, "Let's go again." It's going to really pick up. But, you know, on the topic of Michael, certainly in the hangar phase, his D.Va wasn't making as big of a difference as he usually does. A lot of the time, he's getting really good knockoffs, taking Reinhardt out of those situations. But really, Immortals positioning themselves so he couldn't do that so much, and hyped, well, not hyped directly countering Michael, but I was going to add in hyped doing his own.
Now, we're not going to go to a break because we had that nice long pause, and I know you guys want to see as much Overwatch as we do. So, Nepal, map number 4. Guys, call it here. Do they put it away now? Does Immortals win this one? Or we go to game 5?
I think we're going to see a game 5 here. I think Ghosts are going to be able to bring it back, play well in Nepal. Baby Bay will most likely, depending on which stage, will at least be on 76 for a bit of it. So we'll have to see. I think it's going to be Ghosts here, bringing it back. You
gonna go with Immortals.
Yeah,
Immortals.
All right.
He thinks they're putting it away right here.
Grim Reality's too hot. Pauses or not, every time he comes back, Grim Reality's on fire.
Let's get into game.
Yep, let's check it out. We are going on to Nepal. Map number 4 here. Immortals with, well, they have a match point, a championship point actually. If they can win this map, they will take the Overwatch Winter Premiere. But they still have to get through this one, and Ghost was looking very hot on the control point maps earlier. It's going to be a tall order, but certainly doable for Immortals as they've really turned it on here throughout the course of the map, or throughout the course of the match, I should say. But Grim, we'll see if he stays on McCree. Does he go to Tracer? Here, that's going to be a big thing. I mean, he's got a hot hand on McCree right now, to say the least. I mean, do you go Tracer in this situation or stay McCree?
Well, that's just a tricky proposition overall. I mean, it really depends. Baby Bay will be able to save Michael quite a bit, so it's going to depend a lot on their synergy overall, but you obviously have to respect Grim Reality.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like he is going to be sticking to McCree, at least for this stage. We'll see how it plays out for them. Michael will be on the Tracer. And besides that, they have a triple tank setup going, Ghost. So Michael will be looking to harass a bit. Point unlocks in just 5 seconds, so you'll really see the battle happen. Then Connor J narrowly missing the hook there, and now Michael's looking to get on to the supports a little bit. Wants to make sure he's avoiding the hook, though. Oh, and he's got Grim Reality hot on his tail, but he manages to avoid him, at least for now. 3 kills going the way of Immortals, and Ghost not looking to be in the best of positions as shortly after that, Connor J ending up getting taken down, just missing the hook onto Michael, but Grim Reality is going to hit that flashbang, taking him out, and Immortals strike first here on the village stage of Nepal.
Michael was doing a good job soaking up a lot of Grim Reality's time, but the rest of Ghost wasn't able to hang with the rest of Immortals, and Immortals will come out on top of that point. They generated a whole lot of ultimate charge as well, really, for Ghost. The big thing they're looking for is a good pulse bomb, perhaps getting a nano on somebody, but other than that, actually, Connor J's going to get pulled in by Agilities. This is a disaster already for Ghost. Immortals already starting to run with it.
Now, Connor J going down. You said it, the one-player advantage. Give them quite a bit off the start, and Grim Reality going to town, finding 2, Michael and Ajax, and it seems as though he's hitting, generally Lucio and Tracer are some of the harder targets to hit, but Grim Reality is having no problem with that whatsoever, continuing to hit heads and just putting them right back into the respawn queue. They have a lot of ultimates to defend this next push with. They're going to be looking good Immortals here. Ghost is going to have to come in there, already speed boosting this left-hand side, putting the Graviton out there. Michael not quite there to follow up with the Pulse Bomb, does end up getting it off. Michael with 3 off of the Pulse Bomb. That should be enough for Ghost to get back into this fight, but Agility's still very much keeping Immortals in it for now. He ends up getting taken down by Agilities, that is, but Baby Bay's there to clean up, and Ghost finally putting themselves on the board as Immortals get 71%.
If Ghost is going to rally and get hyped again, this is going to be the moment. That was a big turnaround for them. 71% on the board for Immortals so far. Ghost really needs this map. Actually, they have to have this map, otherwise Immortals will take the entire finale. Ghost so hot on the first control point set on Lijiang. This should be their map.
Now it is coming back in with Sound Barrier. Immortals, they lose Ethan, but they find a whole lot of kills on top of that. 5 down for Ghost. It's only Michael that is even around, and he's just sitting up top there waiting as Immortals quickly retaking the point.
Immortals making that look easy.
Yeah, really. And they're playing pretty aggressive here, looking for an early pick on it. They're going to go use Whole Hog, maybe a bit too aggressive as Agilities then gets hooked in. Michael finding the final blow there. They'll take this player advantage on into the fight. Chance charges. Remix looking to get counter charge, couldn't quite find it. And he's got a biotic grenade. Ajax trying to drop the beat, but Grim Reality totally shutting that down, continuing to get headshots, even avoiding the hook, and he finds yet another. This is absurd. Grim Reality just taking them to town, eventually getting killed, but man, he sure kept them on that till 99%, and someone from Ghost has got to come get on the point here, desperately trying to get in. Ajax had to use Sound Barrier just to touch the point, but Agilities and Hyped are there defending the homestead. The charge from Chance, taking them back to spawn, and that is all Immortals there. Grim Reality keeping them in that fight.
That last real team fight with Grim up on the high ground, second floor, raining down from above. Connor J spent an inordinate amount of time trying to get a hook on him in that position. I think I saw 3 different attempts, one actually connected, but in that position with the way that hook works now, Connor J not able to rein it in, so that's just a very important hero that's being wasted, essentially trying to babysit. I mean, not necessarily entirely wasted. If you can get Grim Realities, great, but in his position, it's very, very unlikely from the low ground.
Take a second look at this one. I mean, he just went off, prevents Ajax from using Sound Barrier, then is just sitting
right
up
there.
top.
Bottom
yes,
right.
Boom, hook, tried to hit him, got away from it.
And that was probably the 3rd attempt. Connor J had been trying to do that a long time, and that might have been the tipping point in the fight overall. Like I said, coming back, Immortals hot.
Now they are headed into the Shrine stage of Nepal. Immortals up 1-0. If they can find 2 more stages on this, they will be your Overwatch Winter Premiere champions. Ghost, though, trying to give them a fight for it. Remix already very hurt off the start of this fight. Needs to get some heals, and it is the kills going the way of Ghost at the moment. 3 players down for Immortals, and they're looking pretty good here. Yes, they are striking back with a vengeance on the initial fight here as they strike blood first. They'll take the point. Looking to reset, though. Agility's just waiting, getting the respawn. They'll be coming back in momentarily.
Overall, still 3 tanks for Ghost. It's also 3 tanks for Immortals, both Michael and Grim Reality, the DPS for either side. So far, Grim Reality a dominant presence throughout all of it. Michael still very important overall, but it looks like he's trying to give Grim a lot of space, which just absolutely makes sense. You can't let Grim go off on you like that.
Michael was looking for the Pulse Bomb, did some damage, and Ethan is going to go down to him, and that is, so far Ghosts have that 1 player advantage, yes, the rest of them around to make sure that the cleanup is there, so still a dominant force on the points for now, and I mean, the good news for Ghost, Michael will be able to build up another Pulse Bomb. He used that one there to try and help them win the fight. By the time Baby Bay has Graviton, you build Tracer, the Pulse Bomb, so quickly that they'll be able to use that combination coming into the next fight. Or coming into a subsequent fight even, maybe. But Remix now going in for that Earth Shatter Chance, using his as well. 2-for-2 trade so far here. And Connor J using that Whole Hog, making sure they keep the rest of these Immortals players back. And if anything, Ghost might have some positioning on them, but there was no one around from Ghost actually on the point. They press so far forward. Immortals wrap back around, get themselves onto it, and they will strike back. Ghost, though, getting 66% here.
Fortunately for Ghost, they do have the Graviton Pulse Bomb online right now with 66%. They do have plenty of time to try and make sure it lands. Rushing that could be a disaster. They really want the best one they can land. They definitely want to catch Grim Realities in it. Most importantly right now, 3 ultimates for the side of Immortals. Grim, he's going to break out that Deadeye right now. He's looking, he does find one.
Taking out Remix. It's a pretty valuable pick for them in the fight. And they're still down a player, though. He's trying to finish off Connor J, who's just ignored him for the most part so far in this one. And now Michael finding a couple on top of that. So Ghost have a real solid opportunity to retake the point. Yes, agility's going down. Immortals tried to stall for time as much as they could, but Ghost will then go ahead and put it right back. So 70% and counting as they try and work their way into Nepal. Really nothing for them to work with. Soon to have the nano boost, but Grim Reality cooling off just a little bit as time is going on. But Michael looking for the pulse bomb opportunity. Did a little bit of damage, I believe, but just couldn't quite secure the kill. And he's sitting at 60 health, given agilities the jukes at the moment. He's going to have to continue to do that. He's managed to keep himself alive, but waiting for that rewind to come back up as the rest of the teams are fighting it out on the point for now. Hyped is going to try and get right back into that mech, and Connor J with the right click to get agilities, but Ghost are down in the number game at the moment. Connor J trying to reverse that as he now gets 2 kills back in Ghost's favor. They're at 99%. Immortals need to win this one or they're going to lose this stage. And actually, I thought he might have gotten caught in by that, by the self-destruct on the point, though. Michael with a pretty big pulse bomb to continue, try and keep Ghost in it and actually turn the tide, win the fight for them. In fact, now Michael ending up going down. Stalling was Ajax up top. They do get to 99%. Immortals turning the tides, though. Try and get back in.
Agility's changing over to Genji. That could be a gigantic difference for Immortals so far. They have a lot of opportunity to play the standard shield war. They do have Diva, while Ghosts do not. If they can form that line fight and previously let Grim Reality on McCree flex his muscle that way, but they're going to deal with it a different way, go a little bit more dive. Grim Reality on Tracer, and that worked out for them big time.
Michael comes back in. He's really trying to get onto Ethan and take him out of this fight. Is Lucio coming to the rescue? And the rest of Immortals have managed to find quite a number of kills here. Is just taking the rest of Ghost and putting them back in the respawn ship for now. So Immortals actually getting up to 85%. Ghost will have one more shot at trying to get back in. Immortals looking very good here as Agility has made his switch to Genji.
Consistently throughout the past 2 days, anytime Grim Reality switches in between Tracer or McCree or back and forth, it always throws the other team off.
A big Earth Shatter coming through from Chances, put some bodies down, but Ghosts are up in the numbers game. They have a 2-player advantage in the fight. This is bad news for Immortals, as now they are really taking it on in Agility's trying to use this Dragon Blade. They are slowly working it back. Agility's finding 2 off of the Dragon Blade, and he had some help from the rest of his team that were still around on the point, so they'll fight with all their might to bring themselves back into it. Now a self-destruct to try and turn the tides. Immortals are there, and that should seal it. They get 2 rounds up on the board. They fight back, claw their way back into the match, and they are now up 2-0. It is truly a match point situation for Immortals.
This will be the ultimate test of Ghost's resilience. Match point for Immortals. Ghost should have had that. They should have just tied this up. And right now, they have one more chance to keep themselves in this fight.
You could see the expression on Verbo's face right there, the pressure on this, but Agility's going huge, bringing Immortals back into this fight. You can see him pulling it off at the perfect time. Him and Ethan are really the only ones there at that moment that are able to pull it together for Immortals, and they make it happen with just 2 players. Ethan bringing the support, Agility's there on Genji to make the plays, and they shut them out there. It's 2-0, Immortals with a match point to work with. They can take the Winter Premiere, take home $50,000 for them and their organization with a final finisher. Right here is Grim Reality sticking on that McCree, and now Chance charging across, finding Remix for a frag, and they end up losing Verbo to Connor J, but certainly still very much in this one. And now Connor J is actually separated from the rest of his team, though he does have one with him. And Ghost putting a lot of time down on the point, and Blam ends up getting sent down as well. He got knocked into the pit, and That will be Immortals taking the point first here on Sanctum. It's looking very good for them. All the momentum in their favor at this point.
This stage in particular is very difficult to get through these doors. This is looking more and more Immortals' favor as time goes on. Baby Bay just barely getting away from that chain hook as it broke. Agility's caught out a little bit here. He's going to get taken all the way to the wall.
Now Remix taking Agility's in, hyped with two though off of this Graviton. Immortals are going to, essentially get a team wipe, but Michael had to work himself out of there, and now Immortals 25% and counting. Good. Well, they actually ended up using Earth Shatter and Graviton, I think, there. And Ghosts are just going to want to build up these ultimates and find a way to get back through these gates. And Immortals not pressing too aggressively.
Immortals looking very confident they're playing the exact positions they want to. They can smell blood. They're closing in for the kill.
Speed boost push coming through, looking to charge Remix here. Yes, they'll get a lot of damage. Grim Reality, Deadeye in the back will actually finish off Remix that Chance had charged. And Ghost now, though, getting some return frags, and Chance actually booped down into the pit. Good play by Ajax. The nano boost that was given to Michael, helping Ghost get back in. So 53% on the board for Immortals. Now they're very close to getting themselves a Winter Premiere title.
With Ghost now generating their own points, they do have a Graviton and an Earth Shatter to hold this gate. If they can keep that balanced and keep Immortals off kilter, they can keep it alive and take this match.
Graviton coming in, still no follow-up quite yet from the rest of Ghost, and they've actually found 2 kills. Immortals, in fact, Chance and Grim Reality are doing work, and they will get this point back as they get a team wipe across the board. And they even have some ults to work with to defend the point with. So Ghosts are going to have to be big on the retake here, as you see Chance working all the way back to get that health back. Still waiting on some of the respawns to come forward.
Potentially only 2 engagements left here, Immortals so far. Anytime it looks like Ghost is getting some momentum, Immortals just takes it back. Immortals, they're holding from the side. Ghost is getting onto the point. A big charge coming out from Chance, but he might be in dangerous territory.
Agility sends Blam down into the pit. Now this is another one fight from Immortals. They've lost 3. Ghosts just need to regroup, but make sure that they don't let them get the cap in the meantime. Now they're going to go down, 90% left on the board. Someone from Ghost is going to have to get back onto this point, or Immortals are going to take the title. They're now at 95%. Someone from Ghost has got to get on it. They're trying to come back in. Last dash attempt. Agility's using that whole hog with a nano boost. I don't think anyone will be able to get through. No, Immortals take the Winter Premiere title, taking down Ghost in the finals on Nepal. That is well done, and you can see the excitement on their faces there.
What a game for Immortals. 2 months of work came down to this. Consistency won throughout all of the Winter Premiere to get to this point. Today, the safety net was gone, and the consistency of Immortals still won out.
They won. They were number 1 coming in. They had the most wins coming into this. They were the number 1 seed. They did not drop it. They take the win here. Immortals are your Overwatch Winter Premiere champions.
That is well done. And never would I have guessed coming into the Winter Premiere with all the teams that were in there, all the well-known teams that had been at the top of the NA scene for so long. Never would, I think many people would have guessed Immortals to be the ones to take this, and they have proven themselves to be at the top end of this Overwatch scene and played very, very well.
They've talked a lot about their practice regimen and exactly how hard they work, and it clearly paid off today.
They win $44,000 for first place, and Ghost will take home $20,000 for their second place finish here. But also Immortals have the title of Overwatch Winter Premiere champions. They will take home our trophy. And oh my goodness, let's take a replay at that final moment of the game. They're able to win here on Nepal.
They were pressed forward, and well, they ended up getting this one here. One of the Graviton plays that really worked out well for them, and well, that's one of the many plays.
Oh man,
leading to the victory for them there. So the final play of it too, that was good. They saved that whole hog from Agilities, and then they were able to just blast them back, really giving them no lane to come into the final point.
The way that they were able to get the win here, they had not been beaten on, they had not been able to win on a control point map, and they take the win here on Ghost's map.
The resiliency of Immortals in this match too, they get, stopped pretty badly
on the first map, on Lijiang Tower, and then they work themselves back into the match, end up taking it 3-1 in the end. I mean, just the perseverance to be able to do that after being beaten so bad on the first map, that's, I mean, very, very well done from them.
Also not being fazed by any sort of delays whatsoever.
Well, let's go meet our champions here as they meet in the middle with Ghosts. Fantastic match for the grand finals of the Overwatch Winter Premiere. Immortals are your champions.
Getting the handshakes in there. What a match. I mean, what a match between these two teams. They've given us a beautiful display of skill, and at the end of the day, these guys very happy to be able to compete here on this stage. Such a high level. It sure was a lot of fun to watch.
That player there just on the right of your screen, Grim Reality. The whole way they were able to win through his skill, his shots. He puts that one through. And right here, it is Immortals, the winners of the Overwatch Winter Premiere.